Chapter 1741 Soul-Eating Arrow, B. Only then did Zhu Xiaobao see clearly that the person in front of him turned out to be a tough female man. Looking at him in confusion. Even if this female man is kneeling on the ground like this, he is only one head shorter than Zhu Xiaobao. But she was also very depressed. The other party turned out to be a senior in the immortal realm. She didn't think she was so powerful. But in the face of absolute strength, he can only be beaten passively. Because this powerful pressure has already limited her movements. So I can only be beaten passively. But this female man is always staring at Zhu Xiaobao. The eyes are ever changing. Why is it you? Who told you to dress like this? I didn't even know you were a woman. Do you know why I beat you? Zhu Xiaobao felt a little guilty when he saw him. And he also recognized the other person. He couldn't help but shout in surprise. This woman turned out to be the senior sister Liang Qiuan, who was kicked out of the Sai sect. Unexpectedly, she looks completely different now. Dark and strong. With a face full of flesh. It's just that his cultivation level has not fallen. And he is actually in the first immortal realm. Senior, please make it clear. Liang Qiuan's mouth was bleeding. But his expression was very calm. And he just snorted lightly. She also didn't expect to see Zhu Xiaobao under such circumstances. What's even more incredible is that Zhu Xiaobao is already a master of the immortal realm. Yeah. Kill innocent people indiscriminately. As long as you don't involve the lives of mortals. I won't take action easily. But you just destroyed those 2 shops with 1 palm. And a lot of mortals must be buried in them. Death and injury are inevitable. So I took action. Zhu Xiaobao had already let go of Liang Qiuan. Then took 2 steps back and said seemingly confidently. Those 2 shops were originally mine. In order not to be occupied by them, I would rather destroy these 2 shops than leave them to them. Let alone hurt mortals. My people are hiding in a secret room underground. Liang Qiuan hummed agreeably. She was really annoyed when she was beaten up by Zhu Xiaobao for no reason. The key is that this little guy was someone she didn't like at all before. But she didn't expect that after so many years. He was already in the immortal realm. This makes Liang Qiuan a little confused about how to face it. Ha ha ha. Seniors, Yen Du and Lu Qi are so polite. If you take the second daughter, this town will belong to you. And we are willing to follow you and grow stronger. At this moment, the 2 bandit leaders on the opposite side, where I was very happy to lead the people over. They didn't fight anymore, but came to pay homage to Zhu Xiaobao first. They both thought that Zhu Xiaobao also valued this town. So I immediately thought of joining forces instead of hard steel. The other party is too strong. Such a strong female man didn't even have the slightest strength to resist. Of course they both knew that their attempt to go up was in vain. It's better to take the initiative to show your kindness. Zhu Xiaobao was also relatively low-key, and did not show all his coercion. So the 2 of them did not feel Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation level, and only thought that he was a casual cultivator in the Shanghai Immortal Realm. This put these 2 people in danger from the beginning. Sir! They are the bandits who kill innocent people indiscriminately. And we are just doing our best to protect our town. Liang Qiuan suddenly stared at Zhu Xiaobao, and said eagerly. Did I wrong you? Okay. Let me ask them. Zhu Xiaobao looked embarrassed, and quickly let go of Liang Qiuan's hair, which he was still holding, and then directed a stream of evil fire towards him. Spread on the other side. My lord, you have good eyesight. Although this town is small, it is surrounded by mountains on 2 sides and forests on the other. There are very few casual cultivators coming and going, and those with particularly high cultivation levels are even rarer. So taking this town means having a reliable foothold. The key is that the 3 immortals who originally controlled this area have escaped long ago. Now that they have it, they are completely theirs. Yen Du and Lu Qi still said with joyful smiles on their faces, although the 2 of them were very angry in their hearts. They could not show any dissatisfaction at this time. Yeah, you 2 are really interested, judging from your weapons. You should be from the Thousand Island Sea, right? Were you from the Pirate Alliance before? Zhu Xiaobao slowly stepped forward with a calm expression and asked lightly. Under conscious suppression, his cultivation seemed to be the pinnacle of superior immortal realm, which was already an exaggeration, because the opponent Yen Du, who has the highest level of cultivation, is only at the middle level of the middle immortal realm, and Lu Qi is only at the lower level of the first immortal realm, almost the same as Liang Qiuan. But the 2 of them worked together, and still couldn't take down Liang Qiuan. The main reason is that both of them want to catch people alive. Their long-term pirate careers have given them a special preference for women. No matter they are tall, short, fat or thin, they all like to catch people alive. In the end, he was ravaged to death. This is the normal process. Alas. That's right. I had been cultivating at the outermost edge of Dragon Fairy Island for a long time. Who would have thought that almost 100 years ago, all of us were suddenly driven away, leaving less than half of our cultivation? Taller people. And the business on the sea was extremely poor. So most of us abandoned the ship and went ashore to grab our own territory everywhere. I just didn't expect this fierce woman to be so fierce. And we haven't been able to succeed yet. As soon as Yan Chuan heard Zhu Xiaobao's question, he nodded and said a little depressed, "Ha ha. It turns out that you were wrong because of me. Well, let me be the one to put an end to it." Zhu Xiaobao immediately felt happy after hearing this. Only then did he remember that because he killed Gong Yimyu and damaged the Dragon Ball, the Black Dragon Master had no choice but to reduce the coverage of the black demonic energy and drive away the outermost pirates. Unexpectedly, the initiator of the chaos in all the immortal realms was actually myself. Ah? Sir, what do you mean by this? When Yendu and Lu Qi heard this, they were both surprised and alert. Then they raised their heads and looked at Zhu Xiaobao carefully. Then after a while, the two of them looked at each other in confusion, and were finally sure that the person in front of them was not the fat little Supreme Treasure from back then. But after not seeing each other for so many years, he suddenly became slender, and even his temperament became calmer. Let them not recognize it for a while. Ah? No. Run away. Yin Duan's reaction was the fastest, and he yelled immediately. The first one turned to the left, wanting to move first. Suddenly, this group of thieves fell into a very strange illusion. This was no longer the original illusion, but there were flames everywhere, mud everywhere under their feet, and green gold needles falling vertically like a drizzle in the air. Each one can kill someone. What's even more terrifying is that there are 5 skeletons circling rapidly in the air, and Zhu Xiaobao is holding a magic bow, calmly drawing the bow to the full, and then attaching a high imitation soul-eating arrow, waiting to shoot the fish that slipped through the net. Such an opponent was not worthy of his attack. So Zhu Xiaobao sacrificed the 5 elements skeleton, and let them complete the encirclement and suppression. Monkey Chi-Chi was dumbfounded when he was following Zhu Xiaobao. Is my master already so strong? Are you already so strong that you don't even bother to take action? Immediately afterwards, Ho Chi-Chi saw the fastest annihilation in his life. In less than a few breaths, only 2 of the 17 bandits were left. It was Yan Duan and the ones with the highest cultivation level, Lu Qi. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao withdrew the illusion with a thought, and Yan Du and Lu Qi ran away without thinking. At least the 2 of them were very confident in their speed. Faster, faster, faster. 1 arrow through the heart. Zhu Xiaobao closed one eye and stared at the 2 figures with the other eye, until the 2 were about to overlap. He gently, as soon as he let go, he saw a high imitation soul-eating arrow whizzing out, with a touch of beautiful red, and it directly locked onto the 2 targets in front of him. Puff! There was no way to avoid it. This high imitation soul-eating arrow shot into Lu Qi's back and out from Yin Duo's chest. The 2 of them yelled almost at the same time and threw themselves to the ground. Zhu Xiaobao didn't need to worry about the rest of this. The little demons and Monkey Chi-Chi in the underground rushed out, trying to kill the target. Liang Qiuan and others here were also a little dumbfounded. They didn't see any scene at all during the whole process. In just a few breaths, when they saw Zhu Xiaobao, the bandits were all already lying on the ground. Only 2 bandit leaders are left. And Zhu Xiaobao's performance was even more surprising. He actually let go of the 2 of them, and only shot an arrow when they were far enough away. But it's 1 for 2. Yeah, I wronged you just now, and now I can help you make up for it. How about it? Zhu Xiaobao put away the Wuji Bao with satisfaction, and then motioned Liang Qiuan to stand up and asked. I'm sorry, Liang Qiuan was still kneeling on the ground just now. She didn't even think about getting up. Instead, her subordinates and family members followed her and knelt down respectfully. Thank you, sir. It's okay for me to feel a little wronged, as long as we can save our town. These pirates are too cruel wherever they go, so we resist desperately. Liang Qiuan quickly returned the gift, and was very grateful. Said, even though she was beaten by Zhu Xiaobao, she was very respectful and happy now. She didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao would wipe out all these powerful bandits with just 1 move. At this time, Ho Chi-Chi and Xiao Yao each dragged one person back, and were glaring at each other. They are all annoyed that the other party has taken away their trophies. But at this moment, Zhu Xiaobao's eyes suddenly fell on Ho Chi-Chi's hand. The Immortal Vine Essence Silk he used turned out to be very familiar. It was also a high imitation of the Immortal Vine Essence Silk. It should be the one Yanruo is using, because she gave her own one to Zhu Xiaobao. Chapter 14742 Soul Eating Arrows C. As soon as he saw this Immortal Vine Silk, Zhu Xiaobao immediately lost his composure. I quickly grabbed it and took a closer look. Sure enough, except for the different material, it was exactly the same as my own. And this kind of weapon is only used by the disciples of Sister Yu. No other sect is using it. So Zhu Xiaobao dares to conclude that this is Yanruo's one, because only imitations will be lost. Authentic ones with blood connections will not be lost and will automatically fly back to the owner. Where did this fairy rope come from? Zhu Xiaobao asked eagerly. Humph. As long as you let us go, we will tell you. Yen Du and Lu Qi were also very experienced, and they immediately knew that this was a good time for exchange. Humph. You want to play this trick on me? You are asking for trouble. Ho Chi-Chi, I leave it to you. Zhu Xiaobao immediately darkened his face and handed these two people over to Ho Chi. 7. Then ignore it. Immediately afterwards, Zhu Xiaobao turned back to Liang Qiuan and said, I've given all these people's storage bags to you. This is my compensation to you. I just wronged you. There are still 2 pills here. Enough for you to recover from your injuries and expand your consciousness, which should help you take a further step. Ah? Calming pill? Thank you. Sir! Oh my master! Are they okay? This time Liang Qiuan was really moved to tears. Her physique is strong enough, but because of the difficulty in cultivating her spiritual consciousness, she has been unable to make a breakthrough while staying in the first immortal realm. This time, with this calming pill, although it only has 7 lines, it is more than enough for her. Recalling the time when she was kicked out of the school, and looking at Zhu Xiaobao's achievements in naturalization, she couldn't help but regret it. It's been such a hard life these past few years. In order to have a place to stay, she had no choice but to marry into the family of the male cultivator behind her. Like other craftsmen, he spent the whole day forging iron and forging weapons, because this family's main business was weapon refining. So now Liang Qiuan has also become very dark and strong, especially her right arm, which has been used to rotate hammers all year round. So it is thicker than the average person's thigh. Otherwise, Zhu Xiaobao didn't recognize that she was a woman at first. They are all fine. They can no longer stay at Sai Sect, and they are all living on Zuidbao Island now. After the troubled times are calmed down, they can start building a new mansion again. Zhu Xiaobao nodded. It can be seen that this family is now dominated by Liang Qiuan, and it is impossible for her to return to the Tsai sect. This is only temporary. After he kills that Master Black Dragon, it will be time to slowly settle down. At this moment, Ho Chi-Chi had already dragged back the 2 thieves who had been tortured like this. This time he was honest and explained everything in detail. The 2 were interrogated separately, and everything they said was correct. Humph. You're asking for trouble. Then I'll leave first. And I'll leave these 2 people to you. It's up to you to deal with them as you want. Zhu Xiaobao said to Liang Qiuan in a hurry after hearing this. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 2 robbers suddenly changed, and they begged desperately. What good could they do if they fell into the hands of this female man? But looking at Zhu Xiaobao, he has already left in a hurry with Ho Chi-Chi. Liang Qiuan stared blankly at Zhu Xiaobao leaving, when no one could be seen. She turned back with a fierce expression on her face, which proved that she was ready to vent her annoyance on these 2 people. The reason why Zhu Xiaobao left in such a hurry was because the confessions of the 2 robbers were too important, although they picked up this high imitation Berry Vine Silk. It didn't last very long. Only 2 days had passed. So Zhu Xiaobao left impatiently. Being able to lose all their personal weapons means that Yanruo and the others must have met a very strong opponent. Quick! 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 Monkey Chi-Chi! Xiao Yao! Let's divide into 3 directions. We must find their positions as soon as possible. Zhu Xiaobao shouted a little gaffily at this time. Yanruo was the closest and most trusting to him from the beginning. So among all the immortal kings under Yu Jie, she was also the one Zhu Xiaobao cared about the most. Although the 2 bandits pointed them in the direction, the range was still too large. So now we still need to divide into 3 groups and continue to expand the search scope. You must know that those evil cultivators who were sealed were all at least in the Shanghai immortal realm. Otherwise, immortal Peng Lai would not have personally taken action to seal them. There were various reasons why these evil cultivators were not killed in the first place. For example, this time the evil cultivator Yenrua and the others went to strengthen the seal was the youngest disciple of Peng Lai immortal lord. So Peng Lai immortal lord opened his eyes and planned to seal him for thousands of years and let him change his ways. Unexpectedly, even Peng Lai immortal lord himself was killed by the black dragon in the end, and he could only be reborn by seizing his body. Fortunately, along the way, Monkey Chi-Chi could smell some of the same fragrance as the remaining high imitation immortal vine essence from time to time, so he was not following the wrong direction. His innate skills have really come in handy. Finally, even the little demon made a discovery. Ho Chi-Chi said with some uncertainty, "Master, I feel that the smell should be emanating from the mountain opposite. I don't know if I should go in and search." "Yeah. Great. That's right. The places where evil cultivators, like seals, are usually imprisoned should be in these extremely deep caves." Ho Chi-Chi, it was a very clear decision to bring you out this time. "Ah," Zhu Xiaobao said overjoyed immediately, "because it is almost certain that Yenru and the others are trapped in a cave very deep underground at this time. Even the little demon doesn't dare to come any closer, because the other party is actually two people, and their cultivation levels are both at the pinnacle of the superior immortal realm. At the same time, Yenru and others were very anxious. They had been trapped for 2 days. If they wait until the two evil cultivators outside the cave have recovered their vitality, that will be the moment when they will be in disaster. Because among them, except for the fourth immortal lord Yenyu, who has advanced to the upper immortal realm, the other 5 immortal lords, Yenji, and the 6th immortal lord, Yenju, are all in the great perfection of the middle immortal realm, while Yenru has it as the pinnacle of middle wonderland. Sister Yu asked them to form a group of 4, thinking that it would be foolproof. Unexpectedly, when they arrived here, the seal had been lifted, and the 2 evil cultivators were waiting for help. Instead, they chased them all the way, and finally had to run back into the sealed cave. In the process of being chased, Yenru threw out her fairy rope, but she had no time to take it back, so she had to escape with her senior sisters. For a senior sister, what should we do? Am I so scared? These 2 are both flower-picking thieves. I really don't know why they were spared their lives in the first place." Among the 4, Yin Jiao has the most cowardly character. He was also the most timid and asked with a sad face, "What else can I do? I have sent a message for help to Master, but I haven't received a reply from Master. I guess Master is also in trouble." The 4 immortals were half leaning on the stone wall. Yenyu sighed weakly. She was in a worrying state now. She was grabbed by the evil cultivator just now. Unexpectedly, this claw still contained some kind of charming poison, so she was very uncomfortable now. Not only could she not exert any strength, she also had a faint feeling of something. Desire is rising. Ha ha ha. 4 fairies, please come out on your own obediently. Otherwise, after a while, the 4 of you will go crazy and tear each other apart. It will not be so elegant at that time. 2 people outside the cave entrance. The evil cultivators were the 2 evil cultivators of the time, Yu Dao and Tongxin. Yu Dao was Peng Lai immortal lord's younger brother, and Tongxin is more peculiar. He is not good at women. He has been accompanying the man beside Yu Dao all his life, which is what is now called a comrade. But he does not object to the evil behavior of the royal way to other female cultivators. So when Peng Lai immortal wanted to execute Tongxin, Yu Dao begged and even threatened death. So Peng Lai immortal was forced to seal him. Unexpectedly, just before Yen Rua and the others arrived, Yu Dao had already broken free of the seal. Relying on his tacit understanding of Tongxin, he actually arrived first and helped Tongxin lift the seal, which caught Yen Rua and the others off guard. However, these 2 evil cultivators were still far from recovering because they had been sealed for too long. So they were repelled by Yenyu and the others, and then fled back to the cave, smelling a faint fragrance constantly wafting in. The 4 fairies also suddenly lost their countenance. They tried their best to hold their breath shut, but it was inevitable that they would still inhale some. And now they were even more panicked. If we keep waiting like this, we really can't help but start tearing each other apart. Brother Yu, I feel more than half recovered. Can we go in? I think the fun is about to begin. The two evil cultivators had the same idea and smiled evilly. Although the seal has just been lifted and more than half of it has been restored, it should still be enough to deal with 4 female cultivators, whose cultivation levels are much lower than them. Ha ha. Brother Tongshin understands me. Okay. Let's go in and watch the show first. I didn't expect that after being sealed for so many years. I was given 4 female cultivators as compensation as soon as I came out. It's a generous gift. Royal way. He suddenly smiled in fascination. The two exchanged an ambiguous look, and then joined hands to prepare to enter the cave. However, before Yu Dao finished speaking, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and a high imitation soul-eating arrow penetrated his body from behind and shot directly into the cave. Soul-eating arrow? Xiaobao? Is it you? Is that you? The other immortals didn't know each other very well, but Yen Ru exclaimed in surprise at the first sight. Suddenly, the other 3 immortal kings were also surprised. Ah? Who is it? If you dare to shoot my royal brother, I will fight with you. But Tongshin felt a pain in his heart when he saw it, and he immediately shouted frantically, Yeah. Okay. I'll give you this chance. Zhu Xiaobao caught up from behind and looked at this middle-aged man who was no longer so young, but had a bookish air. He snorted coldly. The 3 flavors are really hot. Collect it from me. Are you actually an immortal? Chapter 1743 Killing Demons, A. Tongshin looked at Zhu Xiaobao slowly walking behind him in surprise. He couldn't help but ask in shock. Although he has been sealed for thousands of years, his cultivation has not declined much. It's just that it hasn't fully recovered yet. Why can't you people change? Isn't it good to live well? Zhu Xiaobao nodded, and then asked unhappily. It's because Tongshin has a temperament that makes him very repulsive. This kind of person always has a bright-eyed expression when he sees a man, which is different from normal men. So it is very uncomfortable. You can't control it. Remember back then, Polai Immortal Lord promised us that as long as we break free from the seal, he will not interfere with us again. Do you mean what you say? Tongshin is well informed, and is not afraid of what is in front of him. Immortal realm? But his eyes were full of anger, because his greatest spiritual sustenance was shot dead by Zhu Xiaobao just now. Humph. Polai Immortal Lord. He can't even protect himself. He can't fulfill his promise. Now I'm here to put an end to you. Zhu Xiaobao released powerful pressure and said lightly. Then why did you kill Yudi? He had just been freed from the seal, and we had just been reunited. Tongshin shouted angrily and sadly. That's because you haven't reformed at all. So I can only arrange a second way for you. It's better to be reincarnated. Be a good person in the next life. Zhu Xiaobao said. And the 5 elements skeleton. They have begun to surround Tongshin and put them within their attack range. Humph. 5 elements skeleton. Are you a good person? Aren't you also using these evil heretics? Tongshin's knowledge is indeed extraordinary. He recognized the 5 elements square as soon as he saw it. Yeah. You are wrong. Even if you are an evil heretic. But does it depend on whether the things you use to do it are evil? There is nothing wrong with these exercises themselves. Zhu Xiaobao waved his hand and started to attack Tongshin, facing a cultivator from the Shanghai Immortal Realm, who has not yet fully recovered. Zhu Xiaobao is too lazy to take action. Just hand it over to 5 elements skeleton. That's too much. Give back my imperial brother's life. At this time, Tongshin saw that Yu Dao was lying on the ground and was gradually losing his breath. He couldn't help but become ferocious and shouted angrily. A 9th grade earth level fire dragon sword was sacrificed, and he immediately started fighting with the 5 elements skeleton. Hey, sisters, are you okay? I'm Zhu Xiaobao. Can you come in? I brought you the antidote. Zhu Xiaobao, however, didn't pay any attention to the concentric battle of the 5 elements square. Instead, he cautiously approached the cave entrance and asked, Xiaobao? Is it really you? Throw the antidote in first. You are not allowed to come in. Wait until we get rid of the poison's effect before we come out. Yinruo's trembling voice came from the cave. Although Yinruo is already 90% sure that Zhu Xiaobao is outside the door. But the 4 of them are in such a miserable state now, so they don't dare to let Zhu Xiaobao in right away. Instead, they want to wait until the effects of the medicine wear off before letting Zhu Xiaobao in. Ho Chi-Chi had already picked out the storage bag of Yu Dao and found the antidote inside. After Zhu Xiaobao's approval, Xiao Yao was sent in. After all, there are female nuns there, and they won't be very friendly to Ho Chi-Chi. On the contrary, when the little demon gets in, it is easy to gain the trust of everyone, just because it's female. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao turned around and looked at the situation where the five-element skeleton and Tongxin were fighting. It looked pretty good. At least the five-element skeleton was quite excited, and Tongxin did not disappoint Zhu Xiaobao. This guy was indeed a veteran cultivator from the Changxian realm. Although his body and reactions were still a little slow, his offensive power was gradually coming into play. Can compete with five-element skeleton. Blessing. Zhu Xiaobao muttered silently on the side, although he still didn't move. In the blink of an eye, the offensive of the five-element skeleton had begun to steadily increase, at least 30% more powerful than before. This was something he realized on his own after he advanced to the immortal realm. The original five elements venerable had not cultivated to the immortal venerable realm, so of course he could not comprehend his skill. Do you really get stronger as you fight? Never get tired. Tongxin began to be unable to bear it more and more. She was still in the recovery stage, but she didn't expect that now the five skeletons became more and more courageous as they fought, and their fighting power was even stronger, still improving. This made this great man from thousands of years ago also feel surprised, because he can't hold on any longer, and there is a person in the immortal realm beside him who is quietly watching the battle. Tongxin, you lose. Either throw down your weapons, kneel down and surrender, or let me seal you again. You choose. Right. Zhu Xiaobao shouted coldly at this time. Humph! You want to seal me again? No way. I will never return to the seal again. Anger turns into beauty. At this time, Tongxin was pierced by hundreds of golden rays from the golden skull. He lost his clothes and had more than a dozen wounds on his body. The mud beneath his feet became deeper and deeper, making it difficult to move. But these are not what hurts him the most. The most distressing thing is that he can no longer feel the breath of Yu Dao, which means that he already feels that Yu Dao is completely dead. Therefore, Tongxin immediately felt desperate. With a wave of his hand, his fire dragon sword flew out directly and shot at the five-element skeleton, forcing the five-element skeletons to retreat one after another. The sharpness of this sword was revealed. Too, it was so fierce that all five skeletons were afraid. However, this was just a little time that Tongxin bought for himself. He took the opportunity to pounce on the body of Yu Dao, then laughed wildly and performed his last stunt to self-destruct. This is something that every cultivator can perform, but no one goes back to perform it, because once this stunt is performed, it means that they will not be reincarnated after death, and will not even have the chance to be reincarnated. F***CK! Are you crazy? Stop it! You guys disperse quickly. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly realized that something was wrong. He wanted to persuade him, but then he started to disperse the five-element skeleton, because Tongxin had already started to self-destruct. Boom! With a loud noise, a large amount of heat and a very strange fragrance were suddenly produced in the cave. This was caused by the instantaneous burning of the bones of the self-destructor. The surrounding rock walls were also blown to pieces. Even the cave where the poison was being resolved was no exception. The entire rock wall was blown up. The four female nuns inside were so shocked that they screamed loudly. At this time, a gray-faced man walked out from the remaining rock wall. It was Zhu Xiaobao. There were five skeletons lying on his body. In front of him was a shield full of cracks, with less than half of it left. Is this old weirdo really ruthless? You don't want to give up your cultivation for tens of thousands of years? Do you still want to take me with you? Zhu Xiaobao wiped the dust from his head and mouthed. He cursed and groaned. However, he immediately discovered something was wrong. The entire cave seemed to have collapsed due to a bomb, and they were now exposed to the sunlight outside. Ah! Damn, Zhu Xiaobao! Why don't you get out quickly? What are you looking at? There was a scream from behind Zhu Xiaobao. It was the screams of these four female cultivators. They didn't expect that the cave they were in would be blown to pieces, leaving them completely exposed. So they all yelled and shouted angrily. Hey! Sisters! I'm changing clothes too! I don't intend to look at you! Look no further! Water skeleton! Go and draw a water curtain so that everyone can see each other clearly! Zhu Xiaobao felt aggrieved. He said, and then directly asked the water skeleton to draw a water curtain between them. It looked like a waterfall. and only the figure of the other party could be vaguely seen. Monkey Chi-Chi used his dog nose to collect all the debris at the scene that had the same smell and was similar to high-grade crystal stones. This is the product of the two, Shangxian realm, self-destruction. There is no trace of flesh and blood. Only a pile of fragments similar to the color of high-grade crystals are left. It seems that this dushi is also related to cultivation. If a person in the immortal realm blows himself up, I'm afraid all that will be left are some fragments similar to the best crystal stones. Xiaoyao and Ho Chi-Chi searched everywhere for a long time, but they couldn't find the storage bag of Tongxin. It seemed that it was annihilated by the flying ashes of the explosion. Fortunately, the storage bag of UD was picked off by Ho Chi-Chi early. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao had an extra sword in his hand, which was the fire dragon sword of Tongxin. This was a very unexpected surprise. Although there were countless cheap ones in Zhu Xiaobao's storage bag, there is no sword with such a strong fire attribute. This sword is definitely a magic weapon for him to exert his attribute power. Across this water curtain, Zhu Xiaobao had no choice but to wait patiently outside for a long time as he watched the vague figure swaying. I have to admit that these female nuns are also very troublesome, and they will not come out until they are clean. I've met my uncle. Unexpectedly, when these four female cultivators came out, Zhu Xiaobao bowed and saluted them as soon as they met. Oh? You should just call me Xiaobao. Otherwise it will be awkward. Zhu Xiaobao felt embarrassed for a moment. And then he remembered that as his cultivation level improved, his seniority also increased. Moreover, he and Sister Yu were originally called brother and sister. So it is absolutely not wrong for these female cultivators to call him that now. But Zhu Xiaobao couldn't stand it. It's not a wonderful feeling to be treated as a senior wherever you go. Finally, after being polite for a while, he finally got used to the role of Uncle Master, and Zhu Xiaobao was able to talk to everyone more easily. However, Zhu Xiaobao's face turned a bit unhappy immediately, because what he didn't expect was that there were so many seals to strengthen. Moreover, there are several seals that contain old monsters from the immortal realm. Chapter 1744 Killing Demons B. As a new generation of immortal realm, Zhu Xiaobao does not fully understand the grand occasion of this world's heyday. At that time, there were as many as a dozen people in the immortal realm who had the ability to compete for territory. The entire immortal realm is also extremely rich in cultivators and resources. Things must turn against each other at the extremes in order to compete for resources and territory. It will cause conflicts between many forces. In the end, the fittest will survive, and a portion of the population will be eliminated to achieve a dynamic balance. Finally, 3 fairy realms were divided, forming a 3-legged confrontation. How many seals are there in total? Where is Sister Yu? Why can't I sense her location? Zhu Xiaobao took out food and invited these fairies to have a good meal together. By the way, I will also treat the injuries of the 4 immortals. This move obviously won everyone's favor. These female nuns also like food very much. There are 8,864 seals in total. We have reinforced 4 of them now, plus the seals of these 2 people that have been lifted. There are 6 in total. Here is the marked map. We are responsible for these places. Senior sister and second senior sister are in charge of these places. The remaining 36 places need to be reinforced by Master himself. The 4th immortal lord, Yinyu, also took out the map in his arms and asked Zhu Xiaobao to also make a copy. Zhu Xiaobao took it over and looked at it carefully. The ones that the 4 immortal lords, Yinyu, and the others wanted to reinforce were the ones with the lowest cultivation level, followed by the great immortal lord and the 2nd immortal lord. The ones that Yujia went to reinforce in person people. These are all very highly cultivated, and 2 of them are in the immortal realm. Zhu Xiaobao also felt his scalp numb after watching it. Once these people break free of the seal, they will definitely be in big trouble. Not to mention that there are still so many pirates and bandits that have been dispersed everywhere. No wonder there is such chaos now. Okay, I will make a jade token for you, and then we will split up. Once you encounter any trouble, just activate this jade token and I will arrive in time. Zhu Xiaobao thought for a while, and then said, originally, if he had accompanied them, there would have been absolutely no problem. But he missed Sister Yu in his heart, so he could only let Yinyu and the others continue to complete the task independently. But Zhu Xiaobao spent a certain amount of energy to refine a jade tablet for them, with a clone sealed inside. Once upon a time, he relied on this kind of jade card to escape several crises. Unexpectedly, now he can also give jade cards to others. This feels like a bit of accomplishment. Thank you, Uncle! Everyone immediately stood up and bowed down in gratitude. This is definitely a life-saving thing. Can you not be excited? Immediately afterwards, Zhu Xiaobao returned his immortal vine essence to Yan Rue. Now that he has advanced to the immortal realm, he no longer needs to rely on these foreign objects. So he should return it to Yan Rue. After all, Yan Rue has this natural weapon, and her combat effectiveness can be increased by 30%. At the same time, Zhu Xiaobao also left the storage bag left by Yu Dao to them, except for the Fire Dragon Sword, which Zhu Xiaobao needed for the fire attribute bonus. So he took it for his own use. The rest of the things were not attractive to Zhu Xiaobao. After hastily bidding farewell to the 4 fairies, Zhu Xiaobao hurriedly embarked on a journey to find Yu Jia. Because of the other jade card inspired by Yin Yu. Sister Yu did not come. Which means that Sister Yu must have encountered some trouble. He couldn't get away. So Zhu Xiaobao was still very anxious. Now that he has a very detailed map, Zhu Xiaobao has a clear direction. The speed is much faster. Anyway, according to the markings on the map, if it has not been reinforced yet, Zhu Xiaobao will personally help to reinforce it. If it has been reinforced, it means that Sister Yu has been here before, and you can accurately deduce it. Her course of action. Humph. That's fine. I'm worried about an inexperienced opponent. I'll kill them all the way. Gods will kill gods if they block them. And Buddhas will kill Buddhas if they block them. Zhu Xiaobao muttered silently in his heart. Because judging from the effect of the seal, it is useless at all. After the bad guys quit the seal, they are still bad guys. And maybe they will become even more cruel. Isn't that what the previous Royal Wei and Tongqing are like? There was no restraint. And it got even worse. The first place I found to seal was at the bottom of a cliff. And it was to seal these 2 people. They were a man and a woman. These 2 people were not executed, which meant a bit of punishment for them, because they were a couple. Men and women who use supplements as a means of cultivation are now tied together back to back. They have been back to back for so many years. They cannot practice dual cultivation and can only suffer next to each other. It seems that this trick is destructive enough. However, the seal here has been re-strengthened, and the 2 men and women of the great perfection in the upper fairyland are already weak. Their cultivation has been greatly reduced, and their appearance has become very old. It is very different from the ordinary evil cultivators, who mainly focus on collecting supplements. When I saw Zhu Xiaobao, his eyes were dull. It can be seen that the seal was reinforced, which made them very shocked, as if they had lost hope. Let us out! The 2 of us are willing to destroy our cultivation, be reduced to the middle fairy realm, and correct our evil ways. Finally, the old woman couldn't help but cry and begged. Yeah, this must be approved by my royal sister. Just wait for another 100 years. When I calm down this troubled world, I can consider releasing you. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head, and then left quickly. Since Sister Yu has already been here, it means that the direction he is following is correct. 3 days later, Zhu Xiaobao came to another sealing place. Unexpectedly, the seal here was still very intact. He didn't spend too much time to reinforce it. The old monster inside roared, but was silenced by Zhu Xiaobao's spiritual attack. He knew that he was far from Zhu Xiaobao's opponent, 5,000 miles to the east. Before Zhu Xiaobao arrived, Ho Qiqi had already ran back, and there were 4 people fighting in front of him. Judging from Ho Qiqi's description, it should be the great immortal lord, Yanong, and the second immortal lord, Yan Yu. Looking at the necessary display on the map, there is indeed a sealed place here that should be reinforced by the 2 of them. How could they get into a fight with others here? And judging from Ho Qiqi's description, the 2 of them are still at a disadvantage? Zhu Xiaobao frowned. He couldn't ignore this. After all, these 2 were also former senior sisters. Although they have always been relatively aloof, they are now considered their senior nephews. Look! This sense of responsibility is coming soon. When she got closer, she realized that Yin Yu couldn't beat the opponent because the opponent was 2 giant bandits with water attributes. Although their cultivation was still at the beginning of Shanghai Fairyland, it was because they were in a wide area now. There was a fight on the lake, so the 2 giant bandits had the advantage. 2 giant bandits were making trouble on the lake at this time. This was something Yin Yu did not expect. After so many thousands of years, this place had turned into a lake. It was originally a mountain valley, so the 2 of them were in a bit of a mess, because the seal here is exactly under this lake. Now it has made it more difficult for myself. Ha ha ha. If we hadn't advanced to the upper fairyland, we brothers would really not have known that our ancestors were still sealed here. You really deserve to die. The two giant bandits are still close to each other. Brother. He was also one of the bandits who participated in the blood sacrifice technique last time. So after my cultivation level improved, I started to get in touch with my own secrets. Then I found it quietly. Bitch! Why don't you hurry up and open the seal for our ancestor? Maybe you can spare your life. Another big man also yelled fiercely. Once the ancestor is rescued from the family, the situation will be completely different. You can completely dominate one side, because this ancestor was already halfway to the immortal realm back then. For a family, the loss caused by being sealed for thousands of years is very huge. You? Ao Tai. Ao Tong. Aren't you too afraid of Pumlai Immortal Lord's punishment? This is the seal that Pumlai Immortal Lord personally placed back then. Yinon Yin Yu was still trying to drink the other party away. Although the other party has just advanced to the upper fairyland. Now because they are on the lake, the two of them are actually trapped in the middle. The surrounding water patterns have rotated rapidly, forming a huge vortex, making them the two of them felt like they were being sucked in. Very passive. Ah! Ha ha ha! You still want to deceive the two of us? Pumlai Immortal Lord has been beaten to pieces by my Black Dragon Lord for a long time. I'm afraid he has been reincarnated. You still want to use it to deceive others? Ha ha ha. I'm laughing to death. That's it. The two brothers immediately laughed arrogantly. You bastard. Why don't you quickly open the seal and let me come out? Also, let me stay with these two female cultivators. I'm going to eat them alive. At this time, an angry roar came from the bottom of the lake. The two brothers were immediately frightened. This ancestor's temper is quite violent. The two brothers were spinning around the two fairies faster and faster, and the whirlpool in the lake was getting bigger and bigger. Yinon Yin Yu was about to be sucked in. This made the two brothers dance excitedly. Once they reached the bottom of the lake, they would be even more at ease. Second brother, control the range. You are almost going to suck me in. At this time, the boss frowned slightly and reminded. Me? No. Brother, you didn't control it well? Now I feel like I'm about to be sucked in? Ao Tai, the second child, also shouted in surprise. Isn't it possible? My cultivation level is higher than yours, and my control over the water attribute is better than yours. Could it be that the ancestor took action from below? The two brothers were immediately filled with doubts, looking at the two female cultivators trapped in the middle. There is nothing going on! But then the two of them discovered that in this huge whirlpool, there was actually a skull that was happily circling with the whirlpool. What the hell is this? Where did it come from? Ha ha. Where did you two come from? Who? Who is talking? Come out? It's me. I'm about to enter this vortex to deal with your ancestor. Ah? Lord Supreme Treasure? Ha ha. If you get the answer right, you won't get a prize. If you get the answer wrong, you won't die. Uncle Master, please save us. Chapter 1745 Killing Demons C. Only then did Ao Tong and Ao Tai realize that although they had created this whirlpool, they could no longer control it. It has been taken over calmly by Zhu Xiaobao. To be precise, it was taken over by the five elements skeleton, and the two of them began to passively feel the suction force along with the huge whirlpool. Master, save us quickly. If you don't take action, you will be sealed again. Ao Tong and Ao Tai shouted anxiously, facing an immortal realm. Like Zhu Xiaobao, the two of them were I definitely don't want to be involved together, because the gap is too big. Hee hee. Master? I want to see how capable your master is. Two sisters. I'll leave these two to you. Zhu Xiaobao sneered, flicked his sleeves, and forcefully grabbed the great immortal lord, Yanong, the second immortal lord, Yan Yu, and the Ao family brothers were all thrown out. All four were thrown to the shore. This time it's no longer on the lake, but Ao Tong and Ao Tai were relieved, even though they had to face two immortal kings whose cultivation was even higher than them. But with their strong strength and combat experience, they are not afraid to fight against the two immortal kings. On the contrary, the two female cultivators were a little worried. Their extreme combat power may not be comparable to these two tough gangsters. Ha ha ha! It seems that Lord Supreme Treasure also miscalculated. I looked down on you so much. Ha ha ha! As soon as Ao Tong and Ao Tai saw this matchup, They immediately laughed wildly and said he was absolutely sure to join forces with Ao Tai. Kill these two female cultivators. If you can capture them alive, you might be able to use them to threaten Zhu Xiaobao. You guys, you still dare to fight? Then let's fight to the death. The great immortal lord, Yin Yang, suddenly shouted with a bit of anger on the outside. And both she and the second immortal lord felt a little scared. After all, they were very passive in the fight just now, and it can be said that they were unable to withstand it. So they hoped that it would be the best outcome for the two giant bandits to flee in panic. But I didn't expect that they were not stupid and wanted to use them as bargaining chips in exchange. We also want to use you to trade with the Supreme Treasure. If you exchange two fairies for my ancestor, you won't lose. Right, Ao Tong said with a proud smile. In his opinion, Zhu Xiaobao definitely made a huge mistake this time. I really believe in the abilities of the two female cultivators. Boom! But while he was talking, Ao Tai was hit by a palm, and his face was bruised immediately. He quickly stood up and saw Ho Chi-Chi shouting angrily. Who are you looking down on? Is this a lie? Ho Chi-Chi, you guys dare to attack me? Do you want your life? With your dog nose and your fighting ability? You still want to challenge me? The Ao Tong brothers were pirates, so of course they knew Monkey. 77. At the beginning, Ho Chi-Chi was a small character who was responsible for inquiring about information and picking up some bargains. But then he disappeared. No one took it seriously, and they didn't expect this guy to show up here again. I'm so angry. I look down upon others. Come on! Ho Chi-Chi suddenly jumped into a rage. After all, he was already a master who had entered the primary immortal realm. Besides, I have a very awesome master. Ha ha ha! Ho Chi-Chi dared to take action. It turned out to be two. Chuanji, before Ao Tong finished laughing. He stopped laughing, because the two mysterious corpses have already taken action. Moreover, the two female cultivators were refreshed at this time and regained their courage, because they have strong helpers. At the bottom of the lake, the old monster in the seal had also realized the crisis. He used all his strength and used his strongest skills. Finally, he only broke through the already broken seal and escaped. Ha ha ha! I'm finally out of trouble. Ao-kun, from now on, who else can do anything to me? Ao-kun suddenly roared arrogantly, facing the sweeping whirlpool. He was not afraid at all. Holding on with one hand let this vortex spread to all directions. His control ability is much more tyrannical than that of the Ao brothers. Humph! Old monster, you have such a beautiful idea. I didn't seal you again because I didn't want to bother you anymore. It would be easier to get rid of you. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao fell lightly at this time, and the five elements, in midair, skeleton, also blocked the surrounding whirlpool, and the center of the field turned out to be an open space. Immortal Realm? Immortal Realm at such a young age? Are people practicing so fast now? Or am I really old? Ao-kun looked at Zhu Xiaobao and muttered to himself a little dull. Yeah, that's your upper limit. After so many years of being sealed, your cultivation has never returned to its peak level. Zhu Xiaobao also looked at old monster Ao-kun carefully, and couldn't help but shake his head. He shook his head and said, but the old monster's ability to control the whirlpool shocked Zhu Xiaobao. This doesn't seem to be the ability to control water attributes. It's more of a three-dimensional ability. In other words, this old monster's understanding of the laws of space is quite profound. Could it be said that he is really a strong man who fell from the immortal realm? Well, let me go. I won't get involved in your disputes. I still have my own things to do. Unexpectedly, Ao-kun thought for a moment and suddenly pleaded in a low-key manner. If he wants to let such an old weirdo, it's hard to keep your head down. But he has just escaped from trouble, and his strength does not allow him to be arrogant. So he wants to discuss with Zhu Xiaobao to get out of here as soon as possible. Okay, if you destroy one level of cultivation, I will let you go. I also believe in your determination to be a new person. Zhu Xiaobao nodded, but the condition was a bit harsh. It must be the loss of cultivation and a lot of yangshuo. You're looking for death? Then let me see if you have real materials. Right. Don't be the immortal realm created by the elixir. Right. Old monster Ao-kun immediately gave up and roared angrily. As soon as he raised his hand, it was Ao-kun who took the lead. But Zhu Xiaobao just resolved them one by one, seemingly calm and unhurried. After all, Ao-kun has just escaped from trouble, and his body and strength are far from recovered. He is no better than the ordinary Shanghai fairyland.
Huh? It was empty? This method is very novel.
But what surprised Zhu Xiaobao was that his counterattack failed to hit the old monster Aokun. Instead, he was deceived by his weird position. Hit him in the side. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head vigorously to make sure that he was not hallucinating, but had actually missed the target. Only then can we be sure that the old monster Aokun did use a spatial movement similar to the law of space, which caused Zhu Xiaobao's visual deviation.
Humph! Boy, do you know how powerful I am? Just get out of the way, and I won't embarrass you. I'm still anxious to find the Qing Immortal Lord.
Aokun hummed proudly.
Qing Immortal Lord has been missing for a long time. Oh, I understand. He was sealed by Qing Immortal Lord back then. Right. Since he didn't kill you, that means there must be some exchange conditions?
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly had an idea and reacted quickly. It probably has something to do with the
law of space
that this old monster has mastered.
Get out of my way, or don't blame me for being rude.
Aokun seemed to be very annoyed. Zhu Xiaobao saw a hint of the mystery. But more importantly, he was worried about the disappearance of Qing Immortal Lord. I won't enter that mysterious space in advance.
Ha ha! It's interesting. I suddenly don't want to kill you anymore. I think it's more appropriate for you to stay in the
seal.
When I find out the whereabouts of
Qing Immortal Lord,
I will ask you again when I have time.
Xiaobao suddenly had an idea and said with a smile,
Boy, you ruined my life. Then I won't be polite.
Aokun shouted angrily. As soon as he stretched out his hand, a pair of iron palms came out. But it was obvious that the target was not aimed at Zhu Xiaobao. But then a strange phenomenon happened. It was as if the palms were thrown through the water layer and refracted. And they hit Zhu Xiaobao from another angle.
Boom!
Although it hit Zhu Xiaobao's body, there was almost no injury, and he only suffered a little shock. But the horror in Zhu Xiaobao's heart was huge. This old monster understands the
laws of space
much more profoundly than Zhu Xiaobao.
Yeah. It's a pity that time is too tight now. So I have to wrong you first. But based on your insights alone, it is indeed worth staying.
Zhu Xiaobao frowned, and then said with some regret, he really doesn't have much time now. How about making a deal with the old monster? It might not be a bad idea. But now Zhu Xiaobao doesn't have the thought or time.
The art of gravity. It's hard to move. $1 of heavy water. Get down.
Zhu Xiaobao pointed at old monster Aokun and tapped his fingers gently. When I saw Aokun, his face suddenly became ugly, and it seemed that it was difficult to hold on any longer. After holding on for less than 3 breaths, he was pressed to the ground by the huge and heavy weight. Can't move. Then he saw in despair that Zhu Xiaobao had sealed him again, which was stronger and deeper than the book of seals cast by Immortal Qingyi.
Master Immortal, let me go! I am really in a hurry. If I am sealed for another 100 years, then Immortal Qingyi will really be able to do it.
The old monster cried and howled. But in the middle of the sentence, he refused to speak again, no matter how Zhu Xiaobao coaxed him. He gritted his teeth and refused to reveal anything.
Hee! Don't worry. You will tell me honestly within 100 years.
Zhu Xiaobao is not in a hurry. Anyway, no one can break the seal without his help. At this time, on the edge of the lake, the 2 Ao brothers had been beaten like 2 dead dogs. The 2 of them really didn't expect that Ho Chi-Chi and 2 female cultivators would be so powerful. The key is that the 2 Xuanji are extremely fierce, not afraid of damage. And the fighting method of exchanging injuries for injuries has resulted in what they look like now. Chapter 1746 The Whereabouts of Sister Yu. Coming out of the bottom of the lake, Zhu Xiaobao saw a very funny scene. Ao Tai was being held up by 2 puppets, and Ho Chi-Chi was in front of him, treating him as a sandbag. He was very excited about beating him, and he still imitated Zhu Xiaobao.
Hey! 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 Hey hey hey!
Ho Chi-Chi. What are you going to do? What do you want to know? Why don't you ask? Can you please stop beating me?
Ao Tai asked with a sad face after being beaten so painfully. This monkey Chi-Chi is so hateful. He doesn't ask anything at all. He just treats him as a punching bag for practice. Ao Tong, who was watching on the side, was also worried. What on earth is this guy going to do?
Hee. I don't ask. I just want to knock your cultivation down to the
middle immortal realm,
and I'll stop.
Ho Chi-Chi wiped the sweat from his face and replied happily.
Ho Chi-Chi, don't go too far. Oh, monkey Chi-Chi, You broke another rib? I will destroy my cultivation.
Okay. Aotai immediately roared angrily, but this brought about a heavier blow. Inadvertently, another rib was broken.
Me too.
Aotong next to him became even more frightened. This monkey Chi-Chi's desire for revenge was too strong. It's simply heartbreaking.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Ho Chi-Chi finally stopped, and then took out a big hammer from his storage bag and began to make famous strokes on the two brothers Dantian. He still had no idea how to accurately destroy 1/3 of the Dantian, which would just make their cultivation level drop to a huge level. Zhu Xiaobao smiled slightly and did not interfere. Anyway, these two people could not be let back. Zhu Xiaobao had already thought about sealing these two people at the bottom of the lake. Then he said low to the two immortals. This time he felt very calm, facing the two fairy salutes and honorifics calling him
Uncle Master.
Zhu Xiaobao could face it calmly, although they have always been arrogant. But now facing the state of Zhu Xiaobao, the two fairies are still very respectful. After all, Zhu Xiaobao saved them and helped them re-strengthen the seal at the bottom of the lake. Like Yinrua and the others, these two immortals had no news about Sister Yu, and they were also very anxious. Fortunately, the life-saving jade tablets around them had not been activated yet. So Zhu Xiaobao took them and sensed them carefully, and he could still sense the general direction of Sister Yu. Although this method is not very accurate, it is very effective.
Okay, just leave the sealing place to me, and I'll do it for you along the way. The rest is up to you to solve on your own. I have to go find Sister Yu first.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at it after looking at their maps. He determined the direction again. In this way, his search range was reduced by half. After leaving the lake, Zhu Xiaobao began to speed up. He had a premonition that Sister Yu was probably in some big trouble. Otherwise, she wouldn't have left anything novel at all. Along the way, there were some ferocious groups fighting and clashing with each other. And there were also many corpses and burned villages along the way. Zhu Xiaobao also frowned a little. There are still many mortals among them, and many of them are women, children, and the elderly. Anyway, in every major chaos, the people who suffer the most are the common people. It is common to encounter scenes where a village or a town is completely wiped out.
Humph. What kind of bullshit, immortal lord or true lord? When the shutdown time came, they all hid far away. Not many people really dared to take action.
Zhu Xiaobao saw another village being completely burned down, and the scene was quite tragic. At this time, many people appeared in the town. Most of them escaped by hiding in secret rooms or underground hiding places. Most of these people are the most important in the family, or the weakest part of the family. Now that it's peaceful outside,
these people dare to come out and clean up the mess. These people were very indifferent when they saw Zhu Xiaobao. But no one would provoke Zhu Xiaobao. But through their eyes, you can still feel their rejection and disgust for these cultivators. So they just deal with the real people. As for the casual cultivators mixed in with the corpses, no one is willing to help clean them up. Some people even kick them quietly, which shows how much they hate these casual cultivators. Even though Zhu Xiaobao is not tall, his pressure among the crowd still makes people dare not approach him. But it is inevitable to be disliked by others. So there is no other way. It is not necessary to do anything to these mortals, who have lost their loved ones in the first place. He could only laugh along with her, and even lend a hand by the way. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao didn't expect to come here. But Ho Chi-Chi insisted on it, because he smelled a very familiar smell. He must come here. Now there is only Monkey Chi-Chi sniffing and scratching here and there like a dog. And it seems that he has really found a clue. Monkey Chi-Chi ran back from the front very excitedly, holding a black soft whip in his hand, about 1 meter long. Although others may not know it, Zhu Xiaobao is very familiar with it. This is another weapon of Sister Yu, the soft whip. When there are many opponents, this weapon can be said to be quite useful. But now I found a small piece here. Could it be that this soft weapon of high quality was also damaged? Doesn't that mean that Sister Yu's situation is very dangerous? Zhu Xiaobao didn't care about so much at this time, and exerted strong pressure to ask the people present to answer his questions immediately, which immediately frightened the mortals present, because they could not move. And they were also unable to move. I feel the threat of death. Someone finally told the truth. It was 2 groups fighting for this town here, so they caused so much harm. But this was already 2 days ago. As for when Sister Yu appeared here, no one knows.
Okay, I scared you all out of desperation just now. Here are some spiritual stones, food, and some clothing items. which are my compensation. Please forgive me.
Although Zhu Xiaobao was in a hurry to leave, he still had left a lot of things behind, which helped them get through the hard times. Now Ho Chi-Chi is more energetic, because he has a goal and direction, and it is getting clearer and clearer. But the distance is a bit far away. Judging from the map, we are still at least tens of thousands of miles away from them. Originally, Zhu Xiaobao could reach the destination in one step, but Ho Chi-Chi was very sure that Sister Yu was in front, not at the two seals. This made Zhu Xiaobao very helpless, and had no choice but to follow Monkey Chi-Chi and run as fast as possible. After all, the innate skills he acquired in the later period have given Zhu Xiaobao a sense of dependence, and every time his feeling was right. However, this time it ended very poorly, and we encountered obstacles one after another. There was even an ambush, and even Zhu Xiaobao and Ho Chi-Chi didn't notice it. In desperation, Zhu Xiaobao could only delay some time to repel the two groups of casual cultivators blocking the way, and then hurried on his way.
Look, Master, it should be there. At the bottom of the mountain, many people are besieging it. It seems that they want to besiege the
Xixia Immortal.
Here.
Ho Chi-Chi finally found it. After finding a certain place, he shouted with certainty, face full of excitement, even happier than Zhu Xiaobao.
Well, yes. This time you took the most credit again. I want to see who are the people who dare to attack Sister Yu. I don't think I want to live anymore.
Zhu Xiaobao said to Monkey Chi-Chi, very pleased, expressed appreciation. Then he snorted viciously. After that, Zhu Xiaobao didn't let Ho Chi-Chi get close to him anymore, because Ho Chi-Chi's combat effectiveness was really worrying. Follow around and give instructions to increase the burden on Zhu Xiaobao. Before Zhu Xiaobao could reach the exam, he didn't expect that the other party had noticed it, and immediately sent out a very strange formation. Facing an immortal realm, like Zhu Xiaobao, there was no fear of number 4. And he was not afraid at all. No surprise either. This surprised Zhu Xiaobao.
Master Zizunbo, please stay. We are members of the
Damage family,
and we just want to take back our 2 ancestors. Please be patient. Our 2 ancestors are by no means vicious people. It's just that back then I just want to get a piece of fairyland for my family. Now the sealing period has expired. Please help me.
Sir.
Unexpectedly, the leader, a middle-aged man with a majestic appearance, shouted loudly and without humility. The only regret is that he only has one eye, and there is only a hole in the other eye, which looks a bit scary.
Oh, the Damage family? Didn't it disappear for many years? Why did it appear again? Is the Xixia fairy being besieged inside?
Zhu Xiaobao was stunned after hearing this. This so-called family is so famous that the members of the clan around them are all disabled and are not related by blood. Moreover, even the disciples under the sect only accept disabled people, and normal people are not qualified to enter. Therefore, it is a quite special family in the world of cultivation. I didn't expect that Sister Yu would be besieged here by people from this family. What surprised Zhu Xiaobao even more was that the other party seemed to know that he was coming and was not panicked at all. And he was well prepared. He had noticed it in advance before he even arrived. It seemed that there were some capable people among them. They had already noticed it from such a long distance? Isn't that even more powerful than my own spiritual sense? The most important thing is that the other party has a large number of people. There are thousands of them. They seem to be very scattered, but they actually contain mysteries. They are all formations one by one, connected in a chain. No wonder Sister Yu was trapped in the cave and couldn't come out, because Lotus Shenfa makes it difficult for her to break the precept continuously. At this moment, Zhu Xiaobao heard the message sent to him by Sister Yu. This is the benefit of advanced cultivation. No one else noticed it. Chapter 1747, Heaven and Earth are in ruins. After finally hearing Sister Yu's message, Zhu Xiaobao was filled with excitement. Yi Yan, it sounds like Sister Yu's voice is still very energetic. It doesn't look like she was injured. There were too many people to stop the other party, and the chain formation was too mysterious for her to crack. So she was now trapped in the cave. But these people just wanted to trap Sister Yu, and had no intention of rushing in. The words from Sister Yu told Zhu Xiaobao to rush to another sealing place and re-strengthen the seal of
Tian Can
that had not been unsealed there to prevent
Tian Can and Earth K
from doing so. If they are all unsealed and reunited, it will be very difficult to deal with. It turns out that
Tian Can and DK
are a male and female team.
Tian Can
is a male cultivator who was born without eyes. but has a strong physique and outstanding qualifications. While DK is a male cultivator who later had his eyes amputated, legs, was rescued by Tianqian, and the two became inseparable later on. Tianqian carried DK on his back all the time, and DK acted as his eyes. The tacit understanding between the two became stronger and stronger, coming deeper and deeper. In the end, even when Earth K reached the fusion state and was able to reshape his body, he did not hesitate to choose not to have his legs. The two of them still fit together like this, with a very tacit understanding and love. Later, the two of them actually reached the half-step of the immortal realm, and their combat effectiveness when combined was comparable to or even exceeded the immortal realm, and they also created their own ethnic group, which is the very famous Damaged family. What happened later became very clear. In order to win a piece of fairyland for the Sanzuan family, the two of them also participated in the disputes in the fairyland. I just didn't expect to encounter the Punlai Immortal and the Black Dragon. So they, who had no advantage in speed, were finally defeated. However, Immortal Punlai also thought that they did not commit any heinous crimes. So he sealed the two of them separately. After Zhu Xiaobao heard Sister Yu's message, he immediately started to take action. I saw only an original illusion. Although the middle-aged one-eyed man on the other side was shocked, he still couldn't notice anything abnormal. However, Zhu Xiaobao on the other side had stopped and stayed still. Later, I simply meditated on the spot, as if I was waiting for something. In fact, what is left in the illusion at this time is only a clone. This is the benefit of practicing the second nascent soul. You can separate a clone completely independently, and you can also complete some tasks independently. Unlike others, the clone is completely supported by spiritual consciousness and does not last long. This clone can be maintained forever, unless someone has a higher level of cultivation than Zhu Xiaobao. Otherwise it will be impossible to see it. He can still talk and think. Moreover, we can sense each other all the time. It can be said that this technique is quite magical and practical. It's like having an extra life-saving substitute. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao's true body had already left the original illusion and rushed straight to the direction of the sealed Tianqian. With Zhu Xiaobao's current cultivation level, that won't happen in an instant. But what surprised her was that at this time, a pair of people came out of this very hidden cave. To be precise, they were a tall and powerful old man, carrying a petite and capable old woman on his back. Apparently, the two of them also discovered it. Zhu Xiaobao is already in a state of war. But what surprised Zhu Xiaobao was that Ho Qiqi was following behind them. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao suddenly understood. No wonder Ho Qiqi repeatedly blocked him from flying in the air, mainly to give heaven and earth by time. In other words, Ho Qiqi is also the one who damaged the family. Ha ha! I underestimated you. The reason why the damaged family found this place so smoothly was probably because of the area and identification provided by you. Right. Monkey Qiqi. Are you also a disabled person? Zhu Xiaobao asked incredulously. Dao. I really can't see where Ho Qiqi has a disability. Yes. I am also a member of the damaged family. You have no idea of the pain I have endured. Can you please be a little more lenient? Let my ancestor out. There are not many people in the damaged family. Now, as long as we are on 1,000 islands, just find a small island to stay in the sea. Ho Qiqi looked at Zhu Xiaobao and said a little guiltily. Then he took off his shoes, revealing two weird soles, like the soles of two kangaroos. The toes were much longer than ordinary people, and they only had 4 toes, which were very thick and strong. No wonder he runs with weird postures, but is extremely fast. It turns out that it all relies on these weird feet. Stop being so arrogant, ignorant young man. If it hadn't been for that black dragon, even Punlai Immortal Lord wouldn't have been able to beat us. Unexpectedly, Tianqian had a hot temper. Upon hearing Ho Qiqi's pleading tone, immediately I felt unhappy. Shouted loudly. Humph! Old man, after being sealed for so many years, you still have such a hot temper? As long as you can defeat me, I will let you go. Zhu Xiaobao snorted with a cold smile. Originally, he was a little sympathetic to heaven and earth, but now he has to fight no matter what. And he also needs such an opponent. Before he could make a move, Tianqian DK had already begun to move. Only then did Zhu Xiaobao see clearly that there were 2 tube-shaped objects around the waist of Tianqian, and the 2 legs of
DK just extended inside. It was equivalent to standing on Tian Qin's body, muttering something in his mouth. And Tian Qin rotated a pair of black iron maces based on the directions reported by her mouth, and unleashed killing moves one after another. And in the hand of DK is a soft whip, like a spiritual snake, very cunning and sharp. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly remembered that the piece of soft whip that Ho Chi picked up had probably been prepared a long time ago in order to make him take the bait, because the front end of the soft whip of Earth K was also broken. The two soft whips were entangled together, and they were forced to break apart when they exerted force on each other. Not to mention, just relying on Zhu Xiaobao is really a bit passive. When
Tian Qin DK
is close, he uses his mace, and when he is far away, he uses a whip, and he keeps the distance quite well. Cooperation is tacit. Zhu Xiaobao definitely didn't take any advantage.
Humph. 5 elements square. Come out here.
Zhu Xiaobao was also furious. Facing two disabled people, he still fought for so long. This made him a little embarrassed.
Oh? 5 element skeletons? Are you the descendant of the 5 elements, Venerable? I'm looking down on you.
DK recognized the 5 skeletons of the 5 elements Venerable at a glance. He didn't expect that they would be there, in Zhu Xiaobao's hands.
Let's not talk about the uploader. I have carried forward his
5 elements phalanx.
It depends on whether you can handle it.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head, and then waved his hand. A sea of fire had surrounded
heaven and earth.
In the middle.
Well done. Let you also see what DK can do.
Unexpectedly, the old woman also screamed loudly, following her words. The soft whip also turned red, and everywhere it went was a sea of fire. The area of the sea of fire released by the
5 element skeleton
is actually larger, and the fire is more fierce. But there is not a single spark on Tian Qin's body. In a sea of fire, the two sides fought for another quarter of an hour. Zhu Xiaobao nodded secretly when he saw it. Two disabled people, physically disabled and mentally strong, could actually work together so well. They also met Palai Immortal Lord. If they met Zixia Immortal Lord Yujia might not be able to defeat them. At least she would not be sealed. But now they are meeting Zhu Xiaobao. So after understanding the opponent's attack methods, Zhu Xiaobao is already confident. So as he continued to fight, Tian Qin found that there was a fire all around. But his feet felt like he had stepped into a piece of mud, becoming more and more sluggish and heavy. At the same time, he also felt that the old woman carried on his back was getting heavier and heavier, which was weighing him down a bit. And the black iron mace in his hand was several times heavier, and he could hardly hold it anymore.
1 yuan of heavy water? You actually refined this kind of magical thing? Alas, I was born at the wrong time.
Old lady,
we lost again.
Although Tian Qin was born without eyes, he already knew it. The whole story. Sighed somewhat frustrated.
Okay, you win. We only have one request. Seal us together.
Although Earth K was very unwilling to do so, Tian Qin was still the dominant one among the two, and he had the final say.
No need. Let's go. Now that you are sealed here, too many people know about it. It will be detrimental to you, since you are not a treacherous and evil person. I don't want to embarrass you. There are many people in the Qiandao Sea now. The islands are all vacant. You can choose a small island, which is enough for tens of thousands of you to survive.
Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao also put away the
5 element skeleton,
shook his head and said,
Oh, seriously? You are in the
immortal realm?
So you must keep your word.
Upon hearing this,
Tian Qin DK
suddenly became happy again and asked excitedly,
I can kill you. Why do I need to lie to you? Take your people and leave quickly. My sister Immortal is not as good-tempered as me. Maybe she will catch up and have a fight.
Zhu Xiaobao also said with a smile.
Ha ha ha. The worst I can do is give her a soft whip.
DK was also in a very good mood at this time and said with a smile. Didn't she get entangled with Sister Yu's soft whip and break a section? That's why she said this? After the people of the broken family left with
Tian Qin DK,
Zhu Xiaobao cautiously entered the cave. As expected, he was beaten violently by Sister Yu. And then she threw him a map.
It's up to you to strengthen and reseal the seal above. I'm afraid I don't have enough time. It's time for the Black Dragon Master to perform the next blood sacrifice technique.
Zhu Xiaobao asked a little worriedly.
That's why I tell you to hurry up and practice quickly. Otherwise you will be eaten alive by that black dragon. I'm telling you, I can't beat that guy. From now on, everything depends on you. Huh? So straightforward? Am I sure I can win? It's difficult. I estimate there is only a 30% chance.
Chapter 1748 The Lone Ranger A. In these days, it was the first time that Zhu Xiaobao carefully prepared several dishes in the cave. It was very relaxing to eat and chat with Sister Yu. Now in this world, except for the Black Dragon, no one else can threaten him anymore. Just that powerful aura alone makes other casual cultivators stay away.
This is half of your soft whip. You can repair the soft whip when you take it back. I didn't expect that this ground defect was so powerful.
Zhu Xiaobao handed over half of Sister Yu's soft whip. And then he said with a sigh, he thought that after he advanced to the immortal realm, he would only have 3 opponents left. But I didn't expect there to be so many potential opponents and threats. It seems that the Penglai Immortal Lord back then also had some reservations, and left something for himself in advance.
Yeah. As you can see,
I am actually not outstanding among these people. I was able to survive back then because I was just lucky. The most important thing is because of the magic weapon.
There is a cave,
which allowed me to avoid many dangers many times. Attack a powerful enemy. Only this time, we have to face that black dragon. And we can't hide from it.
Immortal Zixia also sighed and said, at this time, she had to admit that there were many people who were better than her back then. But she was lucky enough to survive until the end. And then join forces with
Qing Immortal Lord.
And tied with Penglai Immortal Lord.
You mean, you won't join forces with me? But let me face the black dragon alone.
Zhu Xiaobao originally thought that if he joined forces with Sister Yu, he might have a better chance of winning. Now it seems that his plan has failed again.
Yes. I have to prepare for the worst. If you can't do it, I will escape directly to Zuanbao Island. I will wait for you on Zuanbao Island with Mr. Liu and others. At least I have to ensure that we still stay there as a safe territory. Anyway, everything that should be given to you will be given to you. Next, you have to rely on yourself.
Sister Yu nodded and said, although it was very selfish, but it also ensured that Zhu Xiaobao would have no worries.
I understand. In this case, I have no worries.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded, but his heart was still tight. This meant that he was the only one who could deal with Lord Black Dragon.
Yeah. As the gap between us gets bigger and bigger, if I join forces with you, it can only drag you down. So I discussed it with Mr. Liu, and we can only come up with this plan to keep it for you. A final foothold. And you can deal with that black dragon without any scruples. Even if both sides suffer, it might as well be delayed for decades or hundreds of years.
Immortal Zixia said with a sigh. Who would have thought that Zhu Xiaobao, who was so weak before, would now have to shoulder such a heavy responsibility? But she could only retreat.
Ah, Sister Yu, do you think I can do it?
It was in front of Sister Yu that Zhu Xiaobao asked so unconfidently.
To be honest, your current combat power, coupled with a
5-element skeleton,
has surpassed that of Penglai Immortal Lord back then. But it is definitely not comparable to that black dragon. So, if you really can't beat it, you can hurry and escape back to Zuanbao Island. If we join forces again, we can at least ensure the safety of this island.
Sister Yu thought for a moment before saying cautiously,
I understand. That still doesn't work. And I can feel it. It's very different.
Zhu Xiaobao also expressed his feelings.
Don't think so much. The key to fighting is to use your brain. In this regard, you are 100 times stronger than that black dragon. Well, since you are here, I won't be polite. The remaining 10 after several seals have been removed. I will leave it all to you.
I first found a few disciples, and then went back.
Then Sister Yu said unceremoniously, and directly threw the rest of the work to Zhu Xiaobao. The next day, Sister Yu was very straightforward and left directly on the clouds. Leave the rest of the work to Zhu Xiaobao. It's also called improving his combat effectiveness. It made Zhu Xiaobao dumbfounded. When they set out on the journey again, Zhu Xiaobao's state of mind was completely different. Your own rear area has reliable protection. He has nothing to worry about anymore. Not far after he walked out, he saw Ho Chi-Chi kneeling there in the distance, waiting for him.
What are you still doing here? Didn't I let you go back to the damaged family? Besides, I don't need someone with hidden evil intentions around me.
Zhu Xiaobao snorted coldly as soon as he saw it. Zhu Xiaobao was very angry about what Monkey Chi-Chi had done. It feels like I have been tricked completely. So although he let go of
Tian can decay,
he did not forgive Ho Chi-Chi. I thought Ho Chi-Chi would never show up again. I didn't expect that this guy would still dare to wait here.
Master, I was wrong. Our two ancestors are very grateful to you for sending me to follow you. And I am willing to follow you.
Ho Chi-Chi cowed out as soon as he saw Zhu Xiaobao.
Humph. It's not necessary. I don't want to bring someone with me who may betray me anytime and anywhere. You go back so you can take care of yourself.
Zhu Xiaobao still snorted coldly. Prepare to bypass Ho Chi-Chi and move on.
Master. Well,
since you refuse to forgive me, then I will give you an explanation.
Ho Chi-Chi did not catch up from behind, but said firmly. Zhu Xiaobao didn't look back. He kept walking forward, minding his own business. But his ears were not idle. He kept listening to what was going on behind him. I heard Ho Chi-Chi preparing to insert his shovel into his dantian to destroy his cultivation.
Hey! 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 What are you doing? If you want to die, stay away from me. If you don't know, you might think I did it.
Zhu Xiaobao quickly turned around, and then took action with the
berry vine essence.
At the critical moment, the shovel was wrapped around him, and he exerted all his strength to pull the shovel back. Otherwise, it would really penetrate Monkey Chi-Chi's abdomen. Not to mention, in terms of strength, Ho Chi-Chi did not cheat at all. He used all his strength. Ho Chi-Chi was quite clever. After the shovel was taken away, he immediately ran to Zhu Xiaobao, cried loudly, and hugged Zhu Xiaobao's legs.
I really don't want to leave you. And only this time, I had to lie to you for a while for the sake of the two ancestors. Yeah. Okay. Get up. Don't do it again. Go ahead and explore the way.
Zhu Xiaobao just wanted to vent his anger. But in his heart, he still liked Monkey Chi-Chi better. After all, his what you do is quite responsible. There is no such thing as unjustness.
Thank you, Master. Then I will go ahead to explore the path first.
Ho Chi-Chi immediately shouted with joy, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Sister, you left 11 sealed places for Zhu Xiaobao. They are all places that have never been heard of. But they are clearly marked. You can find it directly. However, Zhu Xiaobao did not fly in the air along the way, but walked on foot, because Monkey Chi-Chi can't fly. Besides, he also wants to get rid of some rogue cultivators who are too cruel and violent. Otherwise, the troubles being caused in all the major immortal realms will be really outrageous. So Zhu Xiaobao specifically picked out those remote villages and towns along the way, just to see if he could help those mortals. After all, in every chaos, the most unlucky ones are the mortals in the body refining realm. Sure enough, when we arrived at the town ahead, it looked lively, but it had been occupied by a group of casual cultivators. There were only 7 of them in total, but they were already able to suppress the entire town. Among them, the one with the highest cultivation level is the
true martial realm.
But I dare to do whatever I want here, eating, drinking and having fun all day long. And I don't dare to go out, just living and drinking in the town, enjoying it while being wary of other casual cultivators coming in. The original mayor's house became their residence. They did whatever they wanted inside, and tortured the mayor's family to death. They didn't even have the right to commit suicide, because if one person committed suicide, they would burn 2 clan members to death. Therefore, the original mayor could only cry in tears all day long, watching this group of casual cultivators misbehaving in his own home.
Old man, our boss said that if you want to do something new today, why don't you leave your little daughter to us? Don't worry. I guarantee that she will come back alive and kicking. She will become a young woman when she comes back.
The boy responsible for delivering the message Luo shouted arrogantly. Their cultivation level is only in the
transcended realm,
but it is more than enough to deal with the people inside. So while spreading the word, he was still grabbing a little maid and playing with it unscrupulously, without any scruples at all, just in front of the public.
You guys, just let the little girl go. She is only 13 years old. Can't you just change her to someone else?
The mayor is also a person with the cultivation level of
transcended realm,
but he has already reached the end of his training. Because of his age, it's already huge. It is impossible to go further.
Hee. Old man, you still dare to bargain. Now we have changed our mind. Not only do we want your little daughter, but also your third wife to go with us.
The 2 minions shouted arrogantly. Then the 2 of them looked at each other and smiled. In fact, They wanted this third lady. They didn't have any excuse at first. But now they suddenly have one.
Ah? No. The third lady is sick. She has been bedridden since you raped her. Just be okay, and let our Lee family go.
The mayor,
Old Man Lee immediately shouted in horror. Unexpectedly, such a counteroffer brought the third lady into the bargain again.
He! You really dare to bargain. Then we have changed our mind again, and will take away your female guard as well.
The two looked at each other and smiled, raising their demands again.
I will fight with you.
Old Man Lee was so angry that he lost his mind. He turned the crutch in his hand and rushed towards the two minions. I didn't expect to be able to beat them. But who would have thought that this stick hit the little guy standing in front hard on the shoulder? And he howled immediately. The other young man was shocked. He didn't expect the old man from the Lee family to succeed. He wanted to pull out the weapon. But suddenly his hand couldn't use the strength. And he saw the crutch swinging towards his head again. Snapped. This time it was better. He was beaten to death. Chapter 1749 The Lone Ranger B. At this time, even the old head of the Lee family found it incredible that he was so powerful. Can he casually knock down two strong men with the same level of cultivation as himself? Impossible. He knows his fighting ability and age best. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been bullied like this by these bandits.
Ah! Who the H.L. is this senior? You can't do this. If you do this and don't show up, won't you put my Lee family into a situation that is beyond redemption?
What is even more unexpected is yes. The head of the Lee family was so frightened that he cried. Yes. If the leader of the other party brings people to take revenge, wouldn't it be a disaster for thousands of people in the Lee family? Therefore, as the head of the family, he has to consider far more than just the immediate gains and losses, but the survival of the entire family.
Okay. Old Lidu, you actually beat Wang Wu to death. You are dead. You are dead. Just wait. My boss will be here soon, and no one can save you.
The injured boy at this time. He quickly got up, turned around in panic, and ran away, threatening fiercely while running.
Oh my God! Who is it? You should come out and give me an explanation. You can't just harm my Lee family.
Old Lee too was also completely panicked at this time, because up to now, he has not found anyone who actually helped him fight. The one who won. And the boss of this group of casual cultivators will probably be here soon. Sure enough, in less than 3 minutes, a group of people arrived in a fierce manner. Although there were only less than 10 people, the leader of the Han dynasty, Li Kui, had a true martial realm cultivation level and could already walk sideways in the town. Although I lived on tenterhooks all day long, it was indeed a joy to be the master of this town. Even more enjoyable than the emperor. Eating, drinking, having fun, and enjoying extravagantly all day long, with hundreds of people waiting on him. This kind of life has made them no longer want to go out and fight with others. But in my heart, I am afraid that this kind of life will eventually be replaced by someone more fierce and powerful. So he was always in panic. Unexpectedly, something strange happened today. Although Li Kui acted very confident, he was also secretly on guard. He knew very well that with his own level of cultivation, if he encountered a slightly more powerful, ruthless character, he would have to run away quickly.
Ha ha! Old Lee too. If we really invite some capable people, then please come out. Let's make some friends too.
Li Kui's eyes rolled around, feeling it in private. But it was a pity that he was a bit of a gentleman and wanted to. It would be impossible to sense Xu Xiaobao. He couldn't even sense Ho Chi-Chi, who was hiding not far away.
No. It was the old man who was so angry that he accidentally hurt these two adults.
Old Man Lee was a little desperate at this time. He waved his hands and explained. But even he couldn't explain why he could hit the opponent so easily, and why the opponent was killed by his own stick before he could dodge.
Ha ha! It's understandable that I accidentally injured one of you. But it's hard to explain why I killed and injured two young and strong men who were similar to you in cultivation. Who is this friend? You might as well come out. If you want, you can stay in this town and manage this place together.
Li Kui said, still very cautiously. At the same time, he was searching privately, hoping to find his opponent. His current judgment is that there must be an outsider cultivator here, and his cultivation level is probably lower than his own. So although he took action, he did not dare to show his face.
Huh? Are you worthy? As a cultivator, you should know what punishment should be given to bullying and oppressing mortals. Right.
Suddenly, a cold voice sounded around Li Kui. This voice seemed to come from outside.
You can't tell where it came from, but everyone can hear it clearly. Immediately afterwards, 5 skeletons appeared in midair, circling in an illusion, but they had already enveloped the less than 10 casual cultivators. "Oh? Who are you? If you have the ability, come out. Don't hide aside and pretend to be a ghost." Poor Li Kui. He didn't even understand the origin of the 5-element skeleton. He just knew that the other party seemed to be very powerful. Far away exceeded my own estimate. "Oh? It turned out to be an evil cultivator?" And the head of the Li family was so frightened that he fainted at the sight. Before this group of bandits could deal with it, another evil cultivator came. This one was probably more serious than this group of bandits. Horrible. "Huh? Wonderland? My lord, you must be from the sea. We are willing to be your subordinates and willing to be driven by you." Li Kui finally felt the strength of the other party and immediately said respectfully. Although he couldn't tell Zhu Xiaobao's state, he was definitely not someone he could provoke. "I didn't expect that this town would give up so soon." "Humph. I didn't come from the sea, and I don't need to subdue scum like you. I just want you to pay the price you deserve. Do it." Zhu Xiaobao was actually above their heads. Looking down, this kind of opponent doesn't need him to take action personally. As he spoke, the 5-element skeletons had already launched an offensive. In order not to scare the people around them, the center of the venue was already filled with mist. Then there was the sound of the 9 casual cultivators falling to the ground. And then there was a wailing sound. These 9 extremely evil casual cultivators, without exception, had their dantian destroyed and were beaten back to the physical refining realm, which means that they have now become mortals. Moreover, all of them look old and move slowly. The extra yangshuo that was gained after advancing to the realm of cultivation also disappeared. So he suddenly looked senile. "Old man, take the whole town and move to the nearest big city. You will never be safe here. I'll leave this group of people to you." At this time, Zhu Xiaobao fell from the air. "Come, look at the head of the Li family and say, although I can help them eliminate this rogue cultivator, I can't stay here all the time. It's a relatively safe way to move to the city ahead. Moreover, he has also been to the city in front of him. It was the 5-Bull City. Back then, the city lord was very powerful. And there was also a very famous Nyo by Fierce Girl." "Thank you, sir." Old Man Li also didn't expect that this group of casual cultivators could be eradicated so easily. And he also gave himself the power to deal with these people. He couldn't take advantage of these bastards. What followed was a very shocking scene. These 9 casual cultivators were deprived of their dantian. And less than an hour later, they were burned alive by the angry Li family. Because the Li family's hatred towards them is too deep. Less than half a month after accepting this town, most of the women of the Li family have been killed. And those who dared to resist died in even more humiliating and tragic deaths. So now it's their turn and they have no power to resist. So of course they can only accept this kind of treatment. There are 20 to 30,000 people in the whole town. But they moved really quickly and started migrating that night. Zhu Xiaobao followed the current and sat on a carriage to give them a ride. But during this short journey of less than 100 miles, it was still dark. And we encountered 2 groups of bandits blocking the road. Fortunately, Ho Chi-Chi cleaned up in time, and the 2 to 30,000 people who followed did not suffer any losses. Some people don't even know that 2 groups of bandits have already been sent away. "Oh, Xing, the people are suffering. Death, the people are suffering. Am I really the cause of all this?" Zhu Xiaobao looked out the window and drove the bullock cart, carrying the package on his back with worry on his face, and hurried on. The common people couldn't help but sigh. If he hadn't killed Gong Yi Miao and damaged the Dragon Ball, the Black Dragon Master would not have driven so many pirates out of the Dragon Immortal Island. Therefore, a large part of the reason for the current chaotic situation is caused by Zhu Xiaobao. "Don't go any further. There's a fight going on in the city. The master is fighting 2 groups of bandits. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on any longer. Do you still dare to go in?" Suddenly, there was a very messy voice from the front. It turned out to be them. I met tens of thousands of people who had escaped from the city in front. The 2 groups of people met unexpectedly, and everyone was immediately panicked. The world is so big, but there is no place to stay. There were even faint sounds of crying from women, children, the elderly and the weak. "Ho Chi-Chi, go and kill those casual cultivators who are attacking the city." Zhu Xiaobao frowned and said impatiently, "Yes, I'll go right away." Ho Chi-Chi immediately responded excitedly,
and then disappeared quickly. Of course, Zhu Xiaobao, the white lion and the little demon also hurriedly followed up. And they were already feeling uncomfortable, thinking that the strength of Wuno City is not weak. But now it will be at a disadvantage. It is likely that the opponent has too many bandits. So Zhu Xiaobao asked Ho Qiqi to go and help. After all, Ho Qiqi has 100 wooden puppets around him, so they are most suitable for use in group battles. But what surprised Zhu Xiaobao happened only a quarter of an hour later. Monkey Qiqi fled back with the white lion and the little demon. Monkey Qiqi was still crying. He lost more than a dozen wooden puppets in one fell swoop. But if it weren't for this Muku Lei, he wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Similarly, the white lion was also slightly injured. That is to say, the little demon reacted quickly and got into the ground in time, thus avoiding the injury.
It's broken. The opponent is not an ordinary casual cultivator, but an old monster from the
Changxian realm,
who broke free from the seal.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly understood. I was delayed for a few days because of these mortal matters. And only then did these two old monsters buy time to break free of the seal.
Zhu Xiaobao had already roughly guessed the other party's appearance and cultivation level.
Well, you stay here. I'll go meet these two old monsters.
Zhu Xiaobao raised his legs and went straight to the
Bidnio City.
Chapter 1750. The Lone Ranger C. Even before entering the
Bull City,
I can already feel a strong pressure coming towards me. It can be said that the other party's cultivation level must exceed mine. Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. If he had strengthened the seal earlier, these two old monsters wouldn't have been able to break free. Now it has become a very difficult problem, because these two people have a master-servant relationship. They are also the only two cultivators among the top cultivators who still have a master-servant relationship. Of course, this pressure would not affect Zhu Xiaobao's actions, but his intrusion was immediately noticed by the other party. Then I heard a very old voice with a cold and strange smile.
I can't believe that someone dares to come to die. I must be the Zixia immortal sent you here? Why doesn't she come by herself? The old man is trying to use her to practice Kung Fu woolen cloth. Humph. Are you the Shinto emperor? The old man who first became a Taoist, then became an emperor, and then later wanted to become an immortal?
Zhu Xiaobao asked politely. He also had something to do with the two seal people in this area. Understand that one of them is mainly the
Shinto emperor,
and the other one is his servant. A servant who has reached the half step of
Immortal Lord.
A unique pair in the world of cultivation. It turns out that the
Shinto emperor
used to be a Taoist priest when he was young, and later he cultivated to the
fusion realm.
After reshaping his legal body, he was no longer willing to live such a life of pure heart and few desires. So he left the Taoist sect and resumed his identity as a casual cultivator and began to work hard in the world of martial arts. Others' goal is to improve their cultivation, but his goal is to become an emperor. In the end, he really led a group of people to capture a small country, annihilated several surrounding tribes, and established a slave country based on animal husbandry and farming as a supplement. Thousands of years ago,
it was also quite a country. Moreover, due to the extremely high cultivation talent of the Shinto emperor, after thousands of years, he has cultivated to the immortal realm. At this time, he didn't want to be the emperor, and he had no heirs. So upset, he abandoned the whole country and returned to the world. It is said that he wants to compete for territory with other immortal realms and wants to become the dominant immortal. Originally, his cultivation had just advanced to the immortal realm. However, there is a loyal slave beside him who is also extremely talented in cultivation and has reached the half step of the immortal realm. Generally speaking, when they reach such a high level, they will take the initiative to lift the
master and servant brand,
or become friends, or become masters and apprentices, or more often, they will join forces to conquer the world together. But their master and servant have always maintained it like this. Although the slave has an unrivaled level of cultivation, he still follows him loyally. Therefore, many practitioners have always been puzzled. Everyone unanimously concluded that the main reason is that the spiritual consciousness of the Shinto emperor is too high, and the slave's mind is also controlled. And the
master and servant,
he was planted he couldn't remove the brand, so he had no choice but to continue to be a loyal follower of the Shinto emperor. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao glanced around with his eyes, and sure enough, there was a strong man nearly 3 meters tall who was fighting not far away from the Shinto emperor. Although from the appearance, He was already past his prime. But looking at his cultivation, he is definitely not old. This strongman is the
Bull Demon King,
the slave of the Shinto Emperor. The weapon in his hand is also very strange. It is a pair of genuine horns. But it is very huge, heavy, and extremely hard. The
Ox Demon King
is fighting fiercely with the fierce girl, Obai. But it is obvious that the fierce woman, Nyobai, is in danger now. No matter how powerful her body is, she can't compare with the strong man in front of her. Moreover, what is even more confusing is that this strong man is actually the ancestor of the Nyo family. And now he is actually fighting with his descendants. Therefore, Zhu Xiaobao had to admit that this strange combination was still very confusing. Zhu Xiaobao looked solemn. If this pair of master and servant hadn't encountered Penglai Immortal Lord and the Black Dragon and were separated and defeated individually, they would have been a pair that was really difficult to defeat. Because the fighting power of this giant man who is nearly 3 meters tall is so amazing. It can be said that it is definitely not below the ordinary, immortal realm. You must know that he had just reached the great consummation of
entering the immortal realm
back then. In other words, this
Bull Demon King
is definitely capable of leapfrogging the challenge. At this time, the fierce girl, Nyo Bai, also saw Zhu Xiaobao. Although she hadn't seen him for many years, she didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao was already at that immortal realm. She didn't care about her dignity and yelled loudly,
Zhu Xiaobao, come and save me quickly. I won't be able to hold on any longer. Do you hear me?
Zhu Xiaobao did not pay attention to the fierce girl, Nyo Bai, but stared at the Shinto Emperor and walked forward step by step, with a serious expression, but no expression of fear.
Oh!
5 elements square.
I didn't expect that the
5 elements master
as Neo magic weapon is actually on your body? This is more interesting.
The Shinto Emperor suddenly saw the
5 elements cave
rising above the heads of Zhu Xiaobao, was a little stunned, and then smiled calmly. He doesn't seem to care much. Behind the Shinto Emperor, there are also a group of casual cultivators with strong cultivation base. They were a ragtag group put together temporarily after being subdued by the Shinto Emperor. Being able to win a city with the Shinto Emperor is the best thing for them. So they all expressed their intention to follow the Shinto Emperor to attack the city. But they all have Ben Zaijiujiu in their hearts. Once the Shinto Emperor is defeated, they will immediately disperse. However, these casual cultivators knew Zhu Xiaobao even better than the Shinto Emperor. When they saw the
5 elements square,
they wanted to take a dozen steps back, for fear of being enveloped in the
5 elements square.
At this moment, the fierce girl, Nyo Bai, was kicked to the ground by the
Bull Demon King.
Immediately afterwards, he used the curved horn of his left hand to jam the fierce woman's neck. Then another foot stepped on the back of the fierce woman, Nyobi, making her unable to move. This posture is as embarrassing as it is. But I still can't move.
Master, do you need me to take action?
The Bull Demon King also turned his head and saw Zhu Xiaobao at this time. He did not underestimate the enemy because Zhu Xiaobao was short. Because he also saw that Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation level was still higher than his. So I asked respectfully,
No. If it weren't for the
5 elements skeleton,
maybe you could still fight him. But now, I have to take action himself.
The Shinto Emperor looked at it for a while before shaking his head and saying. And then, there was more in his hand, a whisk. It turned out that his weapon was this whisk.
You want to challenge me to a duel? Ha. Old weirdo. Where did you get your confidence from?
Zhu Xiaobao asked in surprise.
It can't be said that I am confident. If I just ask my servants to take action together, the people of the Nyo family will also rush forward. But it will be a chaotic situation. Although the old man has just escaped from trouble, there is still no big problem in dealing with you.
The Shinto Emperor, he said calmly. Before he finished speaking, he saw a whisk flicking, a golden light flashing through, and thousands of golden lights piercing Zhu Xiaobao. With just such a move, Zhu Xiaobao already knew that this old man was much more powerful than the
Bull Demon King. Earth and Stone Shield.
Zhu Xiaobao also shouted, and his whole body was immediately protected by the thick
Earth and Stone Shield.
Immediately afterwards, I saw that all the places covered with golden light had cracks without exception. And these golden lights continued to penetrate into Zhu Xiaobao's body.
Clone!
Zhu Xiaobao's countermeasures came very quickly, and he immediately divided into 6 clones and flashed in different directions. Finally, it was the first move that completely destroyed the Shinto Emperor.
Oh! 6 paths clone? Your consciousness is powerful enough. Go ahead, and let me see what else you are capable of,
the Shinto emperor said with a hint of surprise. Generally speaking, being able to differentiate into 4 clones is already quite consuming and scrutinizing. But Zhu Xiaobao turned out to be 6 clones from the beginning, and it is difficult to distinguish the true from the false. This shows that Zhu Xiaobao is very strong.
Humph. Use fire to overcome gold. Burn it for me.
The 6 figures of Zhu Xiaobao merged into one again. With a wave of his hand, a large sea of fire immediately surrounded the Shinto emperor, and the situation inside was no longer visible from the outside.
Clone!
The Shinto emperor also wanted to use the clone move, but he found that his true body had been firmly locked by Zhu Xiaobao. In other words, Zhu Xiaobao was not deceived at all, seeing that the first move was calmly resolved by Zhu Xiaobao. The Shinto emperor was a little panicked and quickly shouted softly, "Hidden!" Following the words, the figure of the Shinto emperor disappeared. But Zhu Xiaobao was only slightly startled. And then his body swayed and he disappeared. In a scorching red environment, the Shinto emperor had just appeared. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao followed him right after him. Since the outside world was filled with flames, the temperature here was also extremely high. Both of them were sweating on their foreheads. But Zhu Xiaobao quickly adapted to it, while the Shinto emperor was getting hotter and hotter, with sweat all over his body.
If you don't go to Yanwan Avenue and insist on taking this narrow path, then don't blame me for being rude,
the Shinto emperor said with a gloomy face and gritted his teeth. He regrets it now. If he had rested for a few more days and waited until he was almost recovered, he could go out and do some activities. How wonderful it would be. But it's too late to say anything now. The only choice is to kill Zhu Xiaobao first. Suddenly the whole space was compressing, but his whisk was shining with golden light, and the golden light on it was radiating to the surroundings one by one, trying to fill the entire illusion. At this time, the illusion they were in was compressed to the size of a room. And now there was no place to hide.
Huh? Why has the speed become so slow? Is the space still compressing?
The Shinto emperor suddenly shouted in horror. What's even more frightening is that the golden light emitted also slows down, as if it were emitted in the water. Due to various problems, the address has been changed. Please save the new address to avoid getting lost. Chapter 1751, One Letter at a Time. The Shinto emperor was a little surprised that this water skeleton turned into
1 yuan heavy water.
Otherwise, ordinary gravity techniques would not be able to trap him at all. After all, she also has the same characteristics as Zhu Xiaobao. That is, the power of divine consciousness is very strong.
The Bull Demon King shows up. Kill him!
In desperation, the Shinto emperor also started to act rogue and stopped insisting on the one-on-one fight he had promised. Instead, he immediately summoned the
Bull Demon King.
When the Bull Demon King took action, it was truly shocking and powerful. Even Zhu Xiaobao has to give in 3 points. I was immediately beaten and was a little confused. The Shinto emperor also took the opportunity to get rid of the shackles of
1 yuan heavy water. You are looking for death.
Zhu Xiaobao was immediately angry. This old man was so despicable. He wanted to cheat in this illusion and kill him 2-on-1. What Zhu Xiaobao didn't expect was that the Shinto emperor immediately condensed the Dharma appearance. It turned out to be an imperial Dharma appearance, wearing a crown on his head and holding a big seal in his hand. He was condescending and looked down on the world. He really looked like an emperor. Immediately afterwards, the big seal pressed down hard on Zhu Xiaobao, and it got bigger and bigger, making it impossible for Zhu Xiaobao to avoid it. So Zhu Xiaobao also condensed a huge Dharma form with 3 heads and 6 arms without any hesitation. 2 of the hands moved from bottom to top, swinging 2 huge black iron hammers to resist the big seal. The other 2 hands waved the
Fire Cloud Sword
and the kitchen knife respectively, and continued to use the maximum firepower to attack the emperor. The remaining 2 hands used earth and stone shields to resist the crazy attack of the
Ox Demon King,
and they also controlled the drop of
1 yuan heavy water
to make the
Ox Demon King
sink deeply into it and make it difficult to move. The
Bull Demon King
is now as tall as a child in front of the 2 Dharma ministers. It was very easy to get trapped there. Although the
Bull Demon King
roared crazily, it was not a big threat to Zhu Xiaobao for the time being.
Boom!
The big seal from the top was shattered by 2 black iron hammers, and it was condensed in the hands of Emperor Fashion again. But it was already more illusory than before.
3 heads and 6 arms? What kind of monster is this? The eyes of the emperor.
The Shinto emperor roared angrily. And then his eyes widened, and two golden lights pierced Zhu Xiaobao's minds. This is his sharpest spiritual attack, and it can also be said to be the key to his victory.
Ah! Damn it! You can actually reflect? Who are you? Why do you appear here? Ah! 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 You caused me to really fall into the
upper wonderland. The Shinto emperor then said he let out a scream of shock and annoyance. And even his emperor Fa Xiang gradually disappeared.
Humph! I've already said that Penglai Immortal Lord is no match for me. And you shouldn't compete with me for spiritual consciousness. I have never lost in this kind of spiritual competition.
Although Zhu Xiaobao also felt a headache, it was a severe pain. But he was also surprised to find that the pain was much softer than before. Moreover, the spiritual attack he reflected back also increased to 60%. Therefore, the damage the Shinto emperor suffered from this divine consciousness attack was much more severe than that of Zhu Xiaobao. Zhu Xiaobao now somewhat understands that not only does his spiritual consciousness have the possibility of infinite expansion, but his immortal body is also constantly strengthening. This is by no means a benefit brought by advancing to the immortal realm, but the huge benefit brought to him by the Wuji pill. This made him feel very grateful to Lu Miaoxin. With the damage to his spiritual consciousness, this illusion could no longer be maintained. Even the cultivation of the Shinto emperor had completely fallen to the superior immortal realm, and he became much older in the blink of an eye. The reason why the Shinto emperor was so anxious to capture a female cultivator for dual cultivation also had his own reasons. He just wanted to consolidate his already endangered cultivation so that he could still stay in the immortal realm. But he didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao would disrupt his perfect plan. You must know that while being sealed, you will never be able to concentrate on cultivation like you would in retreat. Not only is the body trapped, but even the cultivation level will slowly decline. It's just that the speed of this fall is very slow, as the Shinto emperor's consciousness was damaged. Even the
Ox Demon King
felt that his master-servant brand was beginning to loosen. However, after being enslaved for tens of thousands of years, he no longer had the courage to break free from this enslavement. He just looked at the Shinto emperor and Zhu Xiaobao in confusion.
Bull Demon King! Stop him! You idiot!
At this time, the Shinto emperor was holding his head and howling in pain. He no longer had the majesty of the emperor just now. Just an old man who is unwilling to fail.
Humph! Just stay here and wait for me. When I finish taking care of this old man, I will let you go free.
Zhu Xiaobao pointed at the
Ox Demon King
and shouted loudly. Then he saw from the feet of the
Ox Demon King,
it quickly began to freeze and soon turned into an ice sculpture. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao also restrained his Dharma appearance. He didn't want others to see his fortune, so he took the initiative to put it away before the illusion was eliminated. The top of the head is still the
5-element skeleton.
In fact, this is already terrifying. It has scared everyone around watching the battle. Zhu Xiaobao didn't even look at the
Bull Demon King,
who was frozen into a statue. With a wave of his hand, the group of casual cultivators who followed the Shinto emperor to pick up bargains were all shrouded under the
5-element square,
and there was no need for him to take action. Then he strode to the Shinto emperor and said,
I'll give you two choices. Either be sealed again or die. No, I'm not willing to give in. I promised you at the beginning that when the seal is lifted, I will be free again. You can't break your promise.
The Shinto emperor yelled a little madly and resentfully at this time.
Huh? That's so long-winded. Do you think I'm negotiating with you? Golden years.
Zhu Xiaobao shouted impatiently, and then rudely used this secret technique that he had not used for a long time.
Ah! My little treasures. My lords. My seniors. Stop it now. It was my fault. I am willing to be sealed again.
At this time, I realized that my life was passing by rapidly and my body was getting older quickly. The Shinto emperor was completely panicked and howled like a killing pig. He stood up tremblingly and knelt in front of Zhu Xiaobao.
Humph! You asked for this. Now it's good. 500 years of Yangshou have been lost.
Although Zhu Xiaobao stopped in time, these 5 New Year's greetings will never come back. The Shinto emperor in front of him looked even more old and decayed. If he hadn't made the choice before, Zhu Xiaobao wouldn't have bothered to seal him, because he didn't have hundreds of years left to live. Carrying the crying Shinto emperor in his hands, Zhu Xiaobao went directly into the cave where he was originally sealed, and came out after a while, returning to the
5 Bull City.
As the ice sculptures melted, Zhu Xiaobao easily lifted the master servant mark in the consciousness of the
Bull Demon King. Am I really free? No longer a slave? Are you really not giving me the master servant brand anymore?
The Bull Demon King asked in excitement and disbelief. As the master servant brand was lifted, he began to regain his subjective consciousness. But due to inertia, he was still a little unconfident. Of course, he is also afraid of Zhu Xiaobao. He couldn't even believe that Zhu Xiaobao let him go so casually.
TSK, I said. You have such a high level of cultivation. Why are you addicted to being a slave? Hey, you people from the Niu family, why don't you come over to pay homage to your ancestor? He has regained his consciousness now.
Zhu Xiaobao is a little bit, he said dumbfounded. And then took a picture and asked the younger generations of the Niu family to come over to see their ancestor.
See you, ancestor. Welcome ancestor back.
Although there were still some grudges in his heart, thinking of the ancestor's cultivation and the benefits he could bring to the family. The 5 Nyoju brothers still came forward respectfully. Meet the ancestor. Even the fierce woman with Nyobai had to kneel down and bow down. Zhu Xiaobao didn't want to stay any longer. He had to hurry up and reinforce the remaining ones. If they were all delayed like here, wouldn't that cause a lot of trouble?
Senior, thank you. Mr. Bao, if I have any errands, I will go through fire and water.
Unexpectedly, the Bull Demon King came from behind, shouted loudly, and bowed to the ground, showing his great sincerity.
Well, take these 2 elixirs, so you can recover and consolidate. Maybe I'll be able to hit you someday.
Zhu Xiaobao stopped and thought about it, and then simply gave
Ox Demon King
2 more elixirs, so that he can recover and consolidate as soon as possible. In the next 2 years, Zhu Xiaobao's remaining 9 seals were reinforced in time, but 2 seals were also broken, and the original old monster is nowhere to be found. Zhu Xiaobao had no choice but to give up the investigation first. Calculating the time, it should be the time for
Lord Black Dragon
to activate the 3rd blood sacrifice technique. But there is no movement yet. This made Zhu Xiaobao a little confused. Perhaps they have never refined the real
God Fusion Pill.
So the
Master Black Dragon
does not dare to activate the 3rd blood sacrifice technique? If so, that's great, and you can buy a lot of time. But contrary to expectations, the Vulcan bee came back all the way. Although it couldn't get very close, it still noticed that
Dragon Fairy Island
was secretly preparing the 3rd blood sacrifice technique. Because this time, a group of casual cultivators with strong spiritual consciousness will still be selected to participate in the
blood sacrifice technique.
So now there is a fierce dispute on
Dragon Fairy Island.
Everyone knows that once they can participate in this
blood sacrifice technique,
it will be a great blessing to improve their cultivation. So this originally very confidential news was accidentally spread out because of the fierce competition.
Okay. Regardless of whether Tianheezy has refined the
Chen Fusion pill
or not, I have to go there.
Zhu Xiaobao thought for a while, then made a cruel decision. Chapter 1752, entering Dragon Immortal Island alone. Although he had the ability to reach
Dragon Fairy Island
in just a few steps, that would be too flamboyant. Zhu Xiaobao didn't dare to be so entrusted by
Lord Black Dragon.
He chose a more cautious approach and drove his speedboat from the sea straight to
Dragon Fairy Island.
It stopped outside the range enveloped by the
Black Devil's energy.
Let Monkey Chi-Chi wait on the boat. He chose to explore alone. The first thing is to find Trinako. In that case, it will be easy to know the details. By the way, I can also find a way to bring Trina out. After all, I have promised to help Trina leave
Dragon Fairy Island.
Before, with the improvement of his cultivation level, it is now easy for Zhu Xiaobao to sneak into the area covered by the
Black Demonic Energy.
He put on a black cloak and completely wrapped his aura in it, thus easily entering the range of
Dragon Immortal Island.
But the strange thing is that he couldn't find Trina. When he arrived at Trina's cave, there was actually no one. However, judging from the pile of medicine residue next to it, it seemed that he was still trying to make alchemy. Because there are many medicinal residues, you can still tell that the medicinal materials inside are the medicinal materials for refining the medicine pill.
Huh? I can't feel Trinako's aura. Could it be that he has escaped from Dragon Fairy Island? But these medicine residues are not very fresh. Could it be that he went to Gong Yam Yao's place again to have fun?
Zhu Xiaobao thought a little doubtfully. What's even more incredible is that there used to be many people waiting around Trina. But now there is no one here. But it doesn't look like this place has been uninhabited for a long time. When it was dark, Zhu Xiaobao wrapped himself in his cloak and quietly left Tianhezi's cave, and began to patrol around and investigate. Only then did I discover that many of the habitats of the high-level casual cultivators, who were originally stationed here, were left with empty nests. However, the surrounding escort teams responsible for patrols have increased the scope and rounds of patrols, and the patrols have become more stringent. Moreover, 2 teams are staggered and patrolling back and forth. Zhu Xiaobao always felt that he seemed to have missed something. After thinking about it carefully, he suddenly understood. That is, the scope of the black demonic energy is still the same as before. It was Dafu who narrowed the scope. This shouldn't be the case. It has been so many years, and it should have been restored long ago. Could it be that the 2 Jinsins of Lord Black Dragon have not been completely recovered? Zhu Xiaobao simply went against the grain and searched down the mountain. Sure enough, he found some casual cultivators still stationed here. What was even more surprising was that one of them was the 3 gangsters he had released back then.
As for his name, Zhu Xiaobao has long forgotten it.
Ah, Mr. Xiaobao? Why are you here? I have let that
Fire Golden Bee
out for several days. Didn't you see it?
The man asked in surprise when he saw Zhu Xiaobao.
Road. No. He must have been killed.
Zhu Xiaobao was also a little pity. But he also knew that the Fire Golden Bee left for the
3 gangsters
could only be regarded as a mythical beast, and there was no way he could step into it. It is comparable to the
Fire Golden Bee,
which has reached the level of Fairy Beast.
They started the
blood sacrifice technique.
Again. You're late,
the 3 gangsters said in a depressed tone. It turns out that he also wanted to participate in the
blood sacrifice technique
this time, but he was not selected, so he had to stay here. Moreover, it is forbidden to enter and exit
Dragon Immortal Island
casually these days.
It started? Why didn't I notice it?
Zhu Xiaobao was shocked when he heard it. He didn't sense the red light of the
blood sacrifice. It's been 2 days since they started. They have changed places this time. It is said that the original island was too small. Now they have moved to a bigger place. The number of people attending the blood sacrifice has doubled.
3 gangsters still said with annoyance. Although he was willing to provide information to Zhu Xiaobao, it did not mean that he had corrected his evil ways. Deep down, he still wanted to participate in it and improve his cultivation as soon as possible.
Oh, 2 days? That's still too late. But what about Tianhezi? Did he really refine the God Fusion Pill?
Zhu Xiaobao pondered for a while before asking.
It's not very clear. We people are not cultivated enough to be stationed in higher level places. But a few days ago, I did hear that Master Black Dragon had come out of seclusion. And as soon as he came out, he went to try Nako's Dongfu. As for the situation, it is unknown. But in those few days, the
Black Devil energy
here was very strong, which made us all very happy. Then Tianhezi selected a group of people. I can participate in this
blood sacrifice technique.
It's a pity that I wasn't selected.
The 3 gangsters were still chattering.
Where's the changed place? Do you know?
Zhu Xiaobao quickly interrupted the 3 gangsters and asked.
It seems to be over there. Didn't you realize that the
Black Devil energy
is stronger over there? And it's been completely sealed off. And no one can get in.
The 3 gangsters pointed to a small island in the east.
Damn it. Why didn't you notice the concentration of the black demonic energy over there? It seems that the strong
black demonic energy
over there completely blocked the aura of the
blood sacrifice technique.
Zhu
Xiaobao suddenly realized. It turns out that
Lord Black Dragon
is more cautious this time. Wearing a black cloak, Zhu Xiaobao quickly rushed towards the area enveloped by the
Black Devil's energy.
To the east, although he met the patrolling guards, Zhu Xiaobao used original illusions repeatedly to successfully bypass these people, so as not to alert the enemy. After passing several patrolling guards, there was no one there anymore. However, as he walked further, Zhu Xiaobao could already feel the strong smell of blood, mixed with some crying and howling sounds. Gradually the ground here began to glow with red light, becoming more and more scarlet, and the area continued to expand.
Fortunately, I just caught up. But there is no chance to rescue these people.
Zhu Xiaobao did not dare to move forward rashly. Although the black cloak on his body could deceive these guards, he definitely could not deceive the
Master Black Dragon. We can only move forward cautiously and at the same time let the little demon go. At this time, getting underground is the easiest way to get close. What made Zhu Xiaobao even more delighted was that there was a very dense forest in front of him, which made it easier for him to hide. Most of his body was integrated into a big tree. And then he took it out again. Looked carefully through the telescope. Now he is still 20 miles away from the land of blood sacrifice, but it has allowed him to see more clearly. As the blood sacrifice technique entered its most critical moment, the bloody smell and red light began to become stronger and stronger. And even Zhu Xiaobao could feel it deeply. What makes him even more unbelievable is that an extremely easy to absorb spirit breath is filling his body, making him a little intoxicated, which means that he has also become a beneficiary.
No! You must not indulge in this kind of evil magic. Reflection.
After all, Zhu Xiaobao has extremely powerful spiritual consciousness, and he immediately repels himself and this alluring aura. Only then did he regain his original sobriety and rationality. But before he knew it, he had gotten a lot closer. We are only 10 miles away from the
land of blood sacrifice.
At this time, Zhu Xiaobao took a Qingling pill and then bit his lips tightly, maintaining his sober consciousness at all times. At this time, he no longer needed a telescope, but he could still see the leader,
Master Black Dragon,
who was mumbling something. He was tall. The most terrifying thing was that a black dragon appeared behind him and was helping him absorb a large amount of energy, the essence of blood red. As the blood light became stronger and stronger, the sounds of those ghosts crying and wolf howling became more miserable and vicious, and began to send out stronger and stronger backlash and revenge. This is the most critical moment for the
blood sacrifice technique.
Once you cannot control the backlash of these innocent souls, you will be swallowed up by these innocent souls, thereby losing your self-awareness and going crazy. But as the red light in front of him became stronger and stronger, Zhu Xiaobao always remained conscious, and this backlash was simply insignificant to him, and he was just waiting for this opportunity. Now,
Black Dragon Den
is entering a state of selflessness. Whether he can completely evolve into a human form depends on this time's
blood sacrifice technique,
and it also depends on whether he can withstand the backlash of these wrong souls. Of course, the reason why so many casual cultivators are brought together to share the huge benefits of this sorcery is to prevent accidents. Once the backlash is too severe, he can let these casual cultivators stand in the way, and he can escape smoothly. There is no such thing as a free lunch, and there are no free benefits. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao took out the promised bow and the real
soul-eating arrow.
He drew the bow to its full length and took the
soul-eating arrow.
His target was
Lord Black Dragon.
But at the moment when he took aim, Zhu Xiaobao actually saw Trinazzi on the other side. He didn't expect that he would also participate in this blood sacrifice. This was really unexpected. Moreover, Zhu Xiaobao also felt that the current Tainehe seemed to be a little different. Not only had his cultivation improved, but his eyes and expressions were also far from the original Tainehe. That is to say, there were not many differences in his clothing and appearance. Variety. Although he was full of doubts, this was the most critical moment. Zhu Xiaobao had already set his sights on
Lord Black Dragon
before he had time to think about it. Only then did the
Master Black Dragon
begin to realize that he had been targeted. Even the Black Dragon statue turned its huge dragon head in confusion and looked at Zhu Xiaobao. Then the Black Dragon opened its eyes wide, revealing great fear. What it is afraid of is not Zhu Xiaobao, but the Wuji Bao and the
soul-eating arrow
in Zhu Xiaobao's hands. Chapter 1753 returning to original form. If it hadn't been locked by the Wuji Bao and produced a special induction, this Black Dragon wouldn't have known it had been locked by Zhu Xiaobao. At this time, it looked at Zhu Xiaobao in horror. But it was too late. There is no way to escape this lockdown now. Others are also in a state of complete selflessness, concentrating on desperately absorbing the blood energy emitted by the
blood sacrifice technique.
At the same time, we have to fight against the backlash of the souls initiated by those wrong souls.
You? Are you the supreme treasure? Damn it. You actually have the infinite bow and the soul-eating arrow. Stop!
The Black Dragon suddenly shouted fiercely and frightenedly.
Humph. It's just a black dragon, doing evil everywhere and trying to evolve into a human? Go to H.L.
Zhu Xiaobao also snorted coldly. This was the best opportunity he had. If he couldn't kill this demon, the consequences would be too serious. Just this large group of evil cultivators under his command is enough to harm the entire immortal realm.
Whoosh!
with a deep and sharp sound. This
soul-eating arrow
was shot out with a powerful wind, and it also carried a fierce killing intention. Just this arrow consumed almost half of Zhu Xiaobao's consciousness and physical strength, and it also consumed a huge amount of his energy. Now I know that this kind of divine bow and arrows cannot be used casually by ordinary, immortal realm people in the gloomy black demonic aura. This
soul-eating arrow
exuded a golden white halo, and at the same time passed through the counterattack souls, and shot directly at
Lord Black Dragon. Block it, Master Black Dragon!
Shouted in horror, throwing the two casual cultivators in front of him out as fast as possible and blocking them in front of him. But he still couldn't dodge this magical arrow. Locking. The two pirates, who were thrown in front of him to block the arrows, were pierced through the chest before they understood what was going on. However, the momentum of the arrow did not seem to weaken at all, and it was still shooting towards
Lord Black Dragon. No! Help!
Master Black Dragon was a little desperate at this time, and used his greatest strength to twist his body and grow scales one by one on his body in an attempt to make a final resistance. Finally, this
soul-eating arrow
shot through the Black Dragon's body, passed through his chest, and left a hole in his body that was bigger than his head. The wound was immediately covered with black blood.
Ouch! Supreme Treasure, you dare to hurt me! Do you think you can shoot me to death like this? You are looking for death.
This day, the Black Dragon suddenly screamed, and then a very resentful voice came out. Zhu Xiaobao did not expect the changes that followed. The Black Dragon merged with the
Master Black Dragon
and returned to its original appearance. He saw that its wound was on the lower abdomen, not the heart. It's not the dantian, let alone the head. So it's not fatal. At this time, the Black Dragon soared into the sky, and with a flick of its huge dragon tail, it swept away all the little treasures. Zhu Xiaobao quickly used the technique of
one shadow clone
and turned into 4 figures, so he was able to avoid this vicious blow. This blow is definitely not something that an ordinary, immortal realm can withstand. Even Zhu Xiaobao's current, immortal body is still not good. As soon as Zhu Xiaobao escaped, the big tree he was hiding in was smashed to pieces by the dragon's tail, completely losing its vitality. And the dozen or so big trees next to it were also wiped out. Although this Black Dragon is still bleeding with black blood, its combat power is very terrifying. In a furious state, several more tails also appeared on his tail, chasing Zhu Xiaobao's clones and blasting them violently, exploding randomly. Zhu Xiaobao was so embarrassed that he had to clone himself again and turned into 16 figures. Only then did he escape the real body. But by this time 8 clones had been crushed. But now Zhu Xiaobao can't escape the lock of this Black Dragon. It followed Zhu Xiaobao and fired lightning, and angrily sprayed lightning from its mouth. It turned out that it was also a thunder and lightning attribute. The lethality of the thunder and lightning it sprayed was comparable to that of thunder and lightning, and it was definitely quite fierce and powerful.
Damn! You shot it in the wrong place. You should have shot its head and heart.
Zhu Xiaobao was also secretly annoyed at this time. He thought
Master Black Dragon
was a talent and shot him in the chest. In fact,
Master Black Dragon
was shot in the chest.
The real body is still a dragon. But this time, I figured it out. It was too late. Zhu Xiaobao is already in danger.
Quick! 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 The magic form comes out.
Zhu Xiaobao was also forced to panic. Compared with the speed, he was no match for the Black Dragon. So he hurriedly displayed his strongest attack state, and turned into a 3-headed and 6-armed magic form. This is about the same size as that Black Dragon, and can barely compete with it. At the same time,
the blood sacrifice technique
has also become chaotic.
Without the Black Dragon Lord
sitting in charge, those innocent souls who come from all things will immediately take over the absolute advantage.
While the casual cultivators, who were still absorbing blood happily while we are all too stupid, many people instantly had so much blood that their bodies exploded. And their bodies and heads exploded and died. But more people were backlashed by the souls of those who died unjustly. With the power of their consciousness alone, they simply could not withstand such a raging backlash. They were swallowed up by this huge backlash in an instant, and they were instantly lost. His original consciousness has turned into a person who cannot distinguish between right and wrong and has completely lost his mind. Among them, only Tine Heezy had the fastest reaction. He immediately took out a
God fusion pill
and took it for himself, and then ran away desperately. Unexpectedly, among so many people, he was the only one to escape unscathed. Although he also suffered some backlash, he could still control this little damage to his consciousness. Standing far away, Taianhezi looked at the battle between a man and a dragon with a little annoyance, gritted his teeth, and secretly said,
Zhu Xiaobao, it's you again, ruining my good deeds. Are you really born to be against me?
The
blood sacrifice technique
that was already coming to an end was interrupted. Although they were not dead, the pirates, who had indeed lost their minds, began to run around. They seemed to be crazy, beating everyone they saw. The whole island was in chaos, and those revengeful souls are still looking for targets on their own. And some may want to seize other casual cultivators. The whole island is filled with howling ghosts and wolves, full of terror and weirdness. On Zhu Xiaobao's side, the fight with this black dragon was extremely fierce. Although it was seriously injured, the combat power of this black dragon is definitely the most powerful that Zhu Xiaobao has ever encountered. And it is also blessed with black devil energy, which makes Zhu Xiaobao even more passive. Fortunately, a lot of crazy casual cultivators got involved at this time. They could no longer tell who was who. They would hit anyone they saw, regardless of whether they could beat them or not. They were all risking their lives to kill in pain. This actually helped Zhu Xiaobao in disguise. After all, he had 2 puppets and 2 mythical beasts around him to help him. And even ordinary pirate cultivators could resist it.
Supreme Treasure, you ruined my best chance to evolve into a human form. You are more hateful than Pumlai Immortal Lord, and I will make you pay the price.
At this time, the black dragon roared with reluctance in its rage. Ever since it tried the enjoyment and fun of evolving into a human form, it never wanted to return to its original form. It just wanted to completely evolve into a human form. There are really too many pleasures and enjoyments in this world, and they are so wonderful. However, now all this has been ruined by Zhu Xiaobao's arrow. This black dragon could feel that his consciousness was still falling. In other words, the damage from the
soul-eating arrow
was still continuing. This was the reason why he became more and more frightened the more he fought.
Humph. A beast controlled by others wants to evolve into a human being, and even wants to be above everyone else. Stop dreaming!
Zhu Xiaobao had already adapted to this level of fighting at this time. Although he was very powerful, not caught, but he screamed fiercely. He just hoped that he could fight until the end and make use of the black dragon's injuries to make a fuss. Although earth and stone armor had also transformed into his body, and the current combination was equivalent to merging with the
5-element skeleton,
Zhu Xiaobao was still scattered several times by this black dragon. Relying on his powerful spiritual consciousness, he once again quickly condensed the Dharma and continued to resist the black dragon. But Zhu Xiaobao was also very anxious, and his appearance had begun to become illusory. But Zhu Xiaobao also has a big advantage. That is, he has a lot of pills in his hands. At this time, he took a handful of them desperately, which allowed his energy and spirit to recover quickly and greatly. Extension.
How did this guy become so powerful? He is completely different. Master, just take care of yourself. I'm leaving first.
Taianhezi watched Zhu Xiaobao's super strong performance from a distance, feeling extremely confused. Got it. In the end, he decided to save himself first and let Black Dragon face Zhu Xiaobao alone. Then he also put on a black cloak, and in the chaos, took the opportunity to escape. After fighting for another half an hour, the speed and strength of the black dragon began to decrease. After all, it was seriously injured, and the wound was still bleeding. What frightened it even more was that its consciousness was still passing away. It has no intention of fighting anymore, and the passage of its spiritual consciousness is what scares it the most. If it passes endlessly, wouldn't it turn into an idiot in the end? Zhu Xiaobao also discovered that the black dragon's reaction was a little slow, and its strength and speed also began to slow down. Although Zhu Xiaobao could no longer hold on, he knew that this was an excellent opportunity. Once you let this black dragon raise Shanghai, you will definitely not be his opponent. Therefore, Zhu Xiaobao's offensive is becoming more and more sharp and fierce. Gradually it started to gain the upper hand. Whoosh! The black dragon suddenly threw out a dragon gull and headed straight for Zhu Xiaobao's Dharma. Zhu Xiaobao's tiger head spear pierced the Jinshan with one shot. Suddenly, a large amount of black demonic energy filled the air in front of his eyes. The concentration was dozens of times higher than before. Zhu Xiaobao's eyes were pitch black, and he had to quickly release a sheet of flames to barely dispel the darkness in front of him. Demonic energy.
Wait until the dark demonic energy becomes thinner. Zhu Xiaobao looked for the black dragon again, and found that it had already run away quickly. Chapter 1754 Escape from Death. At this time, the three-headed and six-armed appearance of Zhu Xiaobao gradually dissipated, replaced by endless fatigue and weakness. In fact, he was also seriously injured, and his consciousness was exhausted, as well as his energy. I could only watch the black dragon escape. In fact, even at full health, his speed could not catch up with the black dragon, because its speed is 4 times faster than Wei Zifeng, unless it can be trapped in a certain area from the beginning. But now I can only watch it escape. At this moment, Zhu Xiaobao was suddenly knocked down by a crazy casual cultivator. Before he could get up, several more pirates rushed towards him. They were all a little confused and looking at people with red eyes. Just kill. Fortunately, Zhu Xiaobao had 2 puppet beside him, and he was able to repel the pirate in time. But looking around, Zhu Xiaobao was a little shocked. The island was already in complete chaos. Pirates are constantly coming in large numbers. These were all people who were not qualified to participate in the blood sacrifice technique. Now the island has undergone tremendous changes. These pirates have also smelled the attractive blood energy, and they have come one after another to talk to the casual cultivators on the island, compete for various resources, and snatch the storage bags of casual cultivators who have been killed or stretched to death. Some of them are simply absorbing the spreading blood energy. Although it is not as strong, it can still benefit a lot. Originally, Zhu Xiaobao wanted to sense Tianhezi's position, but now he has no energy left to sense anything. His consciousness had been exhausted, and even his body had suffered several serious injuries. He was knocked to the ground by the constant impact of the casual cultivators swarming over him. If it weren't for the protection of the 2 puppets and the escort of the little demon and the white lion, he would have been trampled to death by a large number of extremely vicious and extremely excited casual cultivators. Fortunately, the pirates who flooded in later were all of relatively low cultivation, and when they saw the black cloak on Zhu Xiaobao, they were still a little scared instinctively. So Zhu Xiaobao could barely rush out while riding on the back of the white lion. The whole island was already in chaos. No matter where the white lion fled with the little treasures, crazy pirates were killing and robbing each other, as if everyone had lost their mind and gone crazy. In the end, Zhu Xiaobao regained his consciousness and let the white lion run towards the woods. Once he entered the woods, it would be much safer. Even some individual cultivators chased in, but they were all killed and repelled by the little demon, white lion and 2 puppet. Finally, when we arrived in this forest, the powerful effect of the ugly tree spirit came into play. Suddenly the strongest trees moved to the front, and at the same time, countless branches and vines grew from the ground, making the chasing casual cultivators. They all quit in spite of the difficulty. After all, the competition is mainly for cultivation resources, and the casual cultivators who poured in behind are still very sober. He could feel Zhu Xiaobao's strength, so he immediately changed his target and continued to fight for the resources and property they urgently needed. Zhu Xiaobao finally entered the time stone without any danger. As soon as he entered, Zhu Xiaobao fell to the ground. This time the battle with the black dragon had completely exhausted him, and due to taking an overdose of pills, he is now entering a period of weakness. Unconscious. After a full month in the outside world, the little demon carefully swam out again. Looking at the island again, there were corpses of casual cultivators everywhere, as well as stumps and broken arms. But the reserves in these people, there are no bags of belongings, and some people's clothes and armor have been taken away. But there are still a lot of wanderers on this island who are searching around, and they seem to be unwilling to do so, hoping to find some more benefits. But I often encounter some crazy casual cultivators, and they get into fights if they disagree. Moreover, these crazy casual cultivators are very powerful. So these casual cultivators, who are still hunting for treasures, are also cautious. Of course, those who come here to pick up bargains are not some highly skilled casual cultivators. In the time stone, Zhu Xiaobao, who has been cultivating for more than 2 years, has just regained his consciousness and can barely stand up. But it may take hundreds of years to completely recover. I heard what the little demon reported about the situation on the island after he came back. Zhu Xiaobao pondered for a while, and then forcibly took a Imutan, which temporarily restored half of his condition, because he still had a lot to determine. Otherwise, I would feel very uneasy. Coming out of the time stone, Zhu Xiaobao was still riding a white lion, showing off his swagger.
Even though he was seriously injured, the coercion emanating from his body could still intimidate the casual cultivators on these islands. They all just ran away. Zhu Xiaobao first wanted to search for the whereabouts of Tianheezy, but in the end, there was no result. He didn't know whether this guy was dead or alive. But based on his intuition, Zhu Xiaobao felt that he was definitely not dead. Moreover, seeing Trina from a distance this time gave Zhu Xiaobao a very strange feeling, as if he had seen Gong Yimyu. This is what Zhu Xiaobao is most worried about. Next, Zhu Xiaobao took out the Wuji Bao and quickly sensed the location of the soul-eating arrow. When Zhu Xiaobao arrived at a piece of rock to remove it, he split the rock with a knife. He took out the soul-eating arrow from inside, but unfortunately, only more than half of the shaft of this divine arrow is left. The arrowhead has been worn away, and the tail of the arrow has been burned away. It has been completely damaged. Zhu Xiaobao had no choice but to put away the incomplete soul-eating arrow and see if he could ask Lu Miaoxin to repair it again. When we came to the mass grave used for blood sacrifice, it was filled with densely packed bones, which looked very terrifying and cruel. It's already starting to smell bad.
Oh, no wonder we have to change places this time. I didn't expect so many people to be
blood sacrificed.
Earth skeleton, please fill this place up. Let them rest here.
Zhu Xiaobao sighed. He said with a breath. Immediately afterwards, the
5-element skeleton
flew out and filled up the mass grave in less than half an hour. When many casual cultivators on the island saw these 5 skeletons, their expressions changed greatly, and they quickly ran away. Anyone in the Pirate Alliance doesn't know that this is one of the symbols of the Supreme Treasure. At this time, there was no Black Devil energy on the island at all, so the casual cultivators were even less confident. On the contrary, a few madmen with advanced cultivation would occasionally appear and attack Zhu Xiaobao without thinking. They were all easily killed or repelled by Zhu Xiaobao. However, Zhu Xiaobao still felt very tired. He only relied on the elixir to last until this point. He took out the gentian that had been shot through. At this time, it had become very shriveled and could not be seen at all. It's a treasure. However, Zhu Xiaobao placed a very strong prohibition on it, and also put it into the time stone. If it were placed in an ordinary storage bag, the black dragon would definitely be able to sense it.
This black dragon's injuries are probably more serious than mine. It's impossible to cultivate into a human form. The damage from this arrow is enough for it to recuperate for hundreds of years. It can be regarded as winning enough for me. It's time.
Zhu Xiaobao felt a little excited. After all, he caught up with this black dragon by himself. It is enough to look down upon all the immortals. Although he is still very weak now, Zhu Xiaobao cannot go back to the time stone immediately. He still has to go to the
Dragon Immortal Island
to have a look. Setting foot on
Dragon Fairy Island.
Again, Zhu Xiaobao was shocked by the situation on the island. It has changed beyond recognition. There are signs of smashing and looting everywhere. It turns out that the caves of
Lord Black Dragon,
Wang Qinghuang, and Tianheezy were all ransacked. When we went to look at the original Gong Yimya's mansion, it was also in a mess, and the only ones left were shrunken women. Fix the body. I don't know who did it. After searching the
Dragon Immortal Island,
I found almost nothing. Everything was looted. The original pirates stationed here have completely disappeared. The 1 or 2 pirate cultivators who occasionally appear are also lunatics injured by the backlash of the souls. Although they are crazy, their cultivation is extremely high. At this time, what was surprising was that Ho Chi-Chi entered the
Dragon Fairy Island
cautiously. After waiting for nearly 2 months, he finally couldn't bear it any longer and plucked up the courage to sneak in quietly. Sneaked in. As soon as he saw Zhu Xiaobao, this guy cried excitedly. He thought Zhu Xiaobao had been killed by the black dragon.
Ha ha! Don't cry! You're here just in time. Hurry and help me smell it. Is there any clues worth searching for? I always feel that I am not sure yet.
Zhu Xiaobao immediately felt much better when he saw Monkey Chi-Chi. After all, this guy is still loyal and has not abandoned himself. Not to mention, Monkey Chi-Chi's nose is indeed several times more sensitive than a dog, and he quickly smelled something strange. Moreover, in the cave where Gong Yi Mao originally lived, a wall was broken open, revealing an alchemy room hidden underground. Originally, an alchemy room would not make Zhu Xiaobao feel unusual, but this was in Gong Yi Miao's mansion, and judging from the other party's medicinal residues, They turned out to be medicinal materials for refining the medicine pill. Residue.
Master, I can still smell the scent of the remaining elixir after it is formed. It is exactly the same as the scent of the
God-melting elixir
you refined last time.
Ho Chi-Chi said, a little embarrassed.
I understand. You mean they finally made the Shin fusion pill, and it's not a simplified version? This triumph is not simple.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded thoughtfully and said, after finding nothing more, Zhu Xiaobao entered the time stone again and continued to heal his injuries. And outside, Monkey Chi-Chi drove the speedboat and sailed towards Zuinbao Island quickly. Chapter 1755 each has advantages and disadvantages. The journey was relatively peaceful. First of all, the speed of this clipper was so fast that even ordinary pirate ships couldn't catch up with it. Secondly, there is a Vulcan bee exploring the way ahead. And there are 2 puppets escorting him. So Monkey Chi-Chi can be said to be unimpeded. In addition, his current cultivation level is not weak. And he is even more confident. He is even a little proud to be driving the clippers. Because this time,
Lord Black Dragon
was severely damaged. And the joint efforts of
Dragon Fairy Island,
Pirate Alliance, and Qiang Sect were also disrupted. This is definitely something that others or other forces cannot do. We haven't reached Zuinbao Island yet. There are still hundreds of miles away. The warships of Zuinbao Island have already lined up to greet them. On the leader's flagship, there were all high-profile figures. First of all, headed by Zixia Immortal and Lu Miaoxin, flanked by Moses, the leader of the
Sun Moon Star Sect,
then Green Farrier and others, and the other people from the Shanshian realm are all lined up, not very far up front. Although Zhu Xiaobao is now seriously injured, he can barely hold on and does not appear to be seriously injured on the surface. Only he knew in his heart that it would probably take hundreds of years for his injuries to return to their original best condition. In order to reassure the people of Zuinbao Island, Zhu Xiaobao pretended to be relaxed and walked off the speedboat with a smile on his face, and waved to everyone around him in an arrogant manner. Suddenly, there was thunderous cheers on Zuinbao Island. What the people need to see most is that the god, in their minds, is safe and sound. Now seeing that Zhu Xiaobao has returned safely, it means that there is absolutely no crisis in Zuinbao Island. Although he was happy on the surface, Zhu Xiaobao looked around and saw that all the warships and the red cannons on the city wall were in a state of strict preparation for war. It seems that they already knew the outcome of the battle between Zhu Xiaobao and Black Dragon. Zhu Xiaobao did not kill the Black Dragon. In fact, in the minds of these people, it is already a miracle that Zhu Xiaobao can return safely. So for fear that the Black Dragon would come here to retaliate, the entire island was put on alert for war. Zhu Xiaobao first gave a speech on his return to appease the people, and then went to the
Holy Elephant Hall
to worship. Then, there is a general amnesty for the whole world. 3 days of celebration. And the whole world celebrates. After finishing all the superficial work, Zhu Xiaobao summoned his confidants and began to discuss the next plans and long-term plans, because he knew that it would take a long time to recover from his injuries. Of course, Zhu Xiaobao took out the
soul-eating arrow
first, and wanted Lu Miaoxin to repair it for him. But unfortunately, Lu Miaoxin also helplessly spread his hands.
It's impossible. Arrowhead.
The materials for the arrow tail and tail were left behind tens of thousands of years ago, and they can't be found now. But this arrow has brought the Black Dragon back to its original shape, so it's worth it. Ah? Don't you even have a spare material? Forget it. Then we should discuss the next countermeasures. The injuries suffered by the Black Dragon are by no means lighter than mine, so we still have plenty of resources time. But this time, there are a lot of martial arts madmen for no reason, which is also a very troublesome thing.
Zhu Xiaobao said with some disappointment.
This is not the most important thing. Although those martial arts madmen have advanced cultivation, they have lost their minds. They are also a huge threat to the pirates and evil cultivators. Of course, it will be very chaotic for a long time. Oh! This is an extremely huge disaster for ordinary mortals.
Immortal Zixia shook her head and said, but when she thought of those mortals, she was still a little worried.
We can still sustain it for decades or hundreds of years, but we will eventually have to face this Black Dragon again. What are you going to do then?
Green Fairy asked worriedly at this time. She is of course very happy that Zhu Xiaobao can stay on
Zuinbao Island next time.
But when she thought that the Black Dragon would come back for revenge, she became a little worried. This time, Not only was the sneak attack successful, but there were also magical weapons such as the
infinite bow and soul-eating arrows.
But they still couldn't kill the black dragon. So how will we deal with this black dragon after it recovers from its injuries?
Well, I have already thought about it. Only by cultivating to the Wuji realm before this black dragon recovers from its injuries can it be possible to completely kill this beast.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded in thought. In this fight, he finally understood the fighting power of this black dragon. No wonder Penglai Immortal Lord was beaten to the point of losing his true form, leaving only the second nascent soul. Indeed, you can't blame him. This black dragon's fighting power is too strong. Even if the three great immortals joined forces, they were still no match for it.
But the only Wuji pill has been taken by you. Without the Wuji pill, you want to advance to the Wuji realm? It will probably take tens of thousands of years.
Lu Miaoxin said a little regretfully, but a little hope surged in his heart. Every time he saw Zhu Xiaobao's complacent look, he would receive an unexpected surprise.
Hey, I can refine another Wuji pill. Don't you have a pill recipe in your hand?
Unexpectedly,
Zhu Xiaobao actually smiled with some confidence. This is what he had planned for a long time.
This is probably more difficult than making a soul-eating arrow. Not to mention the herbs and materials. Even the skills of alchemy are probably not enough. Generally speaking, elixirs like Wuji pill, it can only be refined by an alchemist in the
Wuji realm.
Ever since I became sensible, there has never been an alchemist like this in this world.
Lu Miaoxin said a little discouraged.
Here are the materials for alchemy. I think Archbishop Moses will give you a lot of help. As for the alchemy skills, I can try it. According to my inference, my spiritual consciousness is comparable to that of the great gods of the
Wuji realm.
Comparable.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at Archbishop Moses with a smile and said,
Okay, then I will mobilize all the power of the church to collect materials for Mr. Xiaobao. But you must also agree to me a condition.
Archbishop Moses nodded dejectedly. I'm afraid only he and Zhu Xiaobao know the reason best. It turns out that this time Zhu Xiaobao forcibly interrupted the
blood sacrifice technique of Master Black Dragon.
There was also an unexpected surprise. That was Ron, the great leader of the Qiang sect, who was also implicated, because he was eager to upgrade his cultivation to the immortal realm. He quietly mingled among them this time, hoping to take the opportunity to complete the advancement. Because Archbishop Ron has always been a very cautious person, he did not follow him to participate in the
blood sacrifice technique
until he was sure that Tine Heezy had refined the
infusion pill
and ensured that it was foolproof. But I never expected that such a big surprise would happen. He didn't have time to escape at that time, and he was still very close to the
land of blood sacrifice.
So he was inflated by the powerful blood energy, and was also bitten by the powerful spirit of injustice. In the end, he became crazy. Archbishop Moses quickly got the news about this matter. He also took great pains to set up several spies in the Qiang sect. So he quickly learned about this secret. Zhu Xiaobao knew about this entirely because of coincidence. Although the three gangsters also rushed into the island of blood sacrifice, he went there relatively late. Although he made some gains, it was far from being in it as soon as he started the game. The casual cultivators came in huge numbers, but they also protected their own safety. He saw with his own eyes that Bishop Ron turned into a madman. As a result, he was forced back by his priests and then blocked the news. So when Archbishop Moses saw Zhu Xiaobao's rogue smile, he knew that he already knew the secret. In desperation, he had no choice but to agree to the request of Zhu Xiaobao. A scoundrel. After all, his ultimate goal is to eradicate the Qiang sect and kill the Black Dragon. These two are the huge threats to the
Sun, Moon and Star sect.
So his request is very simple. That is to help the
Sun Moon Star sect
eradicate the Qiang sect.
Oh, it's really promising if we can get the full help of Archbishop Moses.
Lu Miaoxin immediately understood that there must be a profound meaning in Zhu Xiaobao's words. Otherwise this stingy Archbishop Moses would definitely not be able to save money. It will be so refreshing. Within a few days, Zhu Xiaobao entered the Time Stone, again to repair his injuries. It's just that this time he can repair his injuries more freely. But he can enter and exit the Time Stone at any time. And he can also discuss the refining plan of the Wuji pill with several alchemy masters every now and then, and formulate the refining steps. Even whether they need help from someone is a matter for them to discuss. What surprised Zhu Xiaobao even more? After half a year, Although there were fights and chaos in the major immortal realms, there were killings and fighting everywhere. But no one dares to provoke Zuanbao Island. Still peaceful. On the contrary, more and more people are coming to Zuanbao Island. The most surprising thing is that Tian Jizi from Immortal Pill Island also brought his disciples to station at Zuanbao Island. It turns out that they can't stay in Elixir Island any longer.
Master? It would be great if you could come. Originally, I thought that
Immortal Pill Island
was very safe. I didn't expect to be involved. It's all my fault for not thinking well. If I had known better,
I would have picked you up personally.
When Zhu Xiaobao saw Tian Jizi and those senior brothers and sisters, he immediately shouted very happily. He really didn't expect that such a sacred and inviolable place as
Elixir Island
would be invaded. One can imagine how chaotic the outside world is now.
Alas. Shame on you. Shame on you. Those martial arts lunatics don't respect martial ethics. When they are awake, they beg and beg for an elixir to heal their wounds. But when they are confused, they deny their relatives and fight. It's simply unreasonable.
Tian Jizi was very confused. Depressedly, he waved his hands and smiled bitterly.
Master, you're here at the right time. I just have a lot of questions to ask you about the Wuji pill.
Zhu Xiaobao said respectfully.
Ha. That's just right. I also have a lot to tell you about the Wuji pill.
Chapter 1756 The Magical Uses of Good Wine A. In fact, at this time, Tian Jizi was still a little annoyed. If I had known this earlier, I might as well have accepted Zhu Xiaobao as a close disciple. It is normal for a disciple to surpass his master. It won't be embarrassing now. With Tian Jizi's current cultivation level, he should call Zhu Xiaobao his senior. Tian Jizi couldn't keep his old face off. So when they met, he bowed his hands with,
okay,
which was regarded as a salute among peers. Fortunately, his worries were unnecessary. Zhu Xiaobao didn't care at all. Instead, he bowed deeply and was very respectful. But when I saw the harmonious atmosphere, the rising popularity, and the fiery living environment where all industries are prospering on
Zuanbao Island,
these usually arrogant alchemists were a little shocked. They didn't expect that even ordinary mortals could live so comfortably here. What's even more incredible is that he also met many old friends from the past. And they all stay here forever.
Alas, a strong and responsible person will benefit a party. I feel so ashamed of myself.
Tian Jizi shook his head and sighed.
Hee. Master. In fact, this is the result of the joint efforts of the whole island. To be honest, I don't worry too much. Master, what do you think of a mountain peak over there for you to stay at?
Zhu Xiaobao is still very enthusiastic said. He still has a good impression of Tian Jizi in his heart. The reason why he was not officially accepted as a close disciple at the beginning was because Tian Jizi saw how extraordinary Zhu Xiaobao would be in the future. And it was not because he disliked Zhu Xiaobao. Facts have proved that Tian Jizi is indeed quite capable. He has noticed Zhu Xiaobao's extraordinary ability a long time ago, so he did not officially accept him as his disciple. With everyone from the
Immortal Pill Island
joining, the alchemy masters will have more opportunities to sit together to communicate and discuss. For Zhu Xiaobao's desire to refine the
Wuji pill,
Tian Jizi obviously gave the greatest support of him, and he also made quite a few suggestions, many of which refreshed the understanding of Xian Daozi, Crazy Master, and Mo Dayo. After all, he is the owner of the
Immortal Pill Island,
and many of his ideas are indeed very insightful. And innovation. After recovering in the
Time Stone
for almost 100 years, Zhu Xiaobao finally recovered with full health, and was even stronger than before, because he took several more
Immortal Fusion Pills and God Fusion Pills.
During this period, since he advanced to the
Immortal Realm,
he feels that there is still endless room for improvement in his divine consciousness and
Immortal Body.
It was such a huge benefit that the
Wuji pill
brought him. Therefore, Zhu Xiaobao has no regrets at all about taking this peerless elixir at a great level in advance. I'm afraid only he can know the benefits of this.
I am resurrected with full health again.
When Zhu Xiaobao left the
Time Stone,
he jumped up and shouted happily. Not to mention, since I advanced to the
Immortal Realm,
I rarely have such moments of wanton fun anymore. Because everyone in front of me and behind me has to act like a master. And I lose that kind of spontaneity and completeness. The chance to let go. Then he walked out of the
Time Stone.
Although there was still a warm welcome scene, There were also a lot of people missing. After asking carefully, he found out that Sister Yu and some other people with advanced cultivation were busy in the surrounding area. Try your best to clear up the chaos in the surrounding fairyland.
Especially those rogue cultivators who harm mortals, as well as some bandits who enjoy burning, killing and looting everywhere. It is precisely because of the efforts of Sister Yu and others that the situation has not deteriorated too much in the past few years. Although they are still fighting everywhere, this is the best effort they can do. In addition, Tai and Jeezy, Sundozy and others did not show up. It turned out that they were working together to refine elixirs. Although it was difficult to improve their personal alchemy skills, they tried to make elixirs together, and they still had some unexpected effects. And we also learned a lot of valuable experience from it.
Well, that's fine. Then I'll go for a walk. Let's see if my combat effectiveness has improved significantly over the years.
Although Zhu Xiaobao was a little regretful, he immediately had his own idea. He needed to pass let's see how much you have improved in the time stone, in actual combat. As for which direction to go for training, Zhu Xiaobao casually let the
Fire Golden Bee
decide. Wherever the
Fire Golden Bee
flew, he would go. But this time, for the convenience of movement, he did not take anyone with him. And people like Wei Zifeng, Jin Huan, Su Zhu and others could no longer bear the loneliness, and went out to quell the banditry. With Zhu Xiaobao's current cultivation level, if he wanted to leave quietly, no one would be able to find out. Following the
Fire Golden Bee,
he crossed thousands of mountains and rivers in one step and arrived at the original Southwest Territory. This was also the immortal realm where he had just ascended from the lower level, Wumian, to this realm. Unexpectedly, he was already at the immortal realm, but he still didn't have the ability to return to the original
Great Xia Kingdom.
So the original
Qing Immortal Lord
was able to send the fifth brother to the lower plane, which was indeed something extraordinary. It probably has something to do with the
Law of Space.
While I was thinking about it, I didn't expect that a cry for help came from not far away, and they were still running fast. A group of male and female casual cultivators were running in front of them in a panic. It could be seen from the clothes and injuries on their bodies. They had experienced a big battle and lost, and now they were desperately escaping. It's a pity that they seem to have exhausted their physical strength and will soon be unable to hold on. Zhu Xiaobao was not in a hurry to take action, but blended into a big tree beside him and carefully looked at the few people chasing after them. The leader turned out to be a half-step, immortal realm. It's just that this man was in a daze. His eyes were dull, but he was holding a wine gourd in his hand. The people who are locked in front can shorten the distance between them by raising their legs. Behind him were three casual cultivators from the
Fake Immortal Realm
and
Primary Immortal Realm.
They were following cautiously, and at the same time, they were shouting excitedly to the front.
You can't run away. Listen to me weirdly. Stay here.
The next two female cultivators. Let the rest of you leave safely. Ha ha ha.
Huh?
Why are these casual cultivators not attacked? Can he still distinguish between friends and foes? Yes, I understand. It seems that the key is the gourd of liquor in his hand.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at it. I was very surprised. And then I nodded suddenly and thought of the key point. This master who lost his mind must be an alcoholic. So even when he has an attack, he can still be controlled. I have to say that these three casual cultivators are quite clever. And I don't know how they came up with this method. The group in front, a total of 4 men and 9 women, seemed even more frightened when they heard the shouting from behind. But at this time, one of the female cultivators had exhausted her strength and fell limply to the ground. Rather than saying that he was exhausted, it would be better to say that he collapsed to the ground in fear. Even a large pool of unpleasant-smelling liquid gushed out from under her body. It turned out that she was really scared to pee. The rest of the people hesitated for a while, but finally did not abandon her. Everyone was forced to stop and put up their strongest defensive posture, preparing for the final resistance. At this time, the stupid man with the wine gourd arrived in one step and slapped him without saying a word. King Kong Shield.
The middle-aged man headed here had no choice but to use his strongest defensive weapon, a very high-level shield, to resist this palm. But it was obvious from his face that he had little confidence, because although he has the highest cultivation level among this group of people, he is only at the level of
First Immortal Realm.
It is still very difficult to resist this blow.
Boom!
With a dull sound, the middle-aged monk was knocked backwards, and the diamond shield in his hand was already full of cracks and was basically scrapped. looking at the middle-aged monk who fell to the ground. He was already vomiting blood. He struggled to sit up and shouted wildly,
"Senior, wake up! You can't kill those of us who helped you in the past. You really can't remember anything about it? Hee! Gao Ching Song, don't say those useless things. When you kicked us out of the team, you should settle this debt with you. Hee hee. You bitches. Do you know you regret it?"
And those three, a number of casual cultivators also arrived, led by a fierce-looking man whose cultivation level was comparable to Gao Qingshan. But his eyes looked at the female nuns behind Gao Qingshan with evil intentions. His face was full of sinister smile lines.
"Lu Heihu, it was my own idea to drive you away in the first place, and it had nothing to do with them. If you let them go, I am willing to stay and do whatever you want."
Although Gao Qingshan was seriously injured, he was still very responsible. Based on this alone, Zhu Xiaobao already knows which side to help.
"What a beautiful idea! None of you can leave today, and I want you to watch me humiliate you in public. Very good. Ha 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 ha."
Lu Heihu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he shouted happily. Then he underestimated the words in the ears of the unconscious man.
"He is the one who wants to steal your wine gourd. Kill him quickly."
Suddenly, the demented man's eyes widened with anger. He took a sip of wine, then turned his palm into a hook, and fiercely grabbed Gao Qingshan's chest. Amidst everyone's screams, Gao Qingshan was about to die on the spot. And Gao Qingshan looked up sadly at his beloved monks, and then closed his eyes. He knew that he would never be able to bear this claw. The opponent's strength is too strong.
Ha 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 ha. Yes. 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 That's it. Hey. Hey. Master Drunkard. Why did you stop? Beat him to death.
Lu Heihu was half laughing with joy when he suddenly asked in surprise. Immediately afterwards, I saw this unconscious, drunken master suddenly turning around and walking towards a big tree not far away. Chapter 1757 The Magical Uses of Good Wine B. Lu Heihu was surprised to find a smiling fat man sitting on a tree not far from him. He was pouring himself a cup of wine and watching the fight between the two groups with great interest. At this time, even Lu Heihu could faintly smell an alluring aroma of wine, which meant that the pot of wine in Zhu Xiaobao's hand was definitely much better than the wine he gave to the
Master Wine Maniac.
No wonder the unconscious, drunkard master will suddenly turn to Zhu Xiaobao.
Who are you? How dare you come to ruin our good deeds?
Lu Heihu asked in surprise and anger. But Lu Heihu was also experienced in martial arts. He found that he could not see through Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation, so he was just bluffing and did not dare to attack directly.
Huh? I just want to watch the excitement. Wait until you are almost done fighting, and check for bargains and so on. You go on. You go on. Don't worry about me. I can take care of myself.
Zhu Xiaobao replied with a smile, and returned the favor by the way. He raised the rescuer and took a few sips into his mouth. As if doing magic with his other hand, he actually took out a fried chicken leg and took a big bite. His mouth was immediately filled with oil. A feeling of great satisfaction and enjoyment. As soon as they saw Zhu Xiaobao's shaky look, the two gangsters around Lu Heihu became furious. I want to rush up and take care of Zhu Xiaobao. But he was immediately stopped by Lu Heihu. People who dare to eat, drink and have fun so arrogantly here are probably not so easy to offend. Although he is very cruel, he is also very experienced. He just stared at Zhu Xiaobao to see how he dealt with a drunken master who had rushed to his side. A very strange thing happened in front of everyone's eyes. Master Jiuyu slapped the big tree where Zhu Xiaobao was lying hard. But this big tree turned out not to be moved at all. And there was no damage at all. You must know that being slapped by a cultivator who is half-step into the immortal realm can at least open a huge crack in this big tree, or even break it in the middle. But now this big tree is not damaged at all. This is very weird.
Brother, don't bother. I'll buy you a drink.
What's more unexpected is that Zhu Xiaobao still smiled, as if he didn't feel anything. With a wave of his hand, a bowl of wine flew steadily in front of the drunkard master. Although the
wine-crazy master
was unconscious, his skills did not drop at all. He picked up the bowl of wine and drank it all in one go.
Good wine. Good wine. 3 more bowls.
The wine-crazy master couldn't help but praise loudly after drinking.
No problem. Come on. Come on. Drink and eat meat at the same time.
Zhu Xiaobao greeted enthusiastically.
Call.
The wine-crazy master was not polite, and immediately jumped up. sat opposite Zhu Xiaobao, and reached out to grab the wine bottle. He took a big sip. As for the fighting situation under the big tree, he didn't care.
You continue. You continue.
Zhu Xiaobao was still thoughtful, and nodded to the two groups who were at war with each other. That means letting them fight freely.
Huh? You're a drunkard. You bastard.
This time it was Lu Heihu's turn to panic. There are 13 people opposite. If this is a group fight, isn't that asking for trouble? But at this time, he could no longer think too much. How could Gao Qingshan not see such a good opportunity? The other party is consciously helping him.
Fellow Taoists, hurry up and kill these 3 thieves.
Gao Qingshan suddenly became energetic. With a wave of his long sword, he led his men in a counterattack. What's even worse is that Lu Heihu discovered at this time that the originally empty mountain road behind him had grown wildly with countless long grasses, swaying in the wind. The long grass can also keep entangling his feet, which is very difficult. Lu Heihu finally understood that all this was caused by that little fat man. This little fat man was definitely not an ordinary person. But it's too late now. Gao Qingshan has led his men to surround the 3 of them. 13 against 3. This clearly gives him an advantage. Even the female cultivator, who was frightened to the point of peeing just now, is now fierce, and dancing with her swords very fast. She is trying to save some face for herself. Although he said he was watching a good show, Zhu Xiaobao's attention was not focused on these 2 groups at all. Instead, he stared at the drunkard master opposite him. He was trying to use his spiritual consciousness to restore the drunken master's sobriety.
Why am I here? Who are you? How dare you launch a spiritual exploration on me?
Finally, the drunken master regained consciousness and asked fiercely.
Huh? Who am I? Since you have regained your consciousness now, don't you recognize me?
Zhu Xiaobao asked, staring at the other person coldly.
Lord Supreme Treasure? You are not dead?
The wine-crazy master finally remembered and couldn't help shouting in horror.
Humph. The person who can kill me hasn't been born yet. You'd better sit still and sit down for me. Eat what you need to eat and drink what you need to drink. Don't have any ideas. Otherwise it won't be difficult for me to kill you,
Zhu Xiaobao said, pointing to the wine bowl in his hand. At this time, the 2 sides fighting were already inseparable. What was surprising was that Gao Qingshan's side did not have any advantage. But Lu Heihu and the other 3 were extremely fierce. The 2 sides could only fight in a draw. Of course, this has something to do with Gao Qingshan's injury just now. After all, Gao Qingshan is the most cultivated among them, and almost half of their group are still in the true martial realm, and have not even reached the immortal realm. Gradually, Gao Qingshan and his group have changed from the advantageous situation at the beginning to a passive situation again. With the same cultivation level, their combat effectiveness is far inferior to Lu Heihu and others.
Huh? You go and take care of it with 3 people.
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but frown, and then ordered directly.
Yes.
The drunkard master hesitated for a moment, then nodded, jumped up from the tree, and arrived at Lu Heihu's side in an instant.
Master, please spare my life. We have always followed you loyally.
Lu Heihu was immediately frightened out of his wits, thinking about his cultivation level in the
first immortal realm.
How could he dare to resist the drunkard master?
Humph. Ignorant young man. You dare to use me? You're looking for death.
The drunkard master was very sober at this moment. He raised his hand and hit Lu Heihu with the palm, which shattered Lu Heihu's sternum. He screamed, and saw that only the breath was coming out but not entering. Angry, the remaining 2 people were already panicking and trying to escape for their lives. How could they escape the siege of Gao Qingshan and others? He was also beaten to death by the drunken master in an instant. Back and forth in less than a minute. It can be seen that the gap in combat effectiveness is huge.
Yes. Yes. He is more tyrannical than I thought. Come with me.
Zhu Xiaobao also came down from the tree, pretending to be sophisticated, and said calmly with his hands behind his back. Unexpectedly, a sudden change occurred at this time.
Master Jiuji
suddenly grabbed the female cultivator under Gao Qingshan, put one hand on her head and heart, and shouted to Zhu Xiaobao.
Supreme Treasure,
I have already repaid your kindness. Now we are on the same page.
Let me go. It was a coincidence that this time, the female cultivator, who was frightened to pee, was the one being held hostage again. This time she was frightened to the point of peeing again. And a strange smell spread again.
Hee hee. I originally wanted to give you a chance. If you follow me, At least you will have a chance to be cured. I didn't expect you to be ignorant.
Zhu Xiaobao was also very surprised and turned around again. This face is a little hot. This is the result if you don't pretend to be cool. Why do you keep pretending to fail lately?
Humph. Don't do this. I have also seen people whose consciousness has been damaged. They either become obsessed or have been planted with a slave mark. You want me to be your thug? It's a good idea. But I won't give it. People are treated as slaves. Otherwise, I would not have followed this group of alchemists.
Master Jiuqi still stared at Zhu Xiaobao fiercely and shouted. But he felt uneasy in his heart. Because Zhu Xiaobao was really angry now. And the pressure released made him feel a very powerful sense of oppression.
It seems I was wrong. Evil people are evil people after all. And they are really not worthy of my help.
Zhu Xiaobao snorted coldly. Before Zhu Xiaobao finished speaking,
Master Jiu
felt his feet sink. And he was already stuck in the mud. Immediately, his feet began to freeze. And it quickly spread upwards. 5 skeletons appeared above the head, circling slowly and unhurriedly, already shrouding the
drunken master
among them.
Then let's die together.
The alcoholic master roared wildly, wanting to tear the hostage in half. At the same time, he also used all his strength to break free from the mud.
Alas, the thinking of evil people always makes other people think evil too. Let it go.
Followed Zhu Xiaobao's sigh. The drunkard master suddenly felt that his consciousness was confused again. He looked at Zhu Xiaobao blankly, not knowing what to do. And the female nun also crawled away from him. Puff, puff, puff. Like thousands of arrows piercing the heart. Countless green gold sharp edges passed through the body of the alcoholic master. And he was immediately riddled with holes and bleeding all over his body. At this time, his mind became clear again, and he looked at these little treasures unwillingly. Finally, he couldn't hold on any longer and fell down. Zhu Xiaobao made a move with his hand, and all the storage bags carried by several people were in his hands. There were no good things in the storage bag of
Master Liquor Mania.
But Lu Heihu's storage bag was full of good things, including the herbs and materials he needed. And they were all of the best quality, which made Zhu Xiaobao very satisfied. The harvest in this moment is really unexpected.
Thank you, Senior, for coming to the rescue. This is a little thought from the juniors.
People like Gao Qingshan were also very sensible and immediately offered several rare medicinal materials. They were indeed very rare medicinal materials. And there was another ingredient, even more a year with tens of thousands of years.
Who are you?
Zhu Xiaobao did not take it, but stared at Gao Qingshan and asked.
The younger ones are just some herb collectors who have been forced to wander around due to these troubled times.
Gao Qingshan lowered his head and said, but his eyes were as cunning as those of the 3 kingdoms. Humph. Tell the truth.
Zhu Xiaobao snorted coldly, and a strong pressure overwhelmed Gao Qingshan.
Junior is Trinako's disciple.
Oh. Chapter 1758 is finally confirmed. Although Gao Qingshan wanted to hide it, he couldn't bear it under Zhu Xiaobao's strong pressure and finally revealed his identity. It turns out that a group of them are actually Tianhezi's disciples. Of course, not all of them. There are also some that they formed a team by traveling together for safety during this period. Among them were Lu Heihu and 3 others. Zhu Xiaobao nodded. It's no wonder. Gao Qingshan's cultivation level is not low, but his combat power is very average. It can even be said that he is weak among those with the same cultivation level. It turns out that they are all alchemists and are not good at actual combat. At first, Lu Heihu and others had evil thoughts towards the female nuns in the team. In the end, Gao Qingshan and others joined forces to scare Lu Heihu away. If Lu Heihu had known that Gao Qingshan's actual combat ability was so poor, he would have succeeded. But they didn't expect that just after they drove away Lu Heihu, they were targeted by Master Liquor again. It turned out that when he was sober, Master Liquor also knew that his soul injury could only be cured by elixir. So he only then did they focus on Gao Qingshan and others. It's just that he lost the whereabouts of Gao Qingshan and others when the injury occurred. Unexpectedly, Lu Heihu and the others appeared at the right time and helped him continue to catch up with Gao Qingshan and others. And he also creatively came up with a way to control the drunken master. But they didn't expect that the drunkard master was a more ruthless character than them. In the end, he died at the hands of the drunken master.
Ha ha! Since we are disciples of Tianhezi, we are not outsiders anymore. I am a disciple of Tianhezi. Brothers and sisters, please come sit down in the forest and talk.
Zhu Xiaobao immediately said. He smiled politely. Trina's condition was what he was most concerned about and doubtful about. It would be great to meet his disciples.
Oh? Senior, are you the
supreme treasure
that you don't even dare to accept from
Immortal Pill Island?
I've met Senior Brother.
At this time, Gao Qingshan suddenly realized and hurriedly gave a big gift to the little treasures. Those behind him, they all bowed and saluted. As long as you enter the woods, it is quite safe. Besides, with Zhu Xiaobao's current cultivation level, there is no one who can threaten him. Seeing the miserable state of these people, Zhu Xiaobao even cooked a delicious meal for them, and also created an illusion to let the female nuns wash themselves happily in the river not far away. I took a shower, and then put on clean clothes. This made these people have a great affection for Zhu Xiaobao. After the group of people devoured a table of delicious food, Zhu Xiaobao began to ask questions, mainly about Trinako's whereabouts. At first, Gao Qingshan was a little hesitant, but when Zhu Xiaobao asked if there was something wrong with Tianheezy now, Gao Qingshan's fear finally couldn't bear it anymore, and he said in horror,
Brother, we all escaped secretly, because now our master seems to be a different person, completely different from before. And half a year ago, we also discovered something very terrifying. Oh, what is it?
Zhu Xiaobao was shocked when he heard it, and asked quickly.
We found the master in a cave, actually casting spells to sacrifice living people. And they were all female cultivators. What's even more strange is that several of our junior sisters have now been taken away by him. And they were so willing. It's like he's lost his mind. The key is,
Gao Qingshan said, not daring to say anything further.
Moreover, they are constantly singing the Ode to Joy. And these female cultivators have also been abandoned by the blood sacrifice refining?
Zhu Xiaobao said immediately.
Oh? How did you know? That scene was too terrifying. Fortunately, we were hiding at the Shandong entrance, and the master was at the critical moment of casting the spell. So we fled in panic.
Gao Qingshan still had a look on his face. At this time he said in horror. The reason why they wanted to run away was because several of their fellow apprentices had regular religious partners, so they were not tempted by
Ode to Joy.
But they all felt that if they didn't leave Tianheezy quickly, their fellow monks would be brainwashed into fanatical followers, like those senior sisters.
Oh, sure enough. It still left a huge hidden danger. This guy is really difficult to deal with.
Zhu Xiaobao's heart also felt cold, and he sighed helplessly.
Senior brother, what do you know? That person is probably not our master anymore. Right?
Gao Qingshan asked uneasily. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he had been with Trina for hundreds of years, and was very familiar with his master. So he was the first to notice that something was wrong. When they saw the small
blood sacrifice technique,
of course they were sure that Trinako was not the original master.
Well, he should be Gong Yemyao, whose body was destroyed by me. But I didn't expect that he had cultivated into the second nascent soul before he died. So he deceived me. Then he must have taken the body of
Tianheezy,
and then find you again. I guess all the rare medicinal materials you helped master store have been taken away.
Zhu Xiaobao also said a little absent-mindedly. Now it is certain that he is another difficult opponent, and the other party can now refine the elixir. This is even more of a headache.
Oh? That's it. No wonder we all feel that master has changed a lot from before. And his cultivation has suddenly become very high. He has reached the
immortal realm.
The rare medicinal materials and materials that were originally kept by us have also been. He took them all away.
Gao Qingshan suddenly realized it and exclaimed. Although he had always suspected it, it was still a bit unbelievable that it was actually confirmed. In fact, not to mention Gao Qingshan, even Zhu Xiaobao felt that his head was a little bigger. Originally, Gong Yemya's spiritual consciousness was still a weakness. But now that he has devoured Tianheezy's spiritual consciousness, not only has he recovered his true form, but his spiritual consciousness has also been greatly improved. Originally, according to Gong Yemya's spiritual consciousness, it was simply impossible to seize Tianheezy. But with the help of
Lord Black Dragon,
it becomes easy. The fact that Trinako was able to refine the
infusion pill
last time speaks volumes.
Then can our master be saved? Can he be restored to his previous state of mind?
Gao Qingshan still begged with hope.
Oh, it's impossible. Tianheezy has fallen. You should protect yourselves first. In order to keep these secrets, Gong Yemyashir will not let you go. Otherwise, you should go to
Zuanbao Island.
My master, Tianheezy and others are now on the
Zuanbao Island.
If you are willing, You can also worship under the
Immortal Pill Island. Zhu Xiaobao sighed and said,
Okay then. Let's go and join Master Tianjizi.
Gao Qingshan and others said dejectedly. In the past, they were unwilling to take refuge on Zuanbao Island because the people from
Immortal Pill Island
were stationed there. They have always had a grudge against Elixir Island. But now the situation has completely changed, and they don't have any scruples anymore. After all, with their fighting power, it is still very difficult to survive in the wild. Being able to be placed under the door of
Immortal Pill Island
is definitely an opportunity for them.
Well, take me to the cave where Gong Yem Miao's
blood sacrifice
was held first. It's best if he's still there, and I take the opportunity to kill him.
Zhu Xiaobao still said with the hope of being safe, and took advantage of Gong Yem Miao's wings before they were ready. Feng, it's easier to kill him now. If he waits until he blood sacrifices a few more times, Zhu Xiaobao doesn't know if he will be so confident in killing him.
Yes, senior brother, please come with us.
Gao Qingshan and others nodded in agreement. They did not have confidence in this senior brother, but in the supreme treasure. This time it was much easier to find the way back. Gao Qingshan and others knew that people with high cultivation could be so relaxed and contented. If it weren't for Gong Yumiao's idea, they could even light a fire to cook and feast every day. Moreover, the groups of bandits encountered along the way either ran away, or those who did not care about life and death came forward to provoke them. But they were all easily killed by Zhu Xiaobao. When they were still a little far away from the hidden cave, Zhu Xiaobao also changed into the same clothes as Gao Qingshan from the original Shengdian Island, in order to demonstrate to Tianjizi. Tianjizi also picked up himself against the
Immortal Pill Island,
the sect of Shengdian Island. So they also had their own uniform costumes. Zhu Xiaobao mingled among this group of people and concealed his cultivation level in order not to alert Gong Yemye. It's best to catch him unawares and kill him in one fell swoop. On the edge of a very hidden rock, the weeds were pushed aside to reveal a small hole. But there was already a stench mixed with the smell of blood. Several female cultivators behind Zhu Xiaobao could no longer bear it and vomited. In the end, Zhu Xiaobao only brought Gao Qingshan into the cave, and let the female nuns wait outside the cave. The further inside, the stronger the smell of blood mixed with the stench became, and even Gao Qingshan couldn't stand it anymore. After walking for another 100 meters, I saw a very terrifying scene. Hundreds of women were lying dead in the innermost part of the cave. Some of them had turned into mummies, and a large number of them had rotted and deteriorated, because those who rotted and deteriorated were all mortals, and the corpses of the female nuns turned into mummies. Sure enough, there were no clues left here, not even a storage bag. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao had already done it hard when he was near Shandong, and there were no living people here. When they arrived at the cave where Gao Qingshan and the others were stationed, the buildings were also deserted. It seemed that Gong Yemyu was still very cautious. There has been no sign of anyone living here for a long time. Walking further inside, sure enough, the caves where medicinal materials and property were hidden have been plundered and all taken away. Chapter 1759, the most crucial, A. Seeing all this, Zhu Xiaobao stood still for a long time. Then he waved his hand and said,
You just rushed to Zuanbao Island. I will ask Zuanbao Island to send someone to pick you up. I will try to find Gong Yemi's whereabouts, hoping to find him on that road. Find the Black Dragon before he recovers from his injuries. Yes. Thank you, senior brother.
Gao Qingshan and others quickly expressed their gratitude. Originally, they did not dare to have such an idea because they had an antagonistic relationship with the
Immortal Pill Island.
It was different now. With Zhu Xiaobao's words, their minds immediately changed. Everyone hopes to rush to Zuanbao Island as quickly as possible. After all, Zuanbao Island is now the safest and most harmonious holy land that everyone yearns for. After Gao Qingshan and others left, Zhu Xiaobao immediately searched everywhere, hoping to find any clues about Gong Yemyu. If we can find Gong Yemyu now, we can kill him in time and easily. But if he waits until his wings are full, it will be difficult to say. What's even more terrible is that now Gong Yemyu is able to make elixirs independently because of the relationship between the body and the body. And his consciousness has also become very powerful because he swallowed the consciousness of Tianjizi. If he joins forces with that black dragon again, he will have no chance of winning. Continuously traveling between the southwest region and the northwest region, all Xiaobao can be said to be running around. We will not let go of anything that is a little bit abnormal. But unfortunately,
It seems that Gong Yemu disappeared without leaving any clues. On the contrary, various news about Trinako came from Penglai Immortal Domain and Qiandao Sea area. Zhu Xiaobao was unable to judge the authenticity for a while. It seemed that Gong Yemiao was also consciously spreading various rumors to confuse Zhu Xiaobao's judgment. I have been running around for a year, except for going to Fengyuan City and helping the fat man, Fu Asheng, get out of danger. Found nothing. It turns out that although Fu Asheng also sent some of the elites of the family to Zuinbao Island, most of the clan members still stayed in Fengyuan City. After all, it was the territory that the ancestors of the Fu family had worked hard for. And there are also very rich mineral resources. And they will not give up easily. If everyone from the Fu family is gone, then other families and people in Fengyuan City will definitely be in deep misery. I just didn't expect that Fu Asheng had many enemies. Although he usually didn't dare to take revenge. Now he started to take revenge and counterattack with the help of those crazy pirates and those vicious rogue cultivators. External and internal troubles broke out all at once. The Fuji family was also unable to do what they wanted and were besieged in Fengyuan City, like trapped beasts still fighting. Fortunately, Fu Asheng has a close friendship with 5 true lords and 6 true lords. These two people are very close to each other. They have always tried their best to help the Fu family and praise the cultivation of 5 true lords and 6 true lords. We have just entered the Shanghai Fairyland, and we are also unable to withstand the siege of so many masters. We can only defend ourselves and rely on our geographical advantages to conduct defensive battles. Jin Huan was also involved in this. The two of them were originally from the Fu family. Now that the Fu family is in trouble, they naturally rushed back to help. Ha ha ha! Fu Asheng, your Fu family didn't expect this day. Right. In order to expand Fengyuan City, your Fu family just annexed my whole family's town. Now it's time for liquidation. Surrender. I promise to leave a way for your Fu family to survive and never kill innocent people indiscriminately. As you can see clearly, I have 2 masters here who are half-stepped to the immortal realm. These belong to my whole family, who were forced to flee elders who have been to the Thousand Island Sea. Now that you have successfully cultivated, you are back. Do you still want to fight like a trap beast? A lean old man's face was red at this time, and he was excitedly shouting to Fengyuan City. The only thing he is afraid of now is the 5 true lords and 6 true lords in the city. Although their cultivation is not very high, their senior brother, Fu Ji, is also half-step into the immortal realm. But he is currently in retreat, just impacting the immortal realm. Humph. Ho Monsong. With the current strength of your whole family, my Fu family could give up Fengyuan City. But now you actually join forces with so many vicious people to loot my Fengyuan City. Then there is nothing more to say. The Fu family can only fight to the death. Fu Asheng is still so fat and powerful, but his cultivation has always stayed in them. What makes Fu Asheng even more afraid is that Ho Shiquang now has a black hawk on his shoulders. You have endured it for hundreds of years just for today. Fu Asheng, I'm afraid it's not enough for you to sacrifice your own life today. You also have to take your close friends and beauties with you. He. Ho Shiquang was vicious. He smiled, his eyes full of hatred and greed. The third lady behind Fu Asheng was also the female cultivator he admired and pursued back then. However, she was not as skilled as others, and was ruthlessly defeated. So she had to endure it for so many years, just waiting for the chance to take revenge. Humph. Come on then. Let me see how much you have grown over the years. Fu Asheng saw that he couldn't give up today, and had to fight to the death. Okay. Get out of my way. I will defeat him alone. No one should interfere. Ho Shiquang immediately unleashed the powerful pressure of the Middle Fairy Realm, and roared wildly. He has been dreaming of this moment for hundreds of years. It's finally possible today. At this time, even the 2 elders of the Ho family, who were half-stepping into the immortal realm, behind Ho Shiquang nodded secretly. This Ho Shiquang's momentum was definitely strong enough, and he was worthy of being the current head of the Ho family. Of course, they both knew that once Ho Shiquang was in trouble, they would secretly help him. As soon as Fu Asheng and Ho Shiquang fought, they were inseparable. Ho Shiquang uses a pair of half-moon wheels, and his moves are subtle and flexible. Fu Asheng, on the other hand, is waiting for work, with great strength, relying on the weird pace of the same lineage as Zhu Xiaobao. He still does not fall behind. 2 completely different styles. But the fight was extremely fierce. After fighting for less than half an hour,
They were evenly matched. This surprised Ho Shiquang. He didn't expect that Fu Asheng would make such rapid progress in so many years. Not lazy at all? Go! Ho Shiquang shook his shoulders, and the black eagle pounced towards Fu Asheng. But before it could reach it, a bolt of lightning shot out from the hard eagle's beak, and Fu Asheng's shoulders suddenly disappeared. A burn wound the size of a copper coin appeared on his body. Although he was fleshy and thick-skinned, he couldn't help but feel numb all over. And then, he quickly recovered. After that, Fu Asheng became more and more passive as he continued to fight. The Black Hawk's constant harassment made it difficult for him to take care of both. Although those electric shocks were not enough to cause serious injury, they greatly affected his concentration. Moreover, this Black Hawk also specially launched attacks in the air, making Fu Asheng very passive. The situation on the court immediately began to tilt, and Fu Asheng gradually fell into a passive position.
Ha ha ha! Didn't you expect that I have one more skill than you? With just this advantage, you can be completely defeated.
Ho Shiquang suddenly laughed happily. This feeling of taking the initiative is so good. Got it. He even had time to look back at the third lady. It's a pity that they didn't pay attention to him at all. They were just worried about Fu Asheng nervously. Just when Fu Asheng was secretly anxious and helpless, suddenly a fire golden bee flew out from behind him, appearing and disappearing. Although the author was much smaller than the black eagle in size, it was a spirit bee that has reached the level of a fairy beast. What's even more surprising is that everyone present couldn't catch it, and only saw clusters of small flames he shot out, burning the Black Hawk and sending it flying all over the world.
Who is it? Come out here! Fu Asheng, you don't keep your word. How about the one-on-one fight you agreed on?
Ho Shiquang shouted a little angrily.
Ha ha! I'm still alone, but you can bring a battle pet. Why can't I? I trained this divine bee.
On the contrary, Fu Asheng smiled happily at this time. Chapter 1760. The most crucial bee. Ever since this Vulcan bee appeared, Fu Asheng was overjoyed. Of course he knew about Zhu Xiaobao's perverted Vulcan bee, because it ate the stamens of the golden cultivation flower. It advanced to the level of a fairy beast unprecedentedly. However, because Zhu Gao was a rare person, he couldn't find anyone of the same kind with the same level of cultivation as him. So he had no choice but to follow Zhu Xiaobao obediently. It can be said to be a big killer weapon for Zhu Xiaobao. If this Vulcan bee hadn't consciously revealed the gold edge, Fu Asheng wouldn't have been able to see it, because its current transparency is the best among fairy beasts. Seeing the Black Hawk struggling painfully in midair, it was to no avail. It couldn't find any trace of the Vulcan bee, so it could only be beaten passively. I saw flames constantly shooting out of this black eagle's body. Although it fought fiercely, it was still too late to put out the fire. It was so frightened that it twisted and turned back and forth in midair, and finally fell straight down. All the feathers on its body were almost burned away, and it was no longer a black eagle.
Ah! I'm so angry! Fu Asheng, where did you get this nasty spirit insect? Without Black Eagle, I will still kill you.
Ho Shiquang howled angrily. He had already had the upper hand, but he didn't expect that a little spirit bee would turn the tide of the battle, which made him very angry. I'm starting to lose my mind.
Ha ha ha! Come on! After so many years of hard training, I am still so miserable. It really disappoints me.
Fu Asheng laughed. Ever since he knew that Zhu Xiaobao was coming, he had already secured the victory. Sure enough, when the two met again, the situation immediately reversed. Not only was Fu Asheng's defense airtight, but his offense was even stronger than before. On the other hand, Ho Shiquang is now being constantly harassed by the Vulcan bees. Flames are constantly coming out of his body, and even a cluster of flames on his head is burning bigger and bigger. It's a pity that he couldn't find the position of the Vulcan bee, so he could only respond to the challenge while constantly slapping the flames on his body and head.
Come on! Come on! Let our family help you put out the fire.
Fu Asheng became more and more courageous in fighting, and in the end, he didn't even use weapons anymore. He suddenly picked up Ho Shiquang in his arms, and suddenly his terrifying rub, pinch, need comes into play again. Even the little treasures invisible in midair are pleasing to the eye. This is simply perfect art.
Ugh! Let go of me! You damn fat guy! You're still fighting in such a dirty way! Dad, come and save me!
Ho Shiquang couldn't hold on for a few moments. Once Fu Asheng got close to him, that can only be this result. What's more, Fu Asheng is the only person in the world who can use this skill to the best of his abilities. Looking at Ho Shiquan again. His head was swollen. His eyes were squinted. And the weapons in his hands were nowhere to be found. What's more terrible is that in just a short period of time, 3 of his ribs had been broken. And 4 of his ribs had been broken. Fingers. And several teeth came out of his mouth. He couldn't bear it anymore even with such a high level of cultivation. So he had no choice but to ask his father for help.
Ah! Don't panic. My son, Dad is here.
Ho Mansong didn't care about the one-on-one challenge anymore and rushed over anxiously.
Puff!
Before Ho Mansong arrived, he himself was pierced by an arrow in the abdomen, screamed, and fell to the ground. His dantian was destroyed, and he could no longer get up.
Who is it? Come out!
The 2 half-step, Immortal Realm, who were watching the show immediately roared and rose into the air in an instant. But as soon as they saw the person in the air, they both regretted it.
Yeah. Kneel down, and I can leave you a way out. Otherwise, that Ho Mansong will be a lesson to you.
There was a
5-element skeleton
hovering in the air, and a little fat man they were very familiar with was sitting upright. An earth and stone shield said lightly,
"Ah? Supreme treasure? Brother, don't listen to him. If we surrender, then all the people below will be dead."
These 2 are still brothers. The boss waited up and felt that the 2 brothers' cooperation can still get away with your whole body. After all, they had the experience of challenging the Immortal Realm. Although they failed to win, they were able to escape unscathed.
Yes, boss, I listen to you. Maybe this battle will give you an opportunity to advance to the Immortal Realm.
The second child is even more confident, and even hopes to advance through actual combat.
Ha ha. Okay, I have an idea. I like it.
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but laugh. Before he finished speaking, Zhu Xiaobao bullied the second child in front of him and slapped him in the face. He was immediately dizzy and spun around in circles. Then he looked at the little fat man in front of him in panic. Didn't you expect that your combat effectiveness would be so much different than that of your opponent? But what about the boss? What about joining forces? Looking at the boss, who was more than 10 steps away, he was currently being covered by the
5-element skeleton.
Various attribute attacks had already hit him, and he was in a hurry. He had no chance to escape.
I'll fight with you. Oh, my arm.
The second child's eyes suddenly became fierce, and he wanted to risk his life. But then he saw his steel fork falling into Zhu Xiaobao's hands. The key was that the steel fork still had one of his arms attached to it. It turned out that in just such a moment, Zhu Xiaobao had already cut off one of his arms with a knife, and then took away his weapon. Then a giant snake entangled the 2 brothers tightly. The little demon has now advanced to the realm of fairy beasts. Its only problem is that it advances too fast, and its body has not yet truly reached the realm of fairy beasts level. But if you want to deal with people who are in the fairyland, you can still fight. The 2 brothers were powerless to resist, and there were 5 skeletons hovering above their heads. At this time, the members of the Fu family had taken advantage of the victory to attack with all their strength, surrounding the members of the Ho family. What followed was a one-sided killing. The feud between the 2 families will always be completely settled. What surprised Zhu Xiaobao was that there were also a large number of
black god bees
mixed in among them. Although the level was not as high as his own, it was enough to deal with those members of the Ho family who had lower cultivation levels.
I didn't expect that people from the
Beast Control sect
are also here. This must be Yu Beibei's method.
Seeing this, Zhu Xiaobao's heart suddenly warmed up, and he remembered Yu Duo, who had passed away many years ago. So he waved his hand and released all the
black god bees
around him. This time, hundreds of thousands of
black god bees
immediately formed a black mass. The people of the Ho family could no longer see the outside world clearly. The entire clan was surrounded by the dark
black god bees,
and they heard screams one after another. Even the members of the Fu family outside were a little frightened. This is the first time they have seen such a large number of
black god bees.
I was originally worried that I didn't have enough
black god bees.
Looking at it now, it made Yu Beibei burst into tears. When she saw Zhu Xiaobao falling slowly, she jumped up excitedly.
Brother-in-law, woo-woo, if you don't come, we will be trapped to death.
It's here.
Ha ha. I'm here. Aren't I? Can you let go of your hand first? Go and call back your
black god bee first. Zhu Xiaobao smiled extremely awkwardly at this time. Unexpectedly, the little girl once it has developed so perfectly, which makes him a little embarrassed. After all,
Almost all eyes are staring at him now. Oh! Yes! 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 You hurry into the city and help Sixth True Lord heal her injuries. Her injuries are very serious. Yu Bebe was shocked to realize at this time that she had lost her composure, and quickly let go of Zhu Xiaobao, saying repeatedly, now Yu Bebe has barely cultivated to the fake fairyland. Over the years, Zhu Xiaobao and the Beast Control sect have always maintained a very friendly relationship. The pills needed by the Beast Control sect are given to them at half the price of, especially when it comes to treating Yu Bebe. He almost responds to every request. Even the head of the Beast Control sect treats Yu Bebe differently, who told her to have such a powerful brother-in-law. At this time, Ho Shiquang had been beaten by Fu Asheng and collapsed on the ground. His Dantian was destroyed, and there was no possibility of repairing it. I could only look at Fu Asheng with resentment. Zhu Xiaobao's tens of thousands of Black God bees were not withdrawn, mainly because he did not want the people gathered around to watch the battle to see the scene of genocide. He waited until the people of the Fu family had settled the funeral affairs, and then took them back. Black God Bee, hearing that Sixth Sister was seriously injured, Zhu Xiaobao hurried to the city lord's mansion. In Shiqua Hospital, Zhu Xiaobao bowed to Fifth Brother and Sixth Sister respectfully before coming to Sixth Sister's bedside. Sure enough, Zhu Xiaobao's 9 patterns returning true pill brought Sixth True Lord's injuries under control, and it was only a matter of time before he could fully recover. After thoroughly understanding the internal and external troubles, Fengyuan City suddenly became joyful and lively again, and Zhu Xiaobao did not expect that many families would gather in the city. Even many people from the Beast Control sect were hiding here. Among them was Lu Zhenjuan's biological sister Yuan Zhuzhu, but she was now her second senior brother in Lan Qing and became a double cultivator. Both of them also came to express their gratitude to Zhu Xiaobao. It's just that Yuan Zhuzhu still has some resentment in her eyes. She wanted to follow Zhu Xiaobao at the beginning. It's a pity that falling flowers are intentional and flowing water is ruthless. In the end, I ended up becoming a spiritual couple with my second senior brother. I have lived a very comfortable life these past few years. It was only in the past few years that the Beast Control sect encountered an unprecedented crisis. A large number of casual cultivators continued to attack the Beast Control sect, so that the Beast Control sect finally had to give up its territory and went out to escape. Disaster. And Yuan Zhuzhu hid in Fengyuan City because she and Lu Zhenjuan were sisters. Unexpectedly, even the always stable Fengyuan City would be besieged. If Zhu Xiaobao hadn't arrived, it would probably have been captured today. I see. Then this matter is very annoying. If Gong Yemiao and the Black Dragon join forces, I'm afraid it will be useless if all the immortals are united now. Although the 6 true lords have just recovered from their injuries, but her knowledge is very profound, and she is not inferior to Fu Asheng. You mean Wuji Dan? Yes. This is the most important thing. Chapter 1761. The most crucial. See. Everyone was sitting around in the hall, feeling so relaxed and comfortable. Rarely. This kind of relaxed atmosphere has not happened for a long time. Jin Huan and Huan followed Zhu Xiaobao closely. Neither of them expected to meet Zhu Xiaobao here, so their excitement was self-evident. When Zhu Xiaobao stays in Fengyuan City, he also has a sense of belonging in his own territory. Ever since he ascended to this world, he and Fu Asheng have formed a deep friendship, and they can be regarded as brothers. Of course, Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation level now far exceeds that of Fu Asheng, but there is no barrier between the two. Still talking, laughing, and eating deliciously. The only thing that makes Zhu Xiaobao very uncomfortable is that most of the people in Fengyuan City are fat and muscular, and there is a feeling that being fat is beautiful. Even Zhu Xiaobao is not considered a fat man here, but when talking about the next countermeasures, everyone was a little silent. After all, it should be confirmed now that Gong Yemiaofei was not dead, but also took away the Tai and Heezy, became more powerful than before, and his spiritual consciousness, it is more than doubled. The most worrying thing is that Gong Yemyu and Heiling join forces. That is, no one can compete with them, because this black dragon has been completely beaten back to its original shape, with almost no possibility of evolving into a human being. It is very likely that after recovering from the injury, it will launch a crazy revenge. Just imagine, Gong Yemyu relies on his unique small-scale blood sacrifice technique, which is not only hidden, but also efficient and not easy to be detected. The key is that it is quite easy for him to seduce those female nuns. Therefore, Everyone believed that Gong Yimu's advancement speed was far faster than Zhu Xiaobao's. If he controls that black dragon again, he will truly be invincible. But I can't guarantee that I will be able to refine the Wuji pill. And I don't know how much time it will take to successfully refine it. None of the existing senior alchemists can help me, Zhu Xiaobao said in great distress. Now everyone is pinning their hopes on him. But he has no clue. It doesn't matter. If the time comes when Gong Yimu and Black Dragon wreak havoc on the world, even if you fail to refine the Wuji pill, we will live and die together with you and face these two evil demons. I believe that evil will never prevail against good. Finally, the sixth true lord said with great righteousness. Okay, then I will go back and concentrate on refining the Wuji pill. But you really don't want to sit with me and go back to Zuanbao Island. Zhu Xiaobao was also naturally passionate. Stood up and said impassionately, but I still can't let go of these people. Ha ha! Don't worry. Although we have experienced some crises this time, Master Fuji will be released soon. And there are only a handful of people with such a powerful force like the Ho family. We can definitely handle it. Fu Ashen also said confidently. Okay. It's not too late. I'll keep you here for a few days. When Sixth Sister recovers from her injuries, I'll refine a few elixirs for her. Then I'll rush back to Zuanbao Island and start focusing on refining Wuji pill. Zhu Xiaobao nodded. He knew that the fifth true lord, the sixth true lord, and the great true lord, Fuji, had actually been trying their best to maintain the situation in the Northwest Territory. Although Immortal Qingyi is missing, he has not given up his responsibilities and is still doing his best to protect the Northwest Territory. Try to keep those cities and mortals safe. Therefore, among the several major immortal realms, the most chaotic and unsafe is the original Penglai immortal realm, because Chu Xiong has also entered the retreat stage of impacting the immortal realm. He has no time to maintain the order of Penglai immortal realm. Now the entire Chu family is in great difficulty, with those brutal rogue cultivators intruding everywhere. After only staying in Bongyuan City for 5 days, Zhu Xiaobao set off again, get ready to rush back to Zuanbao Island. He was very happy to be able to spend time with Yu Beibei and Jin Huan these days. Before leaving, they also left behind very targeted elixirs to ensure that they could improve their cultivation as soon as possible. But after leaving Bongyuan City, Zhu Xiaobao did not directly return to Zuanbao Island. There is another place he must go to, and that is the puppet door. Because since the last time he defeated the black dragon back to its original form, he found that Huang Qinghuang has also disappeared. On Dragon Fairy Island, Huang Qinghuang has always been a very mysterious figure, but he has secretly helped him a few times. So Zhu Xiaobao must find out clearly before returning to Zuanbao Island. This time, Huang Qinghuang, what role did it play on Dragon Fairy Island? In order not to alert others, Zhu Xiaobao did not go there with great fanfare. Instead, he tried his best to avoid unnecessary informants, walked around, and came to the puppet door. What surprised Zhu Xiaobao was that other places were very chaotic, but the puppet gate was very quiet. Very few casual cultivators come here to harass. Even the towns and villages surrounding the puppet gate were not affected. Looking from afar, the vast fields of mature crops make people feel the joy of a good harvest. Come and try it quickly. Stop! This is the boundary of the puppet gate. No entry is allowed without a waistband issued by the puppet gate. Who are you? A group of disciples of the puppet gate immediately discovered Zhu Xiaobao, and quickly they spread out their formation and blocked Zhu Xiaobao's way. Several puppets appeared immediately behind them, but their levels were too low. Most of them were bronze corpses and iron corpses. The leading disciple was followed by a silver corpse. Even this is already arrogant. Me? I don't have any jade tokens. But you can go report it and ask Huang Tianxi to come out to greet you. Well, no. Forget it. Let's let Huang Yugu or Huang Qinghuang come out. Zhu Xiaobao thought for a moment. Then he said calmly, How brave! How dare you call our sect leader by his first name? How dare you call the two ancestors by their first names? Are you tired of living? A disciple standing at the front immediately shouted sharply. It is true that the ignorant are fearless. Zhu Xiaobao hid his cultivation at this moment, so this disciple did not notice the terror of Zhu Xiaobao at all. He yelled loudly, Huh? Forget it. Let them come out on their own. Zhu Xiaobao was a little dumbfounded, but he didn't argue with this disciple, and instead slightly released the pressure of his
immortal realm. Suddenly, the group of disciples of the puppet sect in front of them were all overwhelmed. And then they all fell to their knees and could not get up. And those low-level puppet were also suppressed and unable to move. Just when these disciples were shocked and at a loss, two figures rose up from the inside of the puppet door in the distance. The two powerful auras joined forces to resist Zhu Xiaobao's pressure, and then quickly rushed to Zhu Xiaobao.
Ah? Lord Supreme Treasure?
The first person to speak was Huang Yugu, the heavenly corpse, who had regained consciousness and regained consciousness. Now Huang Yugu's face is much rosier, but she is still a little stiff. But she was still surprised when she saw Zhu Xiaobao. Based on her cultivation and previous master-servant relationship, she still bowed in awe. Behind Huang Yugu, Huang Qingquang had an indifferent expression. Even though he faced Zhu Xiaobao's immortal realm cultivation, he just bowed his hands with a stiff expression.
You are finally here. Humph. I just want to know what kind of role you played in
Dragon Fairy Island.
If you don't ask clearly, I won't worry.
Zhu Xiaobao didn't pay much attention to Huang Yugu, but stared at Huang Qingquang asked,
Do you want to kill me?
Huang Qingquang, still Huang Qingquang, shouted arrogantly.
Do you think I don't dare?
Zhu Xiaobao immediately asked angrily.
Forget it. Senior brother, you just want to know about the Black Dragon. It's not aimed at us.
Huang Yugu quickly stepped forward to persuade her. She was always in awe when facing Zhu Xiaobao.
Humph. I'm staying at
Dragon Immortal Island.
It's just a deal. I make a female
puppet
for him to use for dual cultivation. It allows me to practice their skills to attack the
immortal realm.
It's just that their exercises have little effect on people like us.
But those blood energy
are somewhat effective in relieving the stiffness of our bodies. So I am permanently stationed on
Dragon Fairy Island.
But I didn't arrest those female cultivators myself. I just helped them refine the
puppet.
If I didn't take action, they would die even worse.
Although Huang Qingquang had a tough attitude, he also defended himself.
Yes. Since we returned to the
puppet gate,
we have repeatedly emphasized that we cannot refine it on anyone. It can only be auctioned from the trading ground. And they are all those damned vicious ones. People,
Huang Yugu also quickly added. Although she had resentment against the puppet gate, she finally chose to return to the puppet gate. Only here can one have identity and status. But anywhere else, people regard them as monsters or evil cultivators and avoid them.
Humph. Let me ask you another question. Do you know that the current Tianhezi is the original Gongye Miao?
After Zhu Xiaobao heard this, he also knew that what she said was almost the truth. The puppet door is indeed a very special existence. But it has lasted for so many years because they are careful enough in what they do. That's why Huang Qingquang is so arrogant and insists that he has done no evil.
I didn't know it at first. But then I saw it. I didn't expect Gongye Miao to be so strong. And he could come back even after his body was destroyed.
Huang Qingquang couldn't help but said with lingering fear. Even he felt how terrifying Gongye Miao was. This is also an important reason why he finally decided to return to Puppet Gate. He and Huang Yugu want to protect the Puppet Gate from being implicated.
One more question. Can my two puppets regain their consciousness? It's very difficult. And it has to be tempered to at least the level of Heavenly Corpse.
Chapter 762, All Desert A. After leaving the Puppet Gate, Zhu Xiaobao returned to Zuinbao Island. This time it didn't cause any sensation, because many people didn't know that Lord Supreme Treasure had already gone out. After coming back, he first asked for news about Gao Qishan and others. After hearing the reply that they had arrived safely, he was relieved. After all, these are considered rare talents. The pills that everyone needs now also cost a lot of money, and they also require a considerable number of alchemists. Therefore, as soon as these people came back, they were already divided among the hall masters of the
Immortal Pill Island.
When Zhu Xiaobao came back this time, he first summoned all the senior alchemists. Of course, they were all the people he trusted the most, among whom Tianjizi had the highest prestige. After these days of speculation and discussion, everyone has already had some preliminary understanding of the Wuji pill, and has also achieved some offenses. They even separated the materials and tried to refine them locally. But even with such simplification, the success rate was extremely low, even less than 20%.
Oh, of course I know the difficulty of refining the
Wuji pill.
But now we have no way out. We can only make a desperate move. If we succeed, there will be a bright future. If we fail, it will be doomed.
Zhu Xiaobao, he said with his mind made up. Now that the whereabouts of Gong Yemiao and Heilun cannot be found, it is equivalent to being in the light, while the other party is in the dark, which is already very passive. The key is that Gong Yemiao will probably join forces with Black Dragon, plus those pirates and casual cultivators, who are already biased towards these two demons. That's why Zhu Xiaobao made the desperate decision to refine the Wuji pill.
Okay. We will fully cooperate with you. Xiaobao. Just concentrate on your work. You don't need to worry about the materials and medicinal materials for refining the
Wuji pill.
Don't worry about the chaos outside. We will try our best to maintain it now. The situation is relatively balanced.
Everyone expressed their opinions in various ways. Of course, these people are the people Zhu Xiaobao trusts the most. And in the following days, they can enter the Time Stone to practice or assist other Xiaobao in refining elixirs. Many secrets are irrelevant now. What Zhu Xiaobao wants is to concentrate on research and try to refine the Wuji pill. Another thing that requires Zhu Xiaobao's own efforts is to continuously improve his combat effectiveness. This can only be done by relying on the
5-element skeleton
and people with strong combat effectiveness to accompany him in sparring. In addition, continue to take Rongshan pill, and
Immortal Bone pill
to strengthen and improve your physical fitness. Zhu Xiaobao's current state is almost like retreat. The only difference is that he can often exchange alchemy experiences with the alchemy masters. We can even occasionally let Green Fairy and others stay overnight to relax. Not only is it a necessary requirement, it is also an indispensable part of the cultivation process. In the blink of an eye, 500 years have passed in the Time Stone, which is equivalent to 10 years in the outside world. Because the Time Stone has also undergone continuous evolution, the time ratio has reached an astonishing 150. So 10 years have passed in the outside world. However, Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation has only reached the peak of the immortal realm, and there is still a long time before he can reach Dzogchen. Not to mention that his ultimate goal is to advance to the Wuji realm. But with the current level of cultivation, Zhu Xiaobao feels that he can try to refine the Wuji pill. Because the requirements for refining the Wuji pill are very high, and no one could refine it before. Until now, Zhu Xiaobao has learned how to refine it. In order to reach the peak of the immortal realm, I started my first attempt. Of course, the first attempts at elixirs of this level ended in failure. The first time the elixir was made, Zhu Xiaobao failed to completely dissolve the medicinal ingredients. He was already very cautious and activated 4 alchemy cauldrons at the same time, all of which were among the top 10 most powerful cauldrons. But it still ended in failure. The most important reason is that after the emergence of Zhu Xiaobao, the cultivation and spiritual consciousness of others are too low, and they are not qualified to refine the Wuji pill.
Okay, let's do this for the time being this time. Although it failed, it was still very rewarding. At least now we know which medicinal materials need special attention. And many medicinal materials and materials also need to be reclassified. Thank you for your hard work. Wait until you rest. The recovery is complete. I hope you can summarize it carefully, so as not to lose these precious medicines and materials in vain.
Zhu Xiaobao said calmly. This was expected, so he didn't too much dissatisfaction. It's just that these masters who assisted him in refining alchemy seem to have insufficient spiritual knowledge and cultivation. Is it possible that he really has to rely on his own efforts to refine this Wuji pill? To be honest, I have been reading books recently to catch up on updates. I can switch sources and read aloud with many sounds. It can be used on both Android and Apple. After Tianjizi, Crazy Master, Xian Daozi, Emo Dayo and others all left the Time Stone, in shame and depression. Zhu Xiaobao sat alone on the lotus seat, meditating for a long time. He now meditates and practices on the lotus seat. This was originally Sister Yu's most beloved practice treasure, but now it has been lent to Zhu Xiaobao. The purpose is to allow Zhu Xiaobao to improve his cultivation level as soon as possible.
Is it true that, as the original pill recipe said,
refining the Wuji pill
requires the cultivation of the
Wuji realm?
If I have the cultivation level of the
Wuji realm,
why should I refine the
Wuji pill?
Isn't this nonsense?
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head in great depression. Then he looked at the 4 alchemy furnaces that were still on the spot. Some of them were still emitting traces of green smoke. That was a furnace of medicinal materials that had been destroyed and had not been completely burned out. Suddenly Zhu Xiaobao waved his hand, and 4 clones sprang out one after another, controlling the 4 alchemy furnaces respectively. Although they had been refined, there were still some remaining ones that had not been put away, and he was too lazy to restrain them. Directly reopen the furnace for refining. Unexpectedly, the effect of relying on his 4 clones to make alchemy is indeed very good. But Zhu Xiaobao's spiritual consciousness and physical strength are somewhat unable to keep up. This is also a dilemma. In the end, all Xiaobao's spiritual consciousness is exhausted, and they can only fail again. But it feels like it's been much smoother than the last time.
Alas! Who can endure such alchemy? It's equivalent to me controlling 4 alchemy furnaces at the same time. No matter how powerful my spiritual consciousness is, it can't compare to 4 Dzogchen.
Immortal realm, Zhu Xiaobao murmured to himself.
Then you are improving your cultivation and consciousness. You don't have to worry about outside things. In fact, I wasn't optimistic about letting these people join forces with you to make elixirs at the beginning.
Unexpectedly, there was a voice coming from behind Zhu Xiaobao. Sister Yu's voice. Because he was too focused, Zhu Xiaobao didn't even notice Sister Yu's arrival.
Ah? Your sister? Do you really mean to rely on me to refine the Wuji pill alone?
Zhu Xiaobao was suddenly shocked and asked incredulously.
Well, that's right. It's not that you can't do something. It's that you don't dare to think about it. Have you ever thought that one day you will be the one who determines the fate of this world? Have you ever thought that you will cultivate to the
Wuji realm?
So, you still have to dare to think and do many things,
Sister Yu said with certainty, holding her hands behind her back. Although she did not participate in alchemy, but she kept watching from the side. It was obvious early on that those alchemists could at most help Zhu Xiaobao in theory. But in the actual process of alchemy, they would definitely not be able to do so, because their cultivation and spiritual consciousness are too low. Rich experience and proficient skills are completely insufficient.
Oh, but I'm afraid I don't have enough time,
Zhu Xiaobao said helplessly.
Why are you so anxious? Didn't you say that it will take at least 100 years for the Black Dragon to fully recover? In the outside world, it has only been 10 years. We still have an advantage in terms of time.
Sister Yu seemed to be worried about Zhu Xiaoxiao. Bao was very confident. So he said confidently,
But sister, you know, it's really hard to persist in this kind of hard training day and night. Sometimes I can't hold on anymore.
Zhu Xiaobao said distressedly.
Humph. This is already a great enjoyment for you. You even practice double cultivation for a day from time to time. And there is someone to practice with you every day. You don't have to worry about other things at all. What else do you want? Hurry up and move into practice. At worst, I will allow you to increase the number of double cultivations. If you were as diligent and hardworking as
Fuji,
I'm afraid you would have cultivated to the
immortal realm
and reached perfection.
Sister Yu snorted disdainfully. In her opinion, Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation life is actually quite happy.
Yes. What my sister taught you is that, in fact, I not only want to advance to the
Wuji realm,
but also want to understand the laws of space, return to the past plane, and bring all my relatives over.
Zhu Xiaobao continued nodding in agreement. It is estimated that only a few people such as Yu Jie and Lu Xiener can restrain him a little. Others don't dare to say anything else, just because his cultivation level has crushed everyone. With Sister Yu's words, Zhu Xiaobao cheered up again and began his life of ascetic cultivation. Several alchemists headed by Tian Jizi have been studying and analyzing the refining plan of Wuji pill every day, and they have summarized the many reasons for the last failure. However, they are becoming more and more discouraged. This is simply Wuji pill. It's an elixir that can only be refined by an alchemist in the level, after spending another 1,000 years of monotony and boring in the time stone. Zhu Xiaobao finally raised his cultivation to the perfection of the immortal realm. And then he rose into the sky and took all the most trusted ones with him. Everyone was summoned, and he announced in public that he was going to open the alchemy furnace for the second time and refine the Wuji pill.
Xiaobao, although you have advanced in cultivation, we still don't have the strength, let alone the slightest certainty.
Several alchemy masters headed by Tian Jizi said with grim faces.
You don't need to take action. I'll try to refine a simplified version of the Wuji pill first, and you can just watch it record it for me. Are you alone? This is impossible? How sure are you? Yeah. 30%.
Chapter 1763 All Desert, B. 1,000 years later. He appeared in front of everyone again. They all felt an inexplicable pressure. Although Zhu Xiaobao still looked calm, everyone still felt that he had become stronger. You can't help but feel a sense of awe.
You want to make alchemy alone? How is that possible?
Tian Jizi, the most prestigious person in alchemy, also shouted in surprise at this time. Although it is a simplified version of the Wuji pill that they have put together with great effort, it is not trivial. According to Tianjizi's plan, at least 3 people need to use the 3 medicine cauldrons at the same time to complete it. This is the limit of what they can think of. It turns out that over the years, the masters of alchemy have not been idle. They have also gone through countless attempts to classify the most easily manipulated medicinal materials, and then selected them. And then, they have barely divided them into 5 versions of the simplified Wuji Dan. This is also a method often used by some alchemists. When they cannot complete the refining of a certain difficult elixir, they will adopt this simplified method to refine it first. Although the effect of the ammunition will be greatly reduced, it can provide a good solution for the future. Accumulate experience and data by refining the original version of the elixir. At the same time, we can also save medicinal materials and materials as much as possible. After all, the medicinal materials and materials that are most difficult to control are the most rare and scarce.
Well, let me give it a try. Master, you want to tell me, among these 5 versions, which one is aimed at strengthening the spiritual consciousness? Which one is the least difficult to operate?
Zhu Xiaobao looked at what Tianjizi and others were sorting out 5 versions of detailed prescriptions. I am still full of gratitude to them. Although their cultivation and spiritual consciousness cannot keep up, they have tried their best. Over the years, I have tried countless group alchemy recipes. So I have today's 5 simplified versions of the elixir recipes. Look at all the alchemists. Their cultivation has not improved very much in the past 1,000 years. The big reason is that they have given up their own cultivation and are doing their best to help Zhu Xiaobao analyze and accumulate the most reliable data. By the way, it is currently the best app for reading and listening to books. Install the latest version. Looking around, Green Sienna and Wei Zifeng are now at the peak of the
Shanghai Fairy Realm.
Everyone else has also made great progress. In order to maintain the safety of Zuanbao Island and the situation of the entire fairyland, Yu Jie and everyone still often go out to attack those casual cultivators who are doing evil everywhere. At least it has been ensured that most of the cities in the northwest and southwest regions have not been invaded. Only a small number of cities and some small sects have been captured by some tyrannical bandit gangs. And these things are basically not mentioned to Zhu Xiaobao, just to let him concentrate on cultivation. So this time Zhu Xiaobao came out of seclusion again, giving everyone great hope.
This 3rd version is to strengthen your spiritual consciousness. The 5th version is the least difficult. It enhances vitality and requires the blessing of the wood attribute. I still recommend you to refine the 5th version.
Tianjizi Reshijia is really right. Zhu Xiaobao introduced it in detail. These are the results of the joint efforts of several of their alchemists over the years. It can be said that it is the result of their hard work.
I got it! Master, I plan to start refining alchemy in 3 days. You can come together to observe and help me summarize my experience and lessons. Thank you all, masters.
Zhu Xiaobao bowed deeply to several senior alchemists and expressed his gratitude. Gratitude? At this time, several alchemy madmen were very happy and excited. Zhu Xiaobao took the initiative to invite them, which actually meant that they were allowed to study and observe. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Definitely a lifelong opportunity. On the 3rd day, even Sister Yu hurried back. She was more nervous than others at this time. If Zhu Xiaobao could refine this simplified Wuji pill, it would mean that her suggestion was right. If it fails, then in a sense, it will be impossible to refine the original Wuji pill. Now Zhu Xiaobao is sitting on the lotus pedestal. There are 4 high imitation lotus pedestals around him, with an alchemy furnace placed on each of them. This high imitation lotus seat was created by Lu Miaoxin, so that Zhu Xiaobao could make alchemy in the middle of the lake and control the 4 surrounding alchemy furnaces at the same time. And everyone can only watch on the shore of the lake, watching quietly, and they must not approach without authorization. As the 4 alchemy furnaces were lit one after another, the
5 element skeletons
began to hover above Zhu Xiaobao's heads. This time, they were mainly water skeletons, because most of the medicinal materials this time require the blessing of water attributes. Only then can it be dissolved more fully. At the beginning, Zhu Xiaobao was still controlling the 4 medicine cauldrons alone, and seemed to be able to do so with ease. But after an hour, it was obvious that I couldn't keep up. Only then did everyone realize that there was a clone beside Zhu Xiaobao, helping Zhu Xiaobao control the medicine cauldron. This made everyone sigh. Can alchemy be done like this? This is simply subverting their solidified method of alchemy. But in this case, the consumption of spiritual consciousness will be too great. Everyone doubts Zhu Xiaobao whether you can persist to the end. Only Sister Yu looked calm. If this simplified version of the Wuji pill couldn't be refined, then she would have no hope. This situation lasted for 2 full days. But Zhu Xiaobao was still in high spirits. And the clone showed no signs of weakening. It turns out that in this clone, he has integrated his second Yuanying, which is equivalent to a real body. Most people can't understand it. And only Sister Yu, who has reached the immortal realm, can understand it. At this time, Sister Yu couldn't help but smile, lines of approval on her face. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao has completely cultivated the second nascent soul over the years. In other words, if Zhu Xiaobao's true body is destroyed, as long as the second nascent soul is still there is a possibility of resurrection. Just like Gongya Miao back then. As time went by, the two Zhu Xiaobao were a little unable to cope with it, because the temperature requirements of each of Du Yu's alchemy furnaces were too high at this time. As a last resort, Zhu Xiaobao separated into a second clone. This clone could only be controlled by Zhu Xiaobao himself. Of course, the medicinal materials and the alchemy furnace controlled by this clone were relatively minimal. And the 5-element skeleton is also doing its best to help this clone. So we quickly took control of the situation again. At this time, all the alchemists sighed. Why did Zhu Xiaobao make alchemy alone? This is much more effective than if they join forces together. It is equivalent to 3 immortal realm alchemists taking action at the same time. And their cooperation is seamless, tacit and smooth. In 7 days, Zhu Xiaobao has begun to feel that his spiritual consciousness has been consumed a lot. But now we have just reached the most critical moment. He forcibly took a few 9 patterns of soul relief pills, and once again created a clone to control the pill furnace on the edge. At this time, the alchemy madmen who were watching on the edge of the lake all let out exclamations of exclamation. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao could still create a clone. And he had already entered the most critical stage of fusion. Now we have entered the 9th day of alchemy. Can Zhu Xiaobao still maintain his spiritual consciousness? They have to admit that Zhu Xiaobao's spiritual consciousness cultivation is far beyond their knowledge. At this time, an even more magical scene appeared. One of the 2 alchemy furnaces turned over completely. The mouth of the alchemy furnace was facing the alchemy furnace controlled by Zhu Xiaobao's parents and children below. And the 2 Zhu Xiaobao sitting opposite each other. The integration of medicine is being completed. Although the alchemy furnace was completely turned over, the liquid inside did not pour down, but slowly flowed downwards in the form of mist. This is the special role played by the water skeleton. The alchemists who were watching were all dumbfounded and did not dare to take a single breath. This method of alchemy is really the only one I've seen in my life. On the 11th day, the medicinal solution of the last alchemy furnace slowly flowed into the main alchemy furnace, and the clone gradually merged into Zhu Xiaobao's real body. His mission had been completed, and there was no need to continue. Maintain this clone. On the 19th day, the clone controlled by the second nascent soul gradually merged into Zhu Xiaobao's real body, leaving Zhu Xiaobao alone to concentrate on controlling the alchemy furnace in front of him. This alchemy furnace is of course the Phoenix Flame Cauldron, and it is also the most skillful alchemy furnace he controls. Although the consumption of spiritual consciousness is huge, Zhu Xiaobao still seems to be able to do it with ease at this time, because there is no longer a clone. It's totally possible to persist. Now the only thing that needs help from time to time is the power of various attributes of the 5-element skeleton. They continuously release various attributes according to the needs of Zhu Xiaobao, so as to make the entire process of forming a pill more perfect. And Zhu Xiaobao is becoming more and more confident, because he has begun to smell a faint medicinal fragrance. This is a sign that it will become a pill soon. It's done! It's a pill! He finally succeeded. This kind of miraculous skill is simply unheard of. If you can see it once in this life, you will die without regrets. Tianjizi and others were also excited. The ground sighed. For 21 days, it was as if 2 hours had passed, and they did not feel that time pass so fast at all. Humph. Little guy, you're still trying your best. You didn't disappoint me. If you take the simplified version of the Wuji pill, well, I'm afraid you will really be qualified to hit the Wuji realm. Sister Yu, he also nodded happily, secretly happy in his heart. At the last moment, Zhu Xiaobao had extinguished the fire in the fire eye of the alchemy furnace, and was making the final touches with only 2 clusters of flames on his palms. Smile lines could not help appearing on his face.
Ha! Come out! Come on! Let me see. Even though it's a simplified version. What kind of elixir are you?
As soon as he finished speaking, the lid of the alchemy furnace was opened, and a sapphire-colored elixir jumped out, and it even wanted to escape spiritually. However, he had been firmly pressed by one of Zhu Xiuba's palms for a long time. He could only beat in place, and finally returned to Zhu Xiuba's palms obediently. Chapter 1764 A Desperate Move C. Zhu Xiaobao carefully looked at the simplified version of the Wuji pill, and saw that the pill was sapphire in color, with faint inscriptions emerging, and traces of light still flowing on the surface. But no pill appeared. Pattern. In terms of the quality of the elixir, it can only be regarded as average, because the biggest flaw of this elixir is that the proportion of each medicinal ingredient and material is not very reasonable. It is almost according to the original proportion, or according to the natural ratio. It was only determined by the reasoning of Jizi and others. So this resulted in the use of too much of some medicinal materials, or there was a lot of surplus. This can be seen in the residue in the alchemy furnace. But even so, Zhu Xiaobao is already very satisfied. After all, it is a 9th level elixir. After Zhu Xiaobao had finished watching, he remembered that those crazy-faced people around him were craning their necks to wait. He couldn't help but smile a little apologetically, and then returned to the shore, handed the elixir in his hand to Tai and Jizi and others, and let them take turns to observe and study, while Tai and Jizi and others were watching excitedly, and expressing their opinions while watching. Sister Yu came forward, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and asked caringly,
How's it going? Are you tired? My sister is the one who makes the decision today. I can let you rest for a few more days. I've asked Green Fairy and the others to prepare, so you can have a good rest for a few days. Ha! It's okay. Sister, I feel much more at ease now. If I really can't refine the original
Wuji pill,
then I will refine all 5 simplified versions of
Wuji pill.
Wouldn't that have the same effect as refining an original version of the Wuji pill?
Zhu Xiaobao started to be clever again.
No, that's absolutely different. If you have such thoughts, you will feel tired, and when you take this pill, you will understand that it is far worse than the real
Wuji pill. Unexpectedly, not only Sister Yu, but also Tai and Jizi on the side also issued a very stern warning, for fear that you would be satisfied like this and would not continue to practice hard.
Yes. Haven't you already taken the real
Wuji pill?
This simplified version of
Wuji pill
still has a very big gap. There will never be any luck in your cultivation. Your opponent there has been no movement at all in these years, and they are also cultivating and repairing like crazy. Once you feel tired, you are likely to make the same mistake as Penlai Immortal Lord.
Even Lu Miaoxin said with care. Among all the people, Lu Miaoxin was the one who gave the most, and the one who was most qualified to teach Zhu Xiaobao a lesson. Not to mention Zhu Xiaobao. Even Zixia Xianzuan and Tai and Jizi are respectful to Lu Miaoxin.
Oh, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for your teaching.
Only then did Zhu Xiaobao wake up, and bowed deeply in shame. Sometimes 10,000 words of flattery are not as practical as one word of criticism. When this simplified version of the Wuji pill was returned to Zhu Xiubao's hands, Tai and Jizi and the other alchemists still showed some regret on their faces. They could also see that the medicinal materials and ingredients of this pill where there are still some problems with the proportions. They are all configured according to the original version of Wuji Dan, but the medicinal materials are reduced by nearly 30%. So many medicinal materials should be reduced accordingly. But even so, the guys were still very happy and excited, just as Zhu Xiaobao thought. With this success, even if the original Wuji pill cannot be refined, there is a high chance that these 5 simplified versions of Wuji pill can be refined. Let Zhu Xiaobao break through to the Wuji realm. This invisibly increased everyone's confidence in defeating Black Dragon and Gong Yimyu in the future. However, with this optimistic mood, Lu Miaoxin and Sister Yu did not pour cold water on everyone, but also expressed their approval, because there are strict requirements for Zhu Xiaobao. But for others it is necessary to build their confidence. This needs to be treated differently. Otherwise, Mr. Lu is the most respected wise man by everyone. Over the years, the Lu family has always been a very stable force, and no one has ever come to recruit them. Even in this chaotic situation, the Lu family's territory is still safe and sound. Although a simplified version of the Wuji pill was refined, it was still kept strictly confidential. The next step is to test the effect of this simplified version of Wuji pill. This is the most important thing. After a few days of recuperation, Zhu Xiaobao has recovered to full blood. These days, the yin and yang have been adjusted, and the energy and energy are full. It can be said that he is in the best condition. Moreover, when taking this elixir, Zhu Xiaobao is outside the time stone. That is to say, in the most real nature, because there is a lot of data that requires the most real statistics in order to improve several other simplifications. The formula of Wuji pill. In fact, just like the last time, after taking this simplified version of the Wuji pill, I didn't feel much at first. I just felt that the range of my spiritual consciousness had expanded a lot and seemed a bit empty. In addition, it was related to the 5 elements. The soul induction of the skeleton, the 2 divine beasts and those spiritual bees has become more profound and stronger, including the 2 puppet. Other aspects have also improved to varying degrees, but they are not as huge as the spiritual consciousness. In order to immediately replenish the suddenly widened range of spiritual consciousness, Zhu Xiaobao took another infusion pill, and then he felt a lot more enriched. In order to adapt to this change as soon as possible, Zhu Xiaobao also deliberately went out of Zuanbao Island to inspect the surroundings, and also gave himself some targeted experience. And in the past few decades, the outside world has also been in chaos. He just happens to be able to take action and shock him. It would be better if we could sense the traces of Gong Yimiao and Heilung. This time when he went out to practice, Zhu Xiaobao mainly used 2 methods to fight. One is to rely entirely on one's own physical attacks, without the aid of spiritual consciousness at all, and to rely entirely on real, fist-to-bone combat. The second is to use 5-element skeletons and large quantities of black god bees to fight the enemy completely through the control of divine consciousness. This method of warfare is to strengthen the control of divine consciousness and the range and depth of induction. This kind of experience only took almost 2 years to calm down some of the most confusing areas he had mastered. The casual cultivators, who took advantage of the chaos to commit evil, were killed and fled. Everyone knew that a very strange and mysterious master had appeared recently, because he didn't show up at all. But many people still recognized it as Zhu Xiaobao's handiwork, because now the only one who can control the 5-element skeleton is Zhu Xiaobao. After 2 years of experience, Zhu Xiaobao feels that this simplified version of the Wuji pill is still very effective, and his spiritual consciousness has been greatly enhanced again, as Zhu Xiaobao took action everywhere to suppress these ferocious casual cultivators. The situation in these places quickly changed, and it also acted as a deterrent to other places. In less than 2 years, those casual cultivators have become much more restrained, and their attitude towards ordinary mortals has become much more cautious. Because Zhu Xiaobao is particularly concerned about those casual cultivators who bully mortals, and he is particularly ruthless in his attacks. After such a fight, Zhu Xiaobao was disappointed that he could not attract Heilung and Gong Yimiao. It seemed that they were still concentrating on their hard training, especially Gong Yimiao. This guy's endurance is definitely far superior to Zhu Xiaobao's. After returning from the outside experience, Zhu Xiaobao spent a long time in the time stone to refine 4 other simplified versions of the Wuji pill. These 4 simplified versions of the Wuji pill, they are respectively aimed at attribute power, physique, vitality, that is, longevity, and overall cultivation. In addition, the one I took before was aimed at the divine consciousness. So 5 simplified versions of the Wuji pill were refined. There were only 2 failures in the middle, but the remaining 2 pills were both one-shot pills, and the simplified version of the Wuji pill, targeted at physical fitness, also produced pill patterns. But after taking all 5 pills, Zhu Xiaobao did not advance. He still needs a lot of accumulation. The process from Dzogchen to the half-step, Endless Realm, is actually a process of massive accumulation. Zhu Xiaobao was not surprised by this result. If 5 simplified versions of Wuji pills allowed me to smoothly advance to the Wuji realm, that would be too easy. Except for the Wuji pill. Other pills are already easy for Zhu Xiaobao. He prepared enough elixirs for himself, then entered the time stone. Again, calmed down, and concentrated on practicing. 3,000 years have passed in a blink of an eye, which is also 60 years in the outside world. This is not a very short time. But Zhu Xiaobao didn't feel that the time was very long at all this time. He was completely in a state of trance, and he even skipped eating and drinking. By the end, he was emitting a very strange and faint fragrance. And if it's night,
You can still see the faint halo emanating from him. This is not an ordinary Gengqi, but a self-centered light that saves oneself.
Oh no! Xiao Bao. The black dragon has finally reappeared. And just as you expected, it appeared together with Gong Yimiao. It is killing, and killing wantonly everywhere.
As everyone eagerly knocked on the door, finally interrupted Zhu Xiaobao's practice.
Well, don't be nervous. I've already sensed it. Let them be arrogant for another day.
Zhu Xiaobao's voice seemed to come from outside the sky. So close yet so far away.
Yes.
But everyone can feel that Zhu Xiaobao has been completely transformed at this time. However, Zhu Xiaobao did not show up. Instead, he sacrificed 3 medicinal cauldrons, including the Phoenix Flame Cauldron, directly in his secret room where he was practicing. Then he took out the medicinal materials and materials for refining the real
Wuji pill
and put them in the medicine cauldron. Chapter 1765. The Endless Realm. A. Gong Yimiao and Heilong are indeed reborn. They joined forces and began to wreak havoc everywhere. Even the powerful ones in the
Immortal Realm
had to surrender. The first place where they attacked was the Pengli Immortal Domain, and it was still the realm under the jurisdiction of the 3 immortals.
Yugu.
Of course, the current 3rd Immortal Lord,
Yugu,
has long since fled to the 2nd Immortal Lord,
Chuxiong.
But the person who controls this area now is the biggest beneficiary of
Blood River, when Master Black Dragon
was shot in the
blood sacrifice technique,
went out of control. He broke through the
Immortal Realm
in one fell swoop, and in the following 100 years' time has become the master of this world. The loss of control of the
blood sacrifice technique
caused many people in the Pirate Alliance to fall deeply into it. Some people benefited greatly, while others could not withstand the huge backlash of their souls, lost their sense of autonomy,
and became martial madmen.
Sometimes he is awake and sometimes confused, but his cultivation has become incredibly strong and even advanced. And most of those who can withstand the backlash of the divine soul are people with very strong spiritual consciousness.
Immortal Lord Blood River not only seized this area, but also gathered a large number of former pirates and some powerful casual cultivators. Although it has become the overlord of one party. But the Blood River, Immortal Lord also has a very difficult problem. His subordinates are all ruthless cultivators and pirates, and the management of his territory is chaotic. Even if he has the intention to restrain these cultivators, he himself is also a murderous person. So over the years, the people in this area have been living in dire straits. And the number of people has also been decreasing sharply. But I didn't expect that just 100 years later, the Blood River, Immortal Lord would be the first to be attacked by Gong Yimiao and Black Dragon. The Blood River, Immortal Lord, who thought he could escape unscathed, was beaten by Gong Yimiao and Heilong together. And in the end, he could only kneel down and beg for mercy. I didn't expect that the combination of one man and one dragon would be so powerful. The Blood River, Immortal Lord was so beaten that his cultivation level fell to the
upper immortal realm,
and he was also forcibly planted with a slave seal by Gong Yimiao. Let him go. The reason why Gong Yimiao and the Black Dragon Society attacked Immortal Lord Blood River first was because his subordinates were all ruthless casual cultivators, and many of them were once members of the Pirate Alliance. So they immediately took over this area. Immediately afterwards, Gong Yimiao and Heilong began to aggressively attack the Chu family's original sphere of influence. And within a few days, they drove Chu Xiong and others to the eastern region. The 3rd Immortal Lord, Yugu, is even worse. She was captured alive by Gong Yimiao. Now she is chanting Ode to Joy every day and has gradually lost her consciousness. The entire Pengli Immortal Domain is now shrouded in an atmosphere of terror, and there is no way to escape. Not to mention those mortals. Even the monks with low cultivation levels have nowhere to escape. In the Time Stone, Zhu Xiaobao is leisurely refining the original version of Wuji pill. After 3,000 years of accumulation, his spiritual consciousness has become incredibly powerful. To control 3 alchemy furnaces at the same time, only one clone is enough. Different from the chaos and panic in the outside world, it is still quiet inside the Time Stone. As for the alchemists and Zhu Xiaobao's close followers who had heard the news, they were all waiting with bated breath for the results of Zhu Xiaobao's alchemy. After 7 and 49 days, this period of time in the outside world happened to be the time when Gong Yimiao and Heilong forcibly conquered the
Pengli Immortal Territory. 3 tripods in 1. Wuji Dan. Reborn.
With Zhu Xiaobao's roar, another clone also disappeared. In front of him, the liquid medicine in the 3 alchemy furnaces continued to rise and merge, finally forming a white mist that slowly flowed into the Fengyan cauldron. Then the other 2 Zundan furnaces also put out the fire and slowly disappeared. Immediately afterwards, with a dull thunder in the sky, Zhu Xiaobao and the Fengyan cauldron in front of him appeared outside the time stone. Unexpectedly, this Wuji pill actually caused a calamity. After all, this 9th level elixir is too heaven-defying. It should not be refined in this world.
Heavenly calamity. Pill calamity. Human calamity. What can you do to me? My fate is not up to God.
Zhu Xiaobao glanced in midair indifferently. There was actually no panic at all. To be honest, I have been reading books recently to catch up on updates. I can switch sources and read aloud with many sounds. It can be used on both Android and Apple. Immediately, a 3-headed and 6-armed Dharma form was condensed, holding various weapons and surrounded by
5 element skeletons,
and began to welcome this 9-color pill tribulation. It turned out that the people observing in the time stone were also moved out of the time stone at the same time. Everyone was hiding in various places, each finding a place to avoid some colorful pill tribulations. Wouldn't it be an injustice if he was hit with a split? And most people simply can't afford this kind of 9-color pill calamity. At this time, Gong Yimyu and Heilung, who were doing evil in the Penglai immortal domain, also sensed the calamity coming from above the Zuanbao Island.
Is this the 9-color pill tribulation? What kind of pill is that boy Zhu Xiaobao refining? Could it be the Wuji pill?
Gong Yimyu suddenly asked with a gloomy face.
Impossible.
The Wuji pill
Can only be refined by alchemists in the
Wuji realm,
and the success rate is less than 10%. With his current level of cultivation, it is impossible.
The black dragon was indifferent. At this time, while feasting, his main way to improve his cultivation has returned to the original food supplement, which is to devour those who have cultivation. And the higher the cultivation, the more beneficial it is to his cultivation.
But I always feel something is wrong. This kid Zhu Xiaobao can never be understood by ordinary people.
Gong Yimyu said, still confused. Gong Yimyu was originally in a happy mood and was singing Ode to Joy with his choir. But now, he suddenly became in an extremely bad mood.
So what? Even if you rush over, you will help him share these sharp pill tribulations. To be honest, I don't want to take this risk. This kind of pill tribulation is not something ordinary.
Immortal Realm can withstand. Master Black Dragon is still feasting.
There is still a leg bone in his mouth, and under his dragon's claws. This casual cultivator from the
primary Immortal Realm
is not dead yet. He can only watch in pain as he is being swallowed by this evil black dragon. At the same time, Zhu Xiaobao's 3-headed and 6-armed Dharma forms have been broken up twice. But each time they were recondensed, they were still as solid as before. This shows how much Zhu Xiaobao's consciousness and physique have improved. To such an extent. What's even more amazing is that the 2
puppets
also jumped out and actively faced the thunder and lightning. They were desperately trying to temper their bodies. Finally, there was another Cyan thunder and lightning, splitting one arm of the 3-headed and 6-armed statue. Zhu Xiaobao was immediately furious, and his remaining hands gathered together to form a huge fist, which he violently blasted towards the dark clouds above.
Rumble,
followed by a very dull sound. A big hole was opened in the dark clouds above the head. The bright sunshine immediately shone in, and the people on the entire
Zuanbao Island,
and those who were worried about Zhu Xiaobao all cheered heartily. As this Dharma image dissipated, before Zhu Xiaobao could condense and discover it again, the dark clouds above his head began to gradually dissipate from the entrance of the cave to the surrounding areas, and finally disappeared completely. The 9-color pill. This is how the tribulation ended. As if he had expected this result, Zhu Xiaobao still looked calm and continued to maintain every tiny detail in the alchemy furnace, appearing calm and confident, because he already knows that this original
Wuji pill
will definitely become a success. As the stronger and stronger medicinal fragrance spread, everyone was surprised and happy. This was a good sign before the elixir was ready. Not to mention Zhu Xiaobao. Even the people around him felt refreshed and benefited a lot when they smelled the fragrance of this medicine.
Wuji Dan, come out of the world,
Zhu Xiaobao shouted in a low voice. Before he finished speaking, a radiant and dazzling
Wuji pill
shot out from the pill furnace and rushed directly into the clouds. It wants to escape.
Ha ha. I can go against the will of heaven. But you can't. You were born because of me.
Zhu Xiaobao smiled faintly. and followed the rise of the
Wuji pill. What happened? Did the elixir escape? No way. The adults must not have noticed. No. It's Lord Supreme Treasure, who wants to avoid ordinary people like us. Do you think it's possible that he took this Wuji pill directly?
While everyone was talking, Sister Yu impatiently shouted,
Shut up. Everyone. Listen to Mr. Lu's explanation.
Suddenly, everyone was silent, but all eyes were turned to Mr. Lu.
Ha ha. Please be patient. There will be results soon. Even if he does not have this Wuji pill, it will be a matter of time for him to advance to the Wuji realm. His knowledge of a Wuji realm, venerable. How can we understand it?
Lu Miaoxin still smiled calmly.
Goodbye, Mr. Lu.
Everyone sang in agreement. Only Sister Yu curled her lips in dissatisfaction. Isn't this the same as not saying anything? But at this moment, I saw colorful auspicious clouds coming from the sky,
accompanied by 5 element skeletons,
flying around happily,
without any rules, just dancing happily. All the energy in the whole world seems to be converging in a certain direction, and even the thousands of stars that are invisible to the naked eye in broad daylight are converging in that direction. This was the first time for even Lu Miaoxin to see this strange and gorgeous celestial image. He was also secretly surprised. Could it be that this guy really just swallowed the Wuji pill, and will advance to the Wuji realm, already? These colorful auspicious clouds hovered slowly in the sky for 2 hours, before slowly dissipating. The air seemed to be calm again. Nothing unusual could be seen. But Zhu Xiaobao was not seen coming back. Just when everyone was puzzled, suddenly there was an extremely arrogant roar from the southeast. Gong Yimyu drove the black dragon, and came as fast as lightning and flint. Chapter 1766 The Endless Realm, B. This is so fast, and no one could notice it in advance. This shows that the visitor's cultivation has reached a very terrifying stage. What makes people even more desperate is that Gong Yimyao was riding on the head of the black dragon, driving the black dragon with great vigor, and fell unscrupulously in front of everyone on Zuanbao Island. Although they didn't know what was going on, this black dragon turned out to be Gong Yimyu's ride, which shows how terrifying their fighting power is. Sure enough, on the Zuanbao Island side, Lu Xian'er, Wei Zifeng and Yu Jia had already drawn their weapons and rushed towards their opponents, with Wei Zifeng's speed being the fastest. Also for sale are a dozen masters whose cultivation has reached the Superior Fairy Realm. 2. Shangxian Realm, teamed up with a veteran, Xianzuan Realm, plus more than a dozen helpers with rich practical experience. In front of Gong Yimya, he couldn't take any advantage at all, and was in danger of being beaten. Wei Zifeng's best speed was twice as slow as his opponent. Green Fairy's ice and fire attribute attacks, and her most proud original illusion were broken in an instant. However, Yu Jia's attack was fierce, and she even used her rarely used spells. But she couldn't withstand the huge impact of the black dragon's dragon tail swing, and was instantly dispersed.
Hand it over. Is what you just refined the Wuji pill?
Gong Yimyu was not in a hurry to kill, but asked fiercely when he had an absolute advantage. It turns out that they didn't want to come over in the first place, because Black Dragon was very sure that Zhu Xiaobao's current cultivation level was not capable of refining the Wuji pill. So the two of them put the matter aside for the time being. As long as it is not the Wuji pill, then no matter how hard Zhu Xiaobao practices, he will still be in the immortal realm. Then there is absolutely no possibility of failure between the two of them. But when the colorful auspicious clouds appeared in the direction of Zuanbao Island, even this black dragon couldn't sit still. Could it be that the Wuji pill was really refined? This time even the black dragon is not sure. So Gong Yimyu immediately rode the black dragon and hurriedly waited. If the Wuji pill is really born, then no matter what, you have to snatch it. It's just that they didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao would take the Wuji pill on the spot.
Ha ha! The elixir has magic power, and he ran away as soon as he was born. Master Zizumbo went to chase the elixir, but he hasn't come back yet.
Mr. Lu was still very calm, pointing upward and said calmly,
"Ah? He ran away? Is that the Wuji pill?"
Gongya asked with mixed joy and sorrow. What he was happy about was that a top elixir was really born. The worry is that Zhu Xiaobao must not let Zhu Xiaobao catch up with this elixir. If I can successfully seize this elixir, then maybe I can successfully advance to the Wuji realm.
Exactly.
Mr. Lu nodded sincerely and said,
"Ah! Chase! Chase!"
When Gong Yamiao heard this, he immediately screamed and urged the black dragon. In the end, I didn't forget to turn around and look at the female nuns with deep meaning and threaten.
"Just wait here for me. Wait for us to come back and wait for you. He.
Although the black dragon was very dissatisfied with Gong Yimya's tone, it was still anxious to recover the Wuji pill. So it flicked its huge dragon tail and instantly jumped into the air.
Mr. Liu, how can you tell them Xiaobao's whereabouts? If they really catch up,
Sister Yu asked, seemingly dissatisfied, although they only had a few face-to-face encounters. She was already injured. The flick from the other party not only shattered her appearance, but also injured her inner abdomen. She endured the pain so that the big guy didn't notice it.
Ha ha! Don't worry. It's their fate if they can't catch up. If they really catch up. Hey! These two monsters will end their lives and go to bed today.
Old Master Lu twisted his long beard and said with a smile, to be honest, I have been reading books recently to catch up on updates. I can switch sources and read aloud with many sounds. It can be used on both Android and Apple. However, everyone's eyes were a little worried. They didn't know whether what Mr. Lu said was true, but they were all relieved, seeing that one dragon and one person in the sky had disappeared. Everyone's hearts began to hang around again. At this moment, it seemed that those colorful auspicious clouds were back, and 5 skeletons appeared in the sky, moving around happily. Immediately afterwards, the dragon and the others were surrounding Zhu Xiaobao, who was sitting in the center of the colorful auspicious clouds, and were launching attacks in turns, especially the black dragon, which kept protruding lightning bolts from its mouth, which could easily turn all the little treasures into pieces. But when everyone scrambled to get up and watch it up close, only then did they realize that Gong Yimyao and the others were actually still at a disadvantage. They were angrily surrounding Zhu Xiaobao, who was sitting in the center, and launched an attack desperately. However, the 5 skeletons had already reformed the
5-element square
and began to launch a sharp counterattack around Zhu Xiaobao. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao slowly opened his eyes, stood up, and said indifferently,
How dare you show off your skills in front of me? Are you finished? Is it time for me to take action? Dear Xiaobao, stop pretending to be a fool here. Let me ask you what kind of cultivation you have. Is the Wuji pill you just refined?
Gong Yimyao shouted without giving up. He has just come to his senses now. As if he can't see Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation at all. Then there can only be one possibility. Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation level has far surpassed him.
Ha ha! Gong Yimyao, you don't need to know this anymore, because today is the last day of your life.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at Gong Yimyao as if he were looking at a dead person, with a look in his eyes. Such disgust. As he spoke, Zhu Xiaobao gently clapped his right palm. The black dragon suddenly trembled and slowed down. He also felt that he was carrying a heavy burden. Not only did his speed slow down, but his speed also slowed down. Strength is also being consumed twice as much.
Zhu Xiaobao, what have you done? Why is this happening? You damn skulls! Get out of here and don't bother me!
Gong Yimyao immediately shouted in horror. But I already understand in my heart that these little treasures have entered the Wuji realm. Otherwise, there would never be such overwhelming control ability. The current Zhu Xiaobao is just a starting move. Now just those 5 skeletons have already made Gong Yimyao miserable. As their speed slowed down, the attacks of these 5 skeletons became more and more sharp. Attacks of various attributes were launched around him. Gong Yimyao was already a little overwhelmed. The most terrible thing is that he also felt that his speed and strength were declining in Dafu.
Old hey! Hurry up and fight! If we don't fight, we will be trapped here. He is already in the
Wuji realm. Gong Yimyao pinned his last hope on this black dragon, hoping that with the help of it uses the extraordinary power of the fairy beast to break free from the oppression of the little treasures.
Roar!
The black dragon also knew something was wrong, raised its head, roared, and then fought back. I want to break free from Zhu Xiaobao's powerful suppression.
It's useless. It's just a black dragon. When will it be your turn to come to the human world to be rampant? Take it away from me.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at it indifferently, then shook his head, and pressed it gently with one hand. The black dragon became smaller and smaller in the fierce twisting, and finally became only more than 1 foot long. Just enough for Zhu Xiaobao to ride. The key is that its neck has been locked by a fairy rope. The fairy rope the other end was in Zhu Xiaobao's hand. But Gong Yimyao had already been thrown down by the black dragon's tail. Now this black dragon has become obedient. The fairy rope cannot kill it, but the person sitting on it is a terrifying existence that can blow it up at any time. Now the situation on the battlefield has been completely reversed. Gong Yimya, who was once arrogant,
is being beaten to the point where he has nowhere to escape. Even with his speed, he couldn't escape Zhu Xiaobao's control. But whether Zhu Xiaobao actually took action or not, it was completely because the 5 skeletons were surrounding him and attacking him in turn. As a result, there were already several wounds of various sizes on Gong Yimiao's body. Clone! Gong Yimiao saw that the range of movement was getting smaller and smaller, and he was about to be surrounded and trapped by 5 skeletons. He roared and instantly transformed into 4 clones, running away in 4 directions. Ah! Damn it! Zhu Xiaobao! How dare you kill my second nascent soul! But then Gong Yimiao screamed loudly. Not only were all 4 of his clones beaten back to their original forms, even the second nascent soul that he secretly released was swallowed up by Zhu Xiaobao's consciousness. It turns out that Gong Yimiao's use of the clone was a fake, and his real purpose was to take the opportunity to release his second nascent soul. He already had a premonition that today would end badly, so he wanted to leave a backup plan. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao saw through it early. He swallowed up the second nascent soul easily. Gong Yimiao finally despaired. He bumped into walls everywhere, but was knocked back by the 5-element skeleton. Only then did Gong Yimiao, who had lost his soul, realize that Zhu Xiaobao was aiming at him with a Wuji Bao. No! Zhu Xiaobao! I don't want to die! I still have many secrets that you want to know! Gong Yimiao shouted in horror. But it was too late. As soon as Zhu Xiaobao let go of his right hand, a soul-eating arrow had already penetrated Gong Yimiao's dantian. Gong Yimiao screamed and immediately lost all hope. His cultivation was completely ruined. Immediately afterwards, even his appearance began to age rapidly. In the end, he was trembling slightly and could not stand firmly. But he was still not dead. This guy's vitality is also very tenacious. As Zhu Xiaobao floated down from the sky in a graceful manner, the black dragon was forced to become very miniaturized. He was held by Zhu Xiaobao and swayed hard behind him as it crawled. A dragon insists on moving like a lizard, so it can only crawl behind it with great difficulty. His eyes were full of fear. I've seen Venerable Wuji. At this time, everyone bowed and saluted in unison. No matter how familiar they are, they still have to take into account their cultivation and identity. Zhu Xiaobao's current cultivation level is too high, and he deserves any highest courtesy. Ha ha! Don't be polite. Just feel free to do whatever you want. Zhu Xiaobao smiled and raised his hand, and everyone felt a very soft force setting off themselves, making them no longer able to worship him. Are you really in the Wuji realm? But why haven't you overcome the tribulation? Sister Yu was still confused, so she asked hesitantly. According to the previous steps, even if you break through the cultivation level, you still have to go through a tribulation. Otherwise, it will not be regarded as a successful advancement. But Zhu Xiaobao obviously has not experienced the transitional tribulation. Yeah, the so-called Wuji realm means that this world can no longer trap me. There is no need to survive the tribulation. Zhu Xiaobao nodded and said based on his own insights, he has just successfully advanced, and it will take a long time to fully understand many things. If Gong Yimiao hadn't brought this black dragon to seek death, he would still be comprehending and thinking. Then what should we do now? Sister Yu asked cautiously. This victory came so suddenly that everyone didn't know what to do for a while. Of course, the most important thing for Zhu Xiaobao is to see what Zhu Xiaobao wants to do next. Ha ha! Of course. The first step is to restore peace and stability to the entire immortal realm. Kill those casual cultivators and those from the Pirate Alliance who are making trouble everywhere. Just teach me how to handle this matter. Zhu Xiaobao said with a slight smile. Immediately afterwards, Zhu Xiaobao summoned the 2 puppets, Sherdun and Xiaoyao, put his hands on their heads and hearts, used his powerful spiritual consciousness to unlock the seals in their spiritual consciousness, and then activated the consciousness that had been frozen for many years. Saw the 2 of them slowly regain their consciousness. However, they had been transformed into zombies for too long. It would probably take a long time for them to completely recover as before. But the muscles on their bodies have begun to soften, and the color of their bodies has slowly begun to turn rosy. Just this simple move has already amazed everyone. How many monks can be saved with this one hand? Of course, not every puppet is worthy of Zhu Xiaobao's rescue. Some rogue cultivators who deserve death are more suitable to be refined into a puppet. Lu Xiener and others excitedly brought Sherdun and Xiaoyao back to their residence and rested peacefully. It won't be long before these 2 people can recover their original memories, which is something to be thankful for.
Then Zhu Xiaobao went back to scan all the places in the fairyland, and wiped out all the rogue cultivators, who were doing evil everywhere. Within half a year, the entire immortal realm had returned to its original peace. But at this time, the population of the entire immortal realm has been significantly reduced by nearly 40%. I have to say that this time of chaos has caused considerable losses to the entire immortal realm. Still sitting on the lotus seat of Sister Yu, Zhu Xiaobao was still meditating with his eyes closed. He was trying to comprehend the laws of space.
Xiaobao, are you ready to go to the lower plane? Bring over all the people you care about day and night?
Sister Yu came in cautiously with Green Farrier and others, and asked softly,
Alas, it's not that easy. I have to be able to reverse time and space first. If I go now, they may have already passed away. What should we do then? Have you already thought of a way? Not yet. I must find Immortal Chingy first.
Chapter 1767 Understanding the Laws of Space. In the following 10 years, Zhu Xiaobao did not live much with his family and friends. Instead, I spend more time practicing and comprehending alone. Because at his level, many things need to be understood by oneself. Because even Mr. Lu can't provide any help, Zhu Xiaobao often sits alone in the sky at extreme heights, overlooking the entire immortal realm, and even the outer realms hundreds of thousands of miles away. The gravity that should have been there is already extremely weak. Going further outside is a sky full of stars, some of which are even very close to him. It's just that there is no life on these stars or planets. These days, he is no longer in the time stone. He needs to comprehend and practice in the real world. And when you reach the Wuji realm, there is no other realm. By the way, it is currently the best app for reading and listening to books. Install the latest version. Now his most important thing is to comprehend the laws of space as soon as possible. This is a field that can only be touched upon when one has reached the immortal realm. It is very profound. Even if he has advanced to the Wuji realm, Zhu Xiaobao is also it is difficult to understand. Or the laws of space that he has mastered are very limited.
Perhaps if you want to deeply understand the
laws of space,
you need other talents and ways of thinking? I'm afraid you will have little effect on your own.
Zhu Xiaobao once again faced the vast starry sky and sighed, murmuring to himself. Ever since he advanced to the Wuji realm, Zhu Xiaobao felt that he no longer had to pretend to be awesome. And he was already so awesome that he became a loner. The practice that originally seemed very profound and difficult is now very simple in his eyes. Often the essence of the problem can be seen at a glance. As the saying goes, simplicity leads to greatness. But he couldn't express some of his views in precise words. This also caused him to appear more and more unpredictable. Zhu Xiaobao, who was used to showing off, is now more willing to return to the life of ordinary people. That kind of life is full of life and vitality. He went to visit the tornado in the vast easterly desert again, but still found nothing. It was even almost shattered by the intersection of several spaces of different dimensions. In other words, he still cannot enter another space, which is very annoying. Failure to enter means that it is impossible to master the correct space laws. He escaped from the tornado again in disgrace, and lost several more weapons. Although this loss was nothing, what really frightened him was that this interlacing of spaces could easily crush him into powder. If he hadn't been careful, even those in the Wuji realm would still have been strangled. As a last resort, Zhu Xiaobao had no choice but to go together to ask Mr. Lu for advice. But Mr. Lu twisted his beard and said with a smile,
Don't be anxious. You are still too impatient. When you really return to your normal state of mind, maybe you will suddenly have enlightenment. Or, you will encounter some kind of opportunity. Hey! Old man, there's something behind your words. If you know anything, just tell me.
Zhu Xiaobao shouted, very dissatisfied.
Well, I really don't know anything about the laws of space. But since Jing Immortal Lord can understand something, then you should also be able to achieve his achievements.
Lu Miaoxin was still unhurried. Smiled. Grass. This old man started to act weird again. Zhu Xiaobao complained angrily in his heart. However, I suddenly had some inspiration. Since Mr. Lu didn't have the answer here, what about Zhuo Qiuping? She is the biological daughter of
Jing Immortal Lord.
You should know something. Right? Zhu Xiaobao excitedly found Fuji again. And now Fuji has advanced to the immortal realm. But facing Zhu Xiaobao, Fuji was still very respectful. He was a very principled person. Since all the little treasures are already in the Wuji realm, they must be treated respectfully.
Hey! Brother Fuji, Don't be so polite. Let me ask you. Where is Witch Yoping now? I have something to ask her.
Zhu Xiaobao asked hurriedly, without any sense of superiority at this time.
The second junior sister is now imprisoned by me at Secret Cliff. And there are still 350 years left. Master Xiaobao, has she not made any mistakes recently?
Fu Ji quickly replied in surprise.
I'm not punishing her. I'm just asking something.
After Zhu Xiaobao said that, he went directly to Secret Cliff. Zhu Xiaobao was a little surprised to see Witch Yoping again. Witch Yoping was in such a miserable state now that she was tied up by 2 threads. Although her hands could be bent, her palms could never touch each other. With her cultivation level, she would only get food delivered once every 10 days and a half. And she still put it on the cart at the entrance of the cave. And then she pulled the cart in by herself. No one said a word the whole time. The disciples who delivered the meals were strictly ordered not to say a word. So after those disciples came, they all hurriedly left the food behind and turned around and left immediately. Besides, Witch Yoping was not popular with others. So among the many disciples and grandsons of
Qing, immortal lord,
none of them sympathized with Witch Yoping. This is actually a very sad thing. Finally, I heard movement at the entrance of the cave again. Witch Yoping screamed anxiously in the cave.
You damn juniors. How many days have passed? And you have only come to bring me food now. Do you want to starve me to death? Don't leave. Let Fu Ji come and see me. I want to know what's going on outside. Why aren't you dead yet?
This voice reached Zhu Xiaobao's ears, and he couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed that Witch Yoping's arrogance and extreme behavior had not changed at all. No wonder Fu Ji planned to let her stay here for 500 years. However, Zhu Xiaobao wanted to ask something at this moment. So he personally brought food to Witch Yoping. As for the boy who was originally responsible for delivering food to Witch Yoping, he had already been sent back by Zhu Xiaobao.
Who? Is it senior brother? Are you finally willing to come to see me?
Witch Yoping also immediately noticed that this time the person who delivered the food did not leave, but came directly pushing the cart. This immediately cheered her up, because she has been sealed here for nearly 200 years. She is going crazy.
Ha ha! It's not Fu Ji. It's me. Did I disappoint you?
Only then did Zhu Xiaobao walk in pushing the cart with a smile on his face. However, although Zhu Xiaobao is one of the peoples Witch Yoping hates the most, the food he sent this time was absolutely first class. And there were also 2 jars of good wine. Ha even brought Witch Yoping some replacement clothes, all of which were brand new, as well as soap and a bathtub. Witch Yoping was immediately stunned.
Is it you? Zhu Xiaobao? So A Miao is dead?
Witch Yoping was stunned when she saw Zhu Xiaobao, and then immediately thought of Gong Miao. She knew that in the end, Gong Ye's only opponent would be Zhu Xiaobao. The 2 of them will definitely come to an end. Now Zhu Xiaobao appears here unscathed. That can only mean that Gong Yemia failed in one thing.
Yes. Gong Miao's soul has been completely destroyed.
Zhu Xiaobao did not deny it and nodded.
He's dead. He's dead? Did you kill him? Impossible. He's so smart. He won't die. You must be lying to me.
Witch Yoping suddenly stood there, muttering, said, then went crazy and howled loudly.
Humph. Don't forget. If I hadn't saved you, you would have been refined by Gong Miao. Are you mentally ill? He lied to you and harmed you. And you still want to defend him?
Zhu Xiaobao, he cursed very angrily.
Yes. He is the worst thing. I was so good to him. But he still wants to harm me. Good death. Worth a fight.
After hearing Zhu Xiaobao's words, Witch Yoping suddenly felt after waking up a little. He nodded and cursed. He also picked up the wine bowl and drank a lot.
Hey! That's right. Today's food and wine are enough. So feel free to eat as much as you want.
Zhu Xiaobao then praised with satisfaction, and also got a bowl of wine for himself. Then he sat down opposite Witch Yoping without any courtesy. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao no longer has as much hatred for Witch Yoping as before. After all, the most important enemies have been executed now. And Witch Yoping is indeed a little crazy. Her biggest problem is that she has never been able to find true love. So later on, I became more and more extreme, and did things more and more weird. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao also knew that what she longed for most was the relationship with Fu Ji. Unfortunately, Fu Ji was a very dull person, and only focused on cultivation. I don't understand the style. Seeing that there were chains on the wrists of Witch Yoping's hands, Zhu Xiaobao pointed his finger. And immediately, The chains that had bound Zhuo Qiuping for 200 years were broken.
It's like a piece of cake. You are already in the
immortal realm?
No.
Even the immortal realm.
Can't do this.
Zhuo Qiuping looked at these little treasures in surprise and exclaimed in disbelief. Although her cultivation has not improved much over the years, but her eyesight is still valuable. It's a bit clear at first glance. Only then was it confirmed that Gong Yimiao was really killed. Because Zhu Xiubao's cultivation level is so high that she can't understand it. In other words, it has exceeded the immortal realm.
Humph. Are you here to kill me too?
Zhuo Qiuping suddenly thought of all the grievances she had with Zhu Xiaobao. So she raised her head and asked. Didn't show much fear.
Well, no. I'm going to let you go.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said.
I don't seem to be worthy of your concern. Right. Tell me, what's your intention? Or what's the exchange condition?
Zhuo Qiuping didn't buy it, but asked shrewdly.
You know that I am also a spiritual creature.
Space law.
But I have never been able to figure it out. I would like to ask your father for advice.
Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile on his face.
Humph. What's the benefit? Didn't you already loosen your chains? Not enough. Not even enough. Hey! Don't push yourself too far. Humph. So what?
Chapter 1768 Mood. He watched Zhuo Qiuping eating and drinking heavily in front of him with a proud look on his face. Zhu Xiaobao had no choice but to be patient and chat with her while eating. It's a pity that this Erzinjun is really a bit unruly. If he gets the chance, he will open his mouth. She also wants Fu Ji to make a special trip to invite her out. And she also has to be Fu Ji's dual cultivator. And he must be the only dual cultivator. This makes Zhu Xiaobao very embarrassed. He can't force Fu Ji to agree. If anyone falls in love with such a woman in his life, wouldn't the rest of his life be ruined?
Humph. Anyway, these are my demands. It's up to you. The worst I can do is I'll be in prison for another 300 years.
Zhuo Qiuping still seemed a bit confident at the end. It seemed that she was sure that Zhu Xiaobao would definitely agree to her decision.
I can make the decision to let you go in advance. But if Fu Ji is willing to be your double monk, I can't force him. I think it's not impossible for you to slowly change your character in this matter. Zhu Xiaobao spread his hands and said, Then no need to talk. If you can, kill me.
Zhuo Qiuping shouted arrogantly, then picked up another chicken leg and started to chew on it.
Well, since you insist on having your own way, I won't force you. You should continue to stay here and think about your mistakes. Anyway, there is not much time left. Only 350 years.
Zhu Xiaobao finally lost his patience and said coldly,
Zhu Xiaobao, what do you mean? I don't want to stay here anymore. You can let me go as you said. I haven't made any mistakes in these years. You can't do anything to me.
Zhuo Qiuping saw Zhu Xiaobao. She finally stopped smiling and turned around to leave. What was even more terrifying was that the two fairy ropes locked her wrists again. Even the last dish was burned into a pile of ashes by Zhu Xiaobao. Finally couldn't help but exclaimed,
Then tell me, what exactly did Qing Immortal Lord leave behind? Otherwise we won't have to talk about it.
Zhu Xiaobao snorted coldly.
No, that's what my father left for me. I must have enough benefits before I can give it to you.
Zhuo Qiuping gritted her teeth and persisted. She was sure that Zhu Xiaobao was trying to scare her.
Huh? Then just stay here and think about your mistakes.
Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao actually waved his sleeves and left.
I don't want to stay here. Run away.
Zhuo Qiuping still tried to take advantage of the opportunity to escape. But in front of Zhu Xiaobao, her little trick was too much to use. Zhu Xiaobao just pointed a finger. And Zhuo Qiuping felt that she was being suppressed under a pressure. Unable to move even an inch. Then it returned to its original state and continued to be trapped here. But Zhu Xiaobao has already walked away.
Zhu Xiaobao, let me go. You will regret it. No one can know those secrets.
Zhuo Qiuping shouted angrily. But Zhu Xiaobao actually hummed without looking back.
I can find someone else. Or I can look for the Qing Immortal Lord. And you just stay here.
Zhuo Qiuping was immediately dumbfounded and shouted hoarsely from behind.
Zhu Xiaobao, when you come back, I didn't make any mistakes. Why are you imprisoning me here again?
Zhu Xiaobao came back from Sigua Cliff angrily. There was really nothing he could do about Zhuo Qiuping's unruly behavior and unreasonable demands. Just like Zhuo Qiuping said, she really hasn't made any mistakes in these years. She can't use torture to extract confessions like those vicious rogue cultivators. The only option is to leave her alone first. It seems that Qing Immortal Lord, really left something for Zhuo Qiuping before leaving. So she dared to speak like a lion. Zhu Xiaobao was very depressed and found Mr. Liu again. But Mr. Liu still responded to him with the same words.
Young man, although you have reached the
infinite realm
in terms of cultivation, you are still far from it in terms of character. To reach the corresponding height, it will take a long time of grinding and enlightenment. Okay, then I will practice for another 1,000 years,
Zhu Xiaobao said with enlightenment. In the following time, Zhu Xiaobao sometimes realized alone in the time stone, and sometimes traveled around in the real world to hone his mind. Gradually, Zhu Xiaobao really gained a lot of insights, and he returned to his original nature more and more. In the end, he was just like a mortal without any cultivation, walking through the market and mixing with the world.
Come! 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 Don't miss it when you pass by. The freshly baked fried stinky tofu smells stinky and tastes delicious. The beautifying
Xianling wonton
is the favorite of ladies and ladies. The soup dumplings with thin skin and tender meat.
A 3-piece suit only requires 1 spirit stone.
On the busiest street of Zuanbao Island, Zhu Xiaobao was wearing a white chef's hat and shouting hard. At this time, he has no trace of cultivation at all. He is just like the most ordinary mortal. He also wears a mask on his face. Even the people on
Zuanbao Island
cannot recognize him. This is the #1 person in the world today, Master Zizunbo, whose cultivation has reached the
Wuji realm. Well, sisters, do you think he would still want to reverse time and space and return to where he came from?
Wei Zifeng was also wearing a mask at this time and was busy working on it, but she still asked with a little uneasiness in her heart.
Oh, I also hope he can stay here like this. What a wonderful life. Now all the fairy lands are singing and dancing. All industries are prospering everywhere, and the people live and work in peace and contentment.
Green Farrier also sighed with emotion.
Well, impossible. He is too obsessed. The reason he is like this now is just because he has not yet understood the
laws of space.
But he has reached the state of returning to nature. I am worried that he is about to get enlightened.
Yujia, he also said, a little depressed. As her cultivation improves, Sister Yu is increasingly able to see through the essence of some things. Just as Mr. Liu said, Zhu Xiaobao's mind has become peaceful now. It was very late, and the restaurant was about to close. There is another customer who is engrossed in eating. And there are already
3-piece sets
in front of him. Look at this posture. I can get 3 more copies.
Hee hee. Our shop is closing. This is a bottle of good wine given by the boss. Please finish your drink and come back tomorrow. Today's fee is free.
A waiter quickly brought up a jar of the best
chow knife,
which is also this guest's favorite. The guest was about to take the bottle of wine, but after tugging hard, it didn't move at all. Then he exclaimed in a low voice,
Sir, forgive Fuji for being so reckless. Hey, it doesn't matter. Anyone can come here and enjoy the delicious food.
It turns out that this waiter is Zhu Xiaobao. He just wears a mask. After saying that, Zhu Xiaobao poured Fuji a glass of wine.
Thank you. Well, my second junior sister can't stand it anymore. So I asked someone to bring me a message. She is willing to tell you all the secrets. I want to beg you to let her go.
Fuji said, a little embarrassed. In fact, this matter was quite difficult for Fuji. Originally, he wanted to release Zhuo Qiuping earlier, but ever since Zhu Xiaobao went to Sigua Cliff once, he no longer dared to make the decision on his own.
Ha ha. It's less than 100 years old, and you can't stand it any longer? Okay. Then I'll go and have a look tomorrow.
Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, time is the most powerful thing. It can not only cultivate one's own state of mind, but also smooth Zhuo Qiuping's edges and corners. She finally couldn't bear it anymore. In fact, what Zhu Xiaobao doesn't know is that there are 5 true lords and 6 true lords who are causing trouble. The 2 of them hated Zhuo Qiuping very much. Not to mention, they wanted to help Zhu Xiaobao very much. So they began to torment Zhuo Qiuping, or they would not give him food for 2 months in a row. Or a big meal is served suddenly, but without a drop of wine. A few months later, there was another extremely simple meal, but it also came with a pot of good wine. It drove Zhuo Qiuping crazy. If this happened only once or twice, she could endure it. But after decades of continuous use, Zhuo Qiuping finally couldn't stand it anymore and was completely driven to the point of collapse. Besides, she also heard that all the major immortal realms are prospering. and entering a prosperous age. She couldn't bear it anymore, so she begged and wanted to get out. But now that Zhuo Qiuping wants to go out again, Fuji cannot have the final say alone. Fuji also had to get Zhu Xiaobao's consent before he dared to let Zhuo Qiuping go. So Fuji came to Zhu Xiaobao quietly, but he was also infected by this worldly smoke and fire. And quietly I sat down and enjoyed it. And I actually felt the happiness and satisfaction that mortals feel. I haven't felt this feeling for many years. Zhu Xiaobao arrived at Sigua Cliff again, and was surprised to see the 5th True Lord and the 6th True Lord feasting outside the cave. They were deliberately teasing Zhuo Qiuping. You can obviously smell the aroma of wine, meat and dishes, but you can't see anyone outside the cave. And no matter how much Zhuo Qiuping yelled and cursed, the 5th True Lord and the 6th True Lord were still minding their own business and enjoying themselves outside the cave, appearing to be enjoying themselves very much. Let me tell you, Zhuo Qiuping couldn't hold on any longer so quickly. It turns out that 5th brother and 6th sister are here to add fuel to the flames. Thank you very much. Zhu Xiaobao was happy when he saw it. Only then did I understand why Zhuo Qiuping was so crazy. This kind of painful feeling of only smelling his fragrance and not seeing his person was really uncomfortable. Zhuo Qiuping was cursing hysterically when she suddenly saw Zhu Xiaobao pacing in all directions with his hands behind his back. He immediately shouted excitedly, "Zhu Xiaobao, let me out. Let me out. I will know more conditions. Whatever you want to know. I'll tell you everything. I really can't stand it anymore. TSK. TSK? It's only been over 100 years. To be honest, I'm not even ready yet. Can't you hold on? Otherwise, you can hold on for 50 or 60 years." Zhu Xiaobao asked in surprise. "You? Let me out. Who are the people outside the cave? I have to kill them." Zhuo Qiuping suddenly roared furiously, and she felt like she was about to go crazy. "I can't control myself at all." "Humph. How brave. Now even your master has to be respectful when he sees me. How dare you be so presumptuous?" At this time, Zhu Xiaobao suddenly released the supreme pressure of the endless realm, and immediately Zhuo Qiuping was stunned and fell to her knees. "Master Zhu Xiaobao, please, let me go. I will never dare to be presumptuous again." At this time, another person ran in from outside and knelt down with Zhuo Qiuping, wanting to help Zhuo Qiuping plead for mercy. Chapter 1769 Qianquan Danfang. Fuji would come to Zhuo Qiuping to plead for mercy, which Zhu Xiaobao did not expect. But he was still very happy in his heart. With Fuji's intercession, most of Zhuo Qiuping's worries can be eliminated. After all, the reason why Zhuo Qiuping acted wantonly and did all those ridiculous things was because Fuji rejected Zhuo Qiuping's confession that he wanted to become a Taoist couple with her. So he became erratic. What a quirk! In the final analysis, it is caused by this knot in my heart. Yeah, since it's Fuji who is interceding for you, it won't be difficult for me to help you. You can do it for yourself. Zhu Xiaobao has not mentioned the secrets left by Qing Immortal Lord. Until now, there are many things that need to be understood. It turns out that Fuji has always been grateful for the upbringing and teachings of his master, Qing Immortal Lord, and has always wanted to protect Zhuo Qiuping and try not to let her be wronged. The reason for thinking about it was because Zhuo Qiuping was really making too much noise. Because of this, Fuji had no choice but to take the step. In fact, it was also to save Zhuo Qiuping. Otherwise she would have been killed by Zhu Xiaobao. However, after returning to Fuji's cave, Zhu Xiaobao still used some tricks to send a large number of maids and servants to Fuji's place. At the same time, he also arranged for Fuji to join the 2nd True Lord Wuqing and Zhuo Qiuping at the same time. They all became Fuji's double cultivators. Anyway, in the eyes of these cultivators, they don't care much about having a big house and a second house. Most of the time, they focus on cultivation. Besides, now that Sanzhenjin Wuqing has Zhu Xiaobao's support, Zhuo Qiuping doesn't dare to neglect him. After being released, he was very low-key and no longer as domineering as before. In addition to Zhu Xiaobao sending more expensive gifts such as the 10 Lines Beauty Pill, the 5 True Lords, 6 True Lords and others also came to congratulate them and gave them some valuable gifts. This is also as Zhuo Qiuping felt satisfied and became extremely docile, completely different from before. A few days later, as Zhu Xiaobao expected, Zhuo Qiuping took the initiative to see Zhu Xiaobao with this tightly wrapped storage box. "This is what my father left me. It's all here. What do you need? My father also left me a few words that I can tell you." Switch Xiaoping's face turned rosy obviously. She also had a slightly shy look on her face. It seemed that she was still living a very happy life these days. A happy woman doesn't need to put on makeup. You can tell by the look on her face.
Ha. It seems that Heir Zhenjuan has recovered a lot these days. She is back to her true beauty.
Zhu Xiaobao also joked with a smile. In fact, he has been waiting for Switch Xiaoping these days. Fortunately, Switch Xiaoping did not disappoint him and returned the favor right away. By the way, it is currently the best app for reading and listening to books. Install the latest version. There are a large number of spirit stones stored in the storage box, as well as various weapons, armors, and elixirs. None of these little treasures have any interest. Only a very old and simple recipe aroused Zhu Shiba's great interest.
What kind of elixir is this? Is it specially stored here? Yes. It's the recipe for the Qianquan pill.
Switch Xiaoping hesitated for a moment, then said honestly,
What? Is it the Qianquan Dan prescription? This prescription is really at the Qingyi Immortal Lord?
Zhu Xiaobao was shocked and explained in a somewhat rude manner. Well, yes, but don't be too happy. My father said that even with this single recipe, no one in this world can refine the
Qianquan pill.
So this pill recipe seems rare, but in fact it is not that big.
Yong.
Switch Xiaoping immediately poured a basin of cold water on Zhu Xiaobao. She still believed in her father's words, but she didn't know that someone once said that no one in this world could refine the
Wuji pill.
But it was still made in Zhu Shiba's hands, and it was successfully refined under his cultivation at the
Immortal Realm? Ha. It doesn't matter. Even if I can't refine it successfully, I still want to try it. By the way, what important words did Qingyi Immortal Lord leave for you?
Zhu Xiaobao didn't think so. I am still very confident in my alchemy ability.
In addition to some training formulas, there is one more thing that none of you probably know. That is that the
law of space
is actually another attribute, and the Qianquan pill cannot enhance the cultivator's understanding of the
law of space
and enlightenment. But there is a chance to help people who take Qianquan pill to open up new attribute space attributes.
Switch Xiaoping finally told Zhu Xiaobao all these secrets. She didn't know why, but she suddenly felt a little annoyed. I always feel that Zhu Xiaobao will be able to refine it successfully.
What? Space attribute? Is there such an attribute? So, Qingyi Immortal Lord already has this attribute? Didn't he say that no one can refine the world pill?
Zhu Xiaobao said again. He asked in surprise. Switch Xiaoping brought him too many surprises today.
That's what you said. But there is a world pill in this storage box. It was the last time you fought in the secret realm and caused the world to collapse, which led to the opening of the tomb of an ancient immortal. My father sneaked in quietly and got this storage box.
Switch Xiaoping said hesitantly. These things were only quietly told to Switch Xiaoping by Immortal Qingyi before he left.
No wonder the secret realm was forcibly closed after the earthquake. So that's what happened.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly realized that the last time he got 5 skeletons in the secret realm. But I didn't expect Qingyi Immortal Lord to reap greater benefits. This can be matched in terms of time. From then on, not long after, everyone discovered that Qingyi Immortal Lord was missing. I thought he was practicing in seclusion, but it turned out that after taking the
Qianquan pill,
he went to explore a new space or plane.
My father also said that even if you take the Qianquan pill, you will not necessarily be able to expand new space attributes. There is only a certain probability. My father is very talented in this area. I already have a very deep understanding and knowledge.
Switch Xiaoping said proudly.
Oh, let's do this. I'll make a copy of this X part, and then you can take it back with you. After all, it was left to you by Immortal Qingyi. In addition, if you have any requests, feel free to put them forward.
Zhu Xiaobao thought about it. I couldn't help but say it. He had already taken advantage of this one-way deal, so he said it generously in the end.
No, I don't need this at all. I want a calming pill, because my current cultivation level is not only far behind that of my senior brother, but even my third junior sister can't compare with it.
Switch Xiaoping said with some expectation.
Well, that's no problem. It just takes a little time. So don't worry. I'll give you a 9 marks concentration pill within half a year.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded, and then said simply,
although the 9 marks concentration pill
is rare, with Zhu Xiaobao's current alchemy skills, he can already do it casually.
Thank you,
sir. Switch Xiaoping was immediately overjoyed, and this time she knelt down sincerely. Then he left with satisfaction, with a prescription of
Qianquan pill.
in hand. Xu Xiaobao found Mr. Liu and asked him to identify the authenticity of the prescription first, and then collect the materials.
Well, this pill recipe should be the most complete. And it is even more complete than the Qianquan pill recipe circulated on the market. It seems that Qing Immortal Lord has indeed mastered the attributes of space. It is likely to go to the space interface. Maybe he has returned to the place and era he wanted to visit most.
Mr. Liu said after studying it carefully for a long time before finally giving the definition.
Doesn't that mean that if I also activate the space attribute, I can also use the space attribute to jump out of this world, reverse time and space, and return to the era and plane I want to go to most?
Xu Xiaobao finally said. He couldn't help being excited and asked eagerly. Isn't he just thinking about going back and picking up all the people he cares about?
It's possible. I really don't know about this. I haven't mastered this mysterious attribute. But there is one thing I can tell you for sure. The difficulty of refining this Qianquan pill is far more than that of Wuji pill.
You must be prepared,
Mr. Liu said seriously. From the bottom of his heart. He didn't want Xu Xiaobao to leave. I'm afraid that without Xu Xiaobao, the situation here will not be so stable and peaceful. The harmonious illusion that we have now is because of the great god Xu Xiaobao. Those extremely vicious people don't dare to come forward rashly. Once they know that Xu Xiaobao has left this world, I'm afraid they will pick him out again. But Xu Xiaobao can't control that much. What he wants to do must fulfill his promise. Otherwise he will always have a knot in his heart that he can't let go of. Next, Xu Xiaobao finally got busy. The medicinal materials and materials needed to refine the Qianquan pill alone were twice as many as those of the Wuji pill. Moreover, many of the medicinal materials were unheard of, and many of them required extensive research. Only by answering questions can you understand. Some medicinal materials need to be obtained from outside areas, but none of these can trouble Xu Xiaobao. And no place in this world can stop him now. Even if he went to the outer lands and dealt with those foreigners with high-nosed bridges, yellow hair and blue eyes, he would be able to do so with ease. The languages of many countries also seemed familiar to him, and he could quickly understand them. Shows the super learning ability of a top student. After 5 years, Xu Xiaobao traveled a lot to the outside world, and finally collected the medicinal herbs and materials he needed, and also planted them in large quantities among the time stones. In order to make up for the years, Xu Xiaobao patiently practiced in the time stone for another 1,000 years. And then the materials for refining the Qianquan pill were prepared in good quality and quantity. Next, Xu Xiaobao is ready to refine the Qianquan pill, the most difficult elixir in the world. Chapter 1770 Qianquan pill. Xu Xiaobao was refining the Qianquan pill this time and only invited Mr. Liu to come and observe. In fact, he regarded Liu Miaoxin as a character similar to a historian. Someone must record the major events happening in this world, in order to pass it on to future generations. In addition, Xu Xiaobao was unwilling to publicly refine the Qianquan pill, out of respect for Zhuo Qiuping. You can't just take other people's secrets and make them public after changing hands. Besides, Xu Xiaobao also considered that if he understood the law of space, it would be very possible to leave this world. He planned to go back quickly to avoid others knowing that he was not in this world and trouble would arise. It's just that Xu Xiaobao still thought that this time's alchemy was too simple. As expected, it failed not long after, because the biggest difference between the refining of Qianquan Dan and other elixirs is that it uses more materials than medicinal materials, which causes the 5-element skeleton to be less helpful to Xu Xiaobao during the alchemy process. And the process of dissolving and fusing these materials is also much more complex. So the first time you made alchemy was quite a failure. Although Xu Xiaobao was mentally prepared, he was still very frustrated.
Ha ha! Xiaobao, don't be impatient. You have a lot of time. Otherwise, you should refine a simplified version of
Qianquan pill
first. At least you can accumulate some experience for yourself, and then refine the original version of
Qianquan pill.
Dan, how about it?
Although Liu Miaoxin was a little surprised. She didn't expect Xu Xiaobao to fail so quickly. But he still said with a smile,
well, it seems that's all we have to do. I'm still too confident.
Xu Xiaobao also sighed, thinking that with his Wuji realm cultivation, he could use it on the spot to give this world pill to refined. Unexpectedly, I was severely punished by reality.
Okay, it seems that I am too impatient. Just having the formulas of these materials without specific refining methods is still not enough.
Xu Xiaobao also sighed and said,
Yes. The Wuji realm is not omnipotent. It may be in other immortal realms or other planes. It may just be a very ordinary realm. You must know that there are people outside the world and there is a heaven outside the world.
Mr. Lu is also very kind. He was reminding Zhu Xiaobao. You must know that their world is not the highest level. Maybe there are even more high-end planes and immortal realms? If we really get to these places and grab a lot of Wuji realm, wouldn't it mean that there is no return?
Yeah. Got it. I will calm down, carefully study the detailed properties of these materials, and sort out the simplified version of the
Qianquan pill
recipe as soon as possible.
Okay. The elixir recipe that I have handed down here is of great reference value. Although the previous ancestors have not been able to refine this elixir, it can be regarded as a reference. I will leave it to you too.
Lu Miao Xian didn't hold anything back at all, and tried her best to help Xiaobao. Next, Zhu Xiaobao spent thousands of years studying the
time stone,
without sleep or food, almost without leaving home, even though he was in the outside world for 20 years. But it has already made Green Fairy and others very dissatisfied. Of course, they don't want Zhu Xiaobao to understand the
laws of space
and leave this world. After all, there are unknown risks. Finally, Zhu Xiaobao made a major discovery after studying for such a long time. That is, all the materials stored in the
time stone
or the transplanted medicinal materials must perform better than the medicinal materials and materials collected from the outside during the process of refining the
Qianquan pill.
This shows that there is some special effect in the
time stone.
This is likely to have something to do with its spatial properties. With this understanding, Zhu Xiaobao finally started his second attempt to refine a simplified version of the
Qianquan pill.
But unfortunately, this time, although the step of forming the elixir was completed,
a boom
was heard, and the fused solution inside the elixir furnace exploded, leaving only a pile of waste residue. The only good thing is that the alchemy furnace was not damaged.
Well, it seems that the old man also thought it was too simple. This Qianquan pill cannot be simplified, even if it lacks any of the ingredients.
Mr. Lu said suddenly at this time.
Yes, it should be like this. Without any material, the space will be incomplete. So the elixir cannot be made at all.
Zhu Xiaobao also suddenly understood. He couldn't help but said with some annoyance, I didn't expect that refining this
Qianquan pill
would be so difficult. In order to increase the chance of becoming a pill, Zhu Xiaobao had to prepare more materials, and they had to be incubated in the
time stone
for thousands of years. At this stage, he collected medicinal herbs and materials from everywhere, and accumulated a considerable amount of materials in the
time stone,
which had been warmed and precipitated for thousands of years. Even if he failed 10 or 8 times, it would be enough for him to squander. Yes, another 1,000 years passed in a hurry. As Zhu Xiaobao became more and more familiar with various materials, he once again began to try to refine the
Qianquan pill.
He has been preparing for this
Qianquan pill
for 3,000 years. In the outside world, that is 60 years. Being invited by Zhu Xiaobao again, even Lu Miaoxin lost a little confidence. Seeming to be a little absent-minded, he has now begun to believe what
Qing Immortal Lord
said. No one in this world can refine the
Qianquan pill.
So Lu Miaoxin brought enough wine and meat this time. While drinking and eating meat, she watched and recorded for Zhu Xiaobao. Otherwise it would be too boring to wait around. A book-chasing app recommended to me by an old book friend I have known for 10 years. It's so easy to use. I use it to pass the time while driving or before going to bed by reading and listening to books. You can download it here. But this time, Zhu Xiaobao activated 3 pill furnaces, and also used countless
sunburn pills
to help increase the local temperature of the furnace. He also used
5-element skeletons
to control other people, situations that require rapid cooling or rapid heating.
Did it really succeed this time? Is this incredible? There is actually hope of success? I just don't know if this kid can keep going. This consumption of consciousness and physical strength is too terrifying.
Lu Laoyi looked at Zhu Xiaobao, who was already very tired, with some surprise, and murmured to himself.
However, at this critical moment, how could Zhu Xiaobao have no backup plan? He ferociously swallowed the 2 sets of
Imu Dan,
as well as a large number of elixirs to restore his consciousness, allowing him to maintain the strength of his energy and spirit and accurately control the subtle changes in the elixir furnace. Finally, after 99 and 81 days, Zhu Xiaobao closed the lid and waited for the Qianquan pill to be released.
Bang!
There was a sound, like an iron ball hitting the alchemy furnace. And then it jumped out. Unlike the Wuji pill, it also produces spirituality and wants to escape. However, this elixir fell into Zhu Xiaobao's hands without any hesitation. And it was very heavy. There is nothing special about the appearance. It is gray-black with a metallic luster. There are no more red lines.
Can this thing be eaten?
All Xiaobao felt a little incredible. It was heavier than a black iron bead.
Then give it a try. Anyway, your immortal body is immune to all poisons. At worst, you will suffer from indigestion and spit it out. If you don't dare to take it, then no one will dare to take it.
Mr. Lu was also dumbfounded. Not very sure. Said,
Okay, let me recover first. And then I will make some preparations before taking this
Qianquan pill.
Dot!
Zhu Xiaobao was also scared because he had never seen such a heavy pill before. He recovered in the time stone for almost a month and went out to practice double cultivation with all the ladies. He was afraid that this Qianquan pill would destroy some of his functions or leave some sequelae. Finally, once the blood was restored to full health, Zhu Xiaobao released the second nascent soul in advance to leave a way out for himself. Then he picked a good and auspicious day, hid in the time stone, gritted his teeth, and swallowed the Qianquan pill. Fortunately, although this Qianquan pill is heavy, there is no discomfort after taking it. But there is no any reaction. Zhu Xiaobao and Mr. Lu drank for a long time and ate a table of dishes without waiting for any reaction. This confused both of them. It wasn't until the third day that Zhu Xiaobao began to react. And the reaction was getting stronger and stronger. He felt like stars were dancing around his head. And he was even dizzy in the end. Finally, he couldn't help but rush out of the time stone. And then soared to a height that was beyond the reach of others. Facing the vast stars, he felt more comfortable.
Is it necessary to understand the
attribute of space
by yourself?
Zhu Xiaobao finally felt a little relieved. He sat cross-legged and faced the vast starry sky. He seemed to be able to spontaneously find the corresponding stars in his body. It caused all the energy in his body to flow in a direction completely beyond his control. At the same time, Mr. Lu also walked out of the time stone and stared at the sky in a daze. Sister Yu, Lu Xiener and other people who are very close to Zhu Xiaobao are all looking at Mr. Lu, which means they are asking what is the situation of Zhu Xiaobao.
Yeah. Don't ask me. The height he can reach now is something you and I can't see even if we look up. All we can do is wait patiently.
Lu Miaoxin shook her head, spread her hands and sighed. Zhu Xiaobao meditated for 36 days. On the last day, he felt that all the stars began to flow towards him from all directions. And he felt quite overwhelmed. What surprised Zhu Xiaobao even more was that the time stone also appeared next to him. He seemed to be in the time stone. But what was strange was that the time stone, at this time, was also completely transparent. Even the little treasures can't tell whether they are in the time stone or outside the time stone. Because at this time, there is also the same starry sky in the time stone. As immeasurable countless stars and meteors rushed toward Zhu Xiaobao, Zhu Xiaobao's body shook more and more intensely. In the end, he was completely submerged by the dense stars, and his eyes became pitch black. What happened in the end? Can't see anymore. Chapter 1771 Space Properties A. Zhu Xiaobao felt as if he was in the vast starry sky, and he was already a part of it. But unlike these fixed stars, as if they are traveling back and forth in the vast starry sky, it seems that there are other lives above many stars. Even beyond the sun, there is another system, far beyond his imagination and cognition. In the end, he was drowned by the countless stars that came endlessly on his back. When Zhu Xiaobao woke up again, it was already 10 years later, which is equivalent to 500 years in the time stone. Then he slowly began to recover and wake up. It took several years for him to fully recover. Only then did I completely recover my memory. When I saw Yu Jie, Lu Xiener, Wei Zifeng and others again, I saw that everyone's faces were full of anxiety and uneasiness. And there were even more surprises. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao finally recovered.
How's it going? Have you realized the space attribute?
Almost everyone had this question while heaving a sigh of relief. It turned out that except Mr. Lu, no one knew that he had made the Qianquan pill. And no one knew that he had taken the Qianquan pill. Just think that he is comprehending the so-called laws of space.
Yeah, I have some feelings, but it's hard to express in words.
Zhu Xiaobao just nodded and said perfunctorily. Because now even he doesn't know whether his space attribute is really strong. He needs to go to the space interface to actually experience and try it out. But he was not sure whether he would be like
Jing Immortal Lord,
who disappeared as soon as he left. I don't know if my space attribute cultivation level can surpass
Jing Immortal Lord.
But one thing Zhu Xiaobao can be sure of is that the space attribute is definitely not used for fighting. Because when countless stars are rushing towards him, there are indeed many stars or higher level planes worth exploring. Because there is not much energy contained in this world. It can only last tens of thousands of years. But what happens after tens of thousands of years is not something that ordinary cultivators need to worry about. Even if you reach the upper fairyland, you won't be able to feel these future things. Only those who have reached the immortal realm will be able to sense it. Therefore, everyone who has cultivated to the immortal realm has begun to realize the
law of space.
Invariably. And they all hope to find a better and more advanced plane with richer energy reserves. In fact, to put it bluntly, it means that we can find another planet with more abundant resources. But after hearing Zhu Xiaobao's somewhat vague explanation, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Zhu Xiaobao is okay. As far as Mr. Lu knew, it was only a matter of time before Zhu Xiaobao would definitely go to that tornado and further control his newly added space attributes. After a few more days of leisurely and comfortable life, Zhu Xiaobao finally couldn't bear it anymore. I quietly found Mr. Lu and told him that I was going to visit the tornado again.
Are you the same as Jing Immortal Lord? There was no news after you left.
Although Mr. Lu had long known that Zhu Xiaobao would definitely visit that space, he still asked very worriedly at this time.
Well, probably not. If I can reverse time and space, then I will definitely calculate the time. If the time is long, I will come back to make an appointment. If the time is short, then simply don't let others know. Just treat it as me I was comprehending the
laws of space.
Once. It saved them from worrying.
Zhu Xiaobao also said with some uneasiness.
Then go ahead. Remember not to force yourself. If it doesn't work, just pull out as soon as possible. Understood? It might only be a matter of months.
The next day, Zhu Xiaobao wanted to comprehend the
law of space
again, and then disappeared together with the time stone. Everyone is helpless. Now his level is too high. Others don't know his thoughts and cultivation methods at all. Stepping into the tornado again. This time Zhu Xiaobao could see clearly when faced with the intricate intersection of spaces. No. It should be said that the induction is very clear. The two intersecting spaces in front of me are actually just an introduction. And I found the entrance easily. When the entrances to the two spaces completely overlap, they can pass safely, so as not to be strangled to pieces.
Huh? It's so easy. But this seems to be just the entrance. What follows is a more complex situation of intersecting multiple spaces.
Zhu Xiaobao continued to explore step by step very cautiously. After walking for a day, I encountered the intersection of 3 dimensions. It was not very difficult. Just be careful, and you can pass it safely. But this gave him a further understanding of the laws of space.
If I just entered another space directly, would I have gone to another plane? But these seem to be relatively low-end or relatively close planes. They are not worth my time. Right.
Zhu Xiaobao added with a new understanding. The hope in my heart suddenly increased a little bit. And at the same time, I also felt a little bit more uneasy. I don't know how many space intersections I can pass through. A few days later, Zhu Xiaobao passed through the intersection of 4 spaces again. Even this time, he could see some scenes at another plane in an instant. But these planes were relatively low-end planes. Zhu Xiaobao tried to travel from the intersection of the 4 spaces to another plane. Sure enough, he came to a completely unfamiliar world in a short time. But the resources contained in this plane were too poor. Even worse than not going to the plane he traveled to back then. What is unexpected is that a group of casual cultivators actually surrounded them. Their cultivation level also made Zhu Xiaobao very disappointed. The old man in the transcendent realm. And this group of casual cultivators couldn't see Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation at all, and actually thought that Zhu Xiaobao was immortal in the
body refining realm.
It just appeared too unexpectedly, and happened to appear within the territory they controlled. So they immediately surrounded them.
Who are you? Why don't you kneel down when you see me?
The old man asked angrily.
Kneel down! How dare you stand when you meet Immortal Master Wei, one of the 3 great immortals?
The casual cultivators around him echoed with utmost flattery.
Master Wei? Then you are the immortal master with the highest cultivation level in this world?
Zhu Xiaobao asked in great surprise. 3 great immortal masters? Could it be that the cultivation level of Transcendent Realm alone is already the top existence in this world? Isn't this too backward?
Of course. The Grand Master is not only the Grand Master of our Big Bear country, but also one of the 3 great immortal masters today. Why don't you kneel down and worship the immortal master?
The disciples around them all shouted, wanting to show their respect in front of the master. Show off.
Ah? This shabby place is so disappointing. Humph. Farewell.
After saying that, Zhu Xiaobao turned around and wanted to leave.
How presumptuous. This is the royal back garden. How can I allow you to come and leave at the same time? Just stay here.
Master Wei Xian immediately shouted in anger. Originally, Zhu Xiaobao suddenly appeared here, and they were not prepared at all. Now they are about to turn around and leave, which makes Master Wei Xian very worried. So Immortal Master Wei stretched out his hand, flicked the long sword in his hand, and a burst of fire shot out. Unexpectedly, he also had the blessing of fire attribute. With his level of cultivation, it is not easy to display such lethality. Amidst the exclamations and cheers, Zhu Xiaobao waved his hand, and the fire light was completely sucked into his body. Immediately afterwards, Master Wei Xian was horrified to find that his feet began to freeze quickly, and even before he could break free, he had turned into an ice sculpture. At this moment, the disciples were dumbfounded and fell into silence. Who dared to come up and die again?
Humph. I didn't want to take action at first, but you have provoked me again and again, and you have brought it upon yourself. I was just passing by, and I didn't want to kill you. I'll just teach you a lesson,
Zhu Xiaobao said calmly. Then he relied on his space attribute to find the entrance and exit again, and disappeared in a flash. After a long time, Master Wei Xian was poured several buckets of hot water by his disciples to melt the ice on his body. And then he regained his ability to move. But he looked at the direction Zhu Xiaobao left with a horrified look on his face, and suddenly fell to his knees and kowtowed.
Thank you, Lord Immortal, for not killing me. Ah? Master, what kind of cultivation level is he? You actually kowtow to him? You are one of the 3 great immortal masters in the world.
The 2 disciples with the highest cultivation level asked in surprise.
Alas! Unattainable! Unattainable! Far beyond the realm we can imagine. Such a cultivation as a teacher is nothing in his eyes. It's so strange.
This kind of realm is simply not possible. It shouldn't appear in our world.
Master Wei Xian shook his head and sighed. Zhu Xiaobao returned to the space intersection just now, and he was also very disappointed. I didn't expect to go to such a barren plane. It was really a waste of time. But he is also very happy, which shows that he is indeed capable of returning to the previous plane. Or in other words, returning to the Earth. But this is just a return in space. But there is another important factor, and that is the return of time. How can we accurately return to the time when he left? Going further, Zhu Xiaobao discovered that the structure of the space intersection in front was more complicated. It was like a staircase, extending back and forth in staggered directions. He also had to follow this route to go around. But there was another more complicated one. The easiest way is to go directly through the middle like an elevator.
This is space folding, which can greatly shorten the distance between the entrances of each space. Come here with confidence. I marked the passage in the middle for you.
Suddenly, from this passage, the unfathomable depth of very illusory voice came from the end. Chapter 1772 Space Properties B. Although it was similar to what Zhu Xiaobao had guessed, Zhu Xiaobao still very carefully separated a clone to explore the way ahead. If there is any danger, at most one clone will be lost. Zhu Xiaobao is now much more cautious in his actions. After all, if you are careless here, it may be broken into pieces. Keeping a certain distance from his clone, he reached the opposite side smoothly. Then I saw a person sitting in front of me. Zhu Xiaobao recognized at a glance that this person was the
Qingyi Immortal Lord,
who had been missing for hundreds of years. Although Zhu Xiaobao has never met
Qingyi Immortal Lord,
he can still confirm his identity when he sees him, just because Erxianjins with Xioping look so much like him. Moreover,
Qingyi Immortal Lord
is also a godlike existence in the southwest region, and his portraits are often seen, so it is easy to recognize him. Moreover, based on Zhu Xiaobao's current cultivation level, it can be seen from looking at his cultivation level that he is in the
Immortal Realm?
Cultivation level.
Are you from the southwest region? Are you from the Fu family?
Immortal Lord Qingyi asked with some surprise. At this time, He actually couldn't see through Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation. That could only explain the other's cultivation. Taller than him. But the movement technique Zhu Xiaobao used to pass through the
holding space
just now was the weird footwork of the Fu family.
So, Qingyi Immortal Lord
recognized it at a glance.
Almost. Fu Asheng is my senior brother. But I am not from the Fu family. I flew up from Daxia Kingdom. My name is Zhu Xiaobao.
Zhu Xiaobao did not hide anything, let alone use the cultivation of
Wuji realm
to suppress the other party.
Oh, so it's you. I remembered it. I once drank the wine you brewed. It was very good. I didn't expect that your cultivation level is so unexpected.
Immortal Lord Qingyi sighed in surprise. And then, he had an incredible expression. Because he didn't even expect that Zhu Xiaobao had reached the
Wuji realm.
Isn't that a realm higher than myself?
I have met the Immortal Lord. I am the one who was saved by the 5 true lords from the great Xia Kingdom.
Although Zhu Xiaobao has surpassed the
Qingyi Immortal Lord
in cultivation, he still said,
okay,
respectfully. After all, he was able to obtain the
Qianquan pill.
Mainly because he got the original version of the pill recipe from Zwiqiuping, which is equivalent to getting it from
Qingyi Immortal Lord.
He was very grateful for this favor. Moreover, he also told
Qingyi Immortal Lord
the current situation in the southwest region in great detail. The two chatted while eating, and the conversation was quite interesting.
When Qingyi Immortal Lord
learned that Zhu Xiaobao also possessed
space attributes,
he was even more surprised. Here he doesn't need an opponent, but a companion to explore together.
Immortal Lord, why haven't you left yet? Is it because you can't find a suitable plane?
Zhu Xiaobao asked curiously.
Alas, I don't dare to go to other planes easily. The last time I went to a plane, I didn't expect it to be very barren, which made me very disappointed. But it took me a lot to find the entrance to the space again. A whole 40 years. So I am hesitating and must choose a high-level plane first.
Immortal Qingyi shook his head in distress and said with a bitter smile, "Oh? This doesn't seem difficult. Right. I just came back from another low-level plane. It's very easy."
Zhu Xiaobao said with some surprise. Could it be that his spatial attributes are better than
Qingyi Immortal Lord?
Want to be stronger? This is unlikely. A book-chasing app recommended to me by an old book friend I have known for 10 years. It's so easy to use. I use it to pass the time while driving or before going to bed by reading and listening to books. You can download it here.
Huh? Such a thing could happen? Let me think about it. So that's it. I didn't expect that the consciousness of all the little friends is far superior to mine. It really makes us ashamed.
Immortal Qingyi sensed carefully after thinking about it for a while. It suddenly dawned on me. Why can Zhu Xiaobao find the entrance to the space easily? It's because his spiritual consciousness is so strong. It's almost 8 times that of
Qingyi Immortal Lord.
What else is there to say? Immortal Lord Qingyi can only sigh.
Hee. Let's do it this way. If the Immortal Master wants to go to any other plane, I can accompany him there. If it's not suitable, I will find the entrance to come back right away. What do you think?
Zhu Xiaobao said kindly. Of course. Zhu Xiaobao also has his own purpose. He wants to ask
Qingyi Immortal Lord
for more details about space attributes, as well as his experience and understanding of space laws. These are all from
Qingyi Immortal Lord.
What has been accumulated over the years cannot be mastered by improving your cultivation.
Ha ha ha. That's great. It saves me worries. Thank you so much. Little friends.
Qingyi Immortal Lord was overjoyed and said as he cupped his hands. Unexpectedly, the old man and the young man had a very happy conversation with each other. When I learned that Zwiqiuping and Fu Ji had become a Taoist couple,
Qingyi Immortal Lord
was even more pleased. The only person he cared about in that plane was his daughter. Now that Zwiqiuping has such a destination, he no longer has any worries. From the conversation between the two, Zhu Xiaobao can also understand that
Qingyi Immortal Lord
is a very cautious person. Start preparing for the future early. He had long seen the decline of the original plane, and thought of looking for a plane with more abundant resources and spiritual energy. With a plane with richer resources and more abundant spiritual energy, it is possible to go further and cultivate to the endless realm. So he has been planning this for a long time. Of course,
Qingyi Immortal Lord
chose this time to leave the Southwest Territory because he had some selfish motives. He didn't want to be involved in the troubled times, because he had a premonition that even if he and Zixiao Immortal joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat the Black Dragon. It's just that things are unpredictable. I didn't expect that the Black Dragon would be defeated by Zhu Xiaobao. I didn't even expect that Zhu Xiaobao could advance to the Wuji realm. Although they had a pleasant conversation with
Qing Immortal Lord.
The two of them did not delay their schedule and continued to explore. They need to find a more high-end plane. But at the same time, they cannot have two strong opponents. This is a very demanding requirement. Finally, I experienced several more spatial intersections, all of which were very complex folded multiple spatial intersections. Zhu Xiaobao also secretly rejoiced that if there was no
Qing Immortal Lord,
he would really have to fumble for decades, or even hundreds of years to master the law of space folding. This shows that
Qing Immortal Lord
is still much deeper than him in understanding Kong Jiao's attributes.
Huh? What is this? Why is it more like a compass?
Zhu Xiaobao saw that
Qing Immortal Lord
had sacrificed a disc-like luminous object and was searching for it carefully. He couldn't help but ask in surprise.
This is the positioning disc that can be condensed by the
space attribute.
It is similar to the Dharma we condensed. Haven't you mastered it yet?
Qing Immortal Lord also asked, a little surprised. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao didn't even master the most basic operations. If you think about it carefully, it is not difficult to understand. Zhu Xiaobao has only had space attributes for a short period of time, and he is not yet proficient in many operations, or even does not know how to do them at all.
Oh, I understand. This can be condensed by the
space attribute
and the stimulation of divine consciousness.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at it for a while and understood.
That's right. With this positioning disc, the various planes contained in this
space intersection
can be seen clearly at a glance. And the stronger the spiritual consciousness is, the clearer and more comprehensive it can be seen. Look at this plane, it's pretty good when you go up. At least it has plenty of spiritual energy. But I don't know if there are two strong cultivators on this side.
At this time,
Qing Immortal Lord
had suddenly noticed something, and a seemingly eye-catching light spot caught his eye. And the music player can also see some mountains, rivers, etc. on this surface. Although it is very blurry, the abundant spiritual energy on that surface can be clearly felt.
Then let's go in and have a look.
Zhu Xiaobao is also curious. What is a plane with abundant resources and spiritual energy like? Will there be any strong opponents? Although Zhu Xiaobao was very anxious and wanted to return to the original plane before his ascension this morning, he also had an idea. That is, he could return to the Earth. But he was still very cautious at this time. I caught up to the point where I didn't know much about the space attributes. His understanding of the
laws of space
is also very shallow, far less profound than that of
Qing Immortal Lord.
For example, if he hadn't met
Qing Immortal Lord,
he would still have to figure out this kind of positioning disc on his own. I don't know how many years it will take to master and use it.
This is the best. In case this is not suitable for me, we can also find the
space entrance
immediately, saving me from spending decades or even hundreds of years looking for it.
Qing Immortal Lord
also has his own wishful thinking. His spiritual consciousness is far inferior to that of Zhu Xiaobao. Once the chosen plane is not suitable, with Zhu Xiaobao by his side, he can come back immediately. This saves a lot of time. The two of them have their own purposes, but they get along fairly well. So this time we enter the newly selected
space entrance
together,
and with Qing Immortal Lord
leading the way, we travel to this new dimension smoothly. Sure enough, after entering this plane, I felt that there was a lot of spiritual energy, beautiful mountains and clear waters, and rich resources. The only drawback was that the area of this plane was a bit too small, less than 2/3 of their original plane.
But Qing Immortal Lord
is still very satisfied, because if his family was the only one, this area would be enough. Moreover, Wei Mienda is rich in resources and has hardly been exploited. If it is possessed by him alone, then it is very possible to cultivate to the
Wuji realm.
Moreover, the resources in this plane can last for at least 200,000 years. This is the most important thing.
My friends, how about we split up and search for it? If there is no too strong opponent, I will plan to open a cave and build a mansion here.
Qing Immortal Lord said happily.
That's fine. I'll go take a look around. There are a lot of medicinal herbs and materials here that I've never seen before. It's worth collecting some.
Zhu Xiaobao was also very excited, but he didn't expect to find something very special here. There are many medicinal materials, many of which he has never seen before. And the key is that they are quite old. Many of them are tens of thousands of years old. Chapter 1773 Reversing Time. Zhu Xiaobao not only picked dozens of unseen medicinal materials, but also plundered all the old ones. The harvest this time was huge. It also fully demonstrates the rich resources of this new plane, which is simply enviable. If he didn't have something urgent to do, he would have wanted to stay here. In order to understand the medicinal properties of the newly discovered medicinal materials, Zhu Xiaobao also visited several cities. It turned out that some cities were very prosperous and full of vitality, while others were very desolate, with a sense of desolation as if they had just experienced a war and were in ruins. After listening to Zhu Xiaobao's insinuations, he realized that these poor cities had just experienced killings and purges in the past few years. The originally powerful big families were all slaughtered, and were replaced by some large and small families that had blood ties with the royal family, or some small and medium-sized families that strongly supported the current royal family. It turns out that this plane was not divided into several fairy realms, but was integrated as a whole and controlled by a large family, namely, founded a large empire. The reason is that this big family namely took the lead in giving birth to a great god in the immortal realm. Therefore, in the past few years, he has been strangulating families who pose a threat to his family. All those families with profound heritage were looted and killed. The purpose is to ensure that this world is completely controlled by his family in the future. Oh! No wonder there is such a strong smell of blood. It seems that no matter where they are, talents are the most selfish and vicious, and they just want to dominate this world. Only then did Zhu Xiaobao understand why different cities have different situations. At this moment, Zhu Xiaobao felt that a messenger talisman in his arms was transmitting the cry for help from Qing Immortal Lord. It seems that he has met a strong opponent. Gu Xiaobao couldn't help but feel startled that the other party reacted so quickly. It seems that the opponent is quite capable. Within a few breaths, Zhu Xiaobao arrived at the place where the two sides were fighting. But Zhu Xiaobao didn't show up right away. God was looking down at the fight between the two sides in midair. The most important opponent that Qing Immortal Lord faces is a big man in the first stage of Immortal Lord realm. Although it was only the first stage of the Immortal realm, he was working with a female cultivator who was at the half-step Immortal realm, and there were more than a dozen tribesmen from the upper Immortal realm around to help him fight. No wonder Qing Immortal Lord can't beat others. This is a gang fight. Unexpectedly, this big man from the Li family turned out to be extremely powerful in combat, coupled with a tacit cooperation with his junior sister. The rest of the Shanghai Fairyland were still in a wait-and-see state. Qing Immortal Lord couldn't take it anymore and shouted angrily. Stop! Are you still being unreasonable? I've just arrived here and you're killing me. Isn't that too overbearing? Humph. This is my Li family's world. You have no right to stay in this world. If you are touched by me, one of you will die. The big man from the Li family shouted fiercely. Another blow. He is also a physical practitioner who is good at strength. And the female cultivator next to him is better at wielding flexible double swords, constantly harassing Qing Immortal Lord. Little friends, stop watching the excitement and come and help. If you don't come, I will really die in their hands. Fortunately, the cultivation of Qing Immortal Lord is not weak, and he can still feeling the arrival of Zhu Xiaobao. Huh? Is there anyone else? Junior sister, can you go up and take a look? The big man suddenly frowned, then let the female cultivator fly up to have a look. This is also one of his junior sister's strengths. That is, the advantage in speed, which is somewhat similar to Wei Zifeng, but still much worse than Wei Zifeng. The female cultivator responded, jumped up and shot electricity into the air. But the flying knife disappeared midair and never came back. Huh? Is there really someone there? Who is it? Come out. Don't hide in there and act like magic. The big man suddenly became a little nervous and yelled. But by that time, Qing Immortal Lord had already revived his energy and launched a sharp counterattack. The gap in cultivation between the two sides was quickly revealed. Qing Immortal Lord was after all the pinnacle of the Immortal Lord realm. It is quite confident to deal with a first-level Immortal realm. Come with me. Kill this old man as soon as possible. The big man immediately yelled anxiously, but there was no response. Taking a closer look, the tribesmen who were standing aside and watching eagerly had disappeared. How can this be? All disappeared in the blink of an eye. It turned out that those tribesmen were isolated by Zhu Xiaobao's original illusion, and at this time, they were also in a panic.
because they also lost the whereabouts of the big man. The area around them also became empty. Only 5 skulls suddenly appeared in midair, circling around them. It seemed that they could still feel their cheerful and strange laughter. When the original illusion was removed, the big man was shocked. How long had it been? The tribesmen in the upper fairyland were all frozen into ice sculptures, with different shapes and expressions on their faces. But they were all terrified. What's even more incredible is that there is a little fat man standing not far away from him, and his junior sister is sitting paralyzed next to Zhu Xiaobao, raising her head desperately, still struggling, because she has a gun on her neck. The
fairy vine silk
was so tightly wrapped that it was difficult to even breathe. I had to keep raising my head to barely maintain the weak breath. By the way, it is currently the best app for reading and listening to books. Install the latest version.
You are not the immortal realm? Is there really a Wuji realm?
At this time, the big man looked at Zhu Xiaobao blankly and murmured to himself.
Boom!
With a very dull sound.
Qing Immortal Lord
had taken the opportunity to smash the big man's dantian with a palm, causing his cultivation to be abolished forever. Immediately afterwards, the appearance of this big man began to look older.
You are so cruel!
The big man pointed at the
Qing Immortal Lord
and said angrily,
"Humph!" to each other. Didn't you want to kill me just now?
Immortal Lord Qi also hummed lightly. After saying that,
Qing Immortal Lord
stepped forward and smashed all the Shangxian realm that were frozen into ice sculptures to prevent the possibility of Li family's revenge in the future. At the same time, under the horrified gaze of the female cultivator,
Qing Immortal Lord
also threatened and coaxed the female cultivator in a low voice. In the end, the female cultivator had no choice but to nod in agreement. Zhu Xiaobao is too lazy to pay attention to the transaction between them. Do you even need to ask? Killing one family and supporting the other is a way to quickly establish one's own power. At the same time, there are also double cultivators with similar cultivation levels.
Qing Immortal Lord
is very skillful in this trick.
Old man, there is only one
immortal realm
in this world, and now I have completely solved it for you. It's time for me to leave. If I don't leave, you should be worried. Right?
Zhu Xiaobao hummed lightly.
Where is it? I really wish you could stay here so that I can ask you for advice on alchemy techniques.
Qing Immortal Master said, with a springy smile on his face again.
Humph.
Okay.
You should also tell me everything you haven't said about the
positioning plate.
In detail. Right. If I don't fully master the use of
space attributes,
then I really won't leave. Ah.
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but snorted angrily. It turns out that he had long sensed that this
Qing Immortal Lord
had a hand in reserve, just because Zhu Xiaobao was much stronger than him.
This is my cultivation experience about
space attributes.
I'll give it to you. In fact, it has been prepared for you a long time ago.
Qing Immortal Lord said with a smile. He just hopes that Zhu Xiaobao will leave as soon as possible. If Zhu Xiaobao stays here, it will be a huge threat to him.
Very good. Then I'll leave. You can take care of yourself.
Zhu Xiaobao also has another purpose just like
Qing Immortal Lord.
But his purpose is much more difficult. After Zhu Xiaobao found the entrance to the space again and re-entered,
Qing Immortal Lord
finally breathed a sigh of relief. From now on, this resource-rich and aura-rich plane is completely under your control. I couldn't help but be overjoyed. Suddenly, Immortal Qing's face darkened again, pointing at the big man on the ground whose cultivation had been abolished, and ordered to the female cultivator.
Humph. In order to show your intentions and to support your family, you go, let's kill him. Yes.
Returning to the intersection of space, Zhu Xiaobao began to sit down and carefully studied the jade tablet left to him by
Qing Immortal Lord.
The densely packed records on it were his experience in cultivating space attributes. In order to save time, Zhu Xiaobao stayed in the time stone for half a year. Only then could he fully understand the key points.
Location plate.
Zhu Xiaobao shouted softly after coming out of the time stone. As his consciousness unfolded, a positioning plate similar to the original
Qing Immortal Lord
appeared in front of him. The difference was that there was an additional vertically staggered roulette wheel on his positioning plate, and it looks much larger than the positioning plate of
Qing Immortal Lord,
and it is much clearer and more detailed.
Yeah, that's right. What's the use of just having a flat position? You also need to have depth. More importantly,
you have to be able to switch back to the original time and space.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded with satisfaction. This positioning disk is already several times higher than the knowledge of Qing Immortal Lord. The reason is that Zhu Xiaobao's powerful spiritual consciousness supports his operation. With the rotation of the vertical wheel, Zhu Xiaobao has been able to find the original space entrance to Daxia Kingdom. But it seems that he still needs to determine the time and distance more accurately. And even entering from the space entrance takes a long time. Just when Zhu Xiaobao was about to start the positioning wheel and prepare to set off, a voice suddenly came into his heart. How about, let's go back to the homeland we traveled to in the first place. The average life expectancy there is less than 100 years, which is just a blink of an eye. After finishing the matter there, you can go to Daxia Kingdom without any worries. Chapter 1774 Return to the Starting Point. Zhu Xiaobao held his chin and thought for a while. Yes. In terms of time, it is most practical to return to Earth first. There are few people who care about it. Time period. Now I can't believe that 100 years is too short. It was over in a blink of an eye. Once all the things there are taken care of, you can leave without any worries.
Yeah. Yes. There are 3 ways to be unfilial. And the worst is to have no heirs. I will go back first and give birth to a son and a half daughters. If they have the qualifications to practice, then I will bring them back together. If not, then I will wait until they are all arranged. That's all. Let's leave with peace of mind. Doesn't this solve all my problems?
The more Zhu Xiaobao thought about it, the more he felt that this idea was safer and more tempting. After all, what worries him most is that he still has no one to carry on the family line.
TSK. How can I say he is a top student? He has vision, plans, and inspiration. First, let's find out which space the Earth is in. How long does it take to travel through that plane? Calculate it carefully. Don't the time was wrong. Otherwise, I would have gone to the Qing dynasty all of a sudden. And I would have had to wait for hundreds of years.
At this time, Zhu Xiaobao gave full play to his calculation ability. Without a calculator, he calculated completely by hand, turning the vertical roller of the positioning plate. I passed through countless
folding spaces,
and finally found each folding space where the solar system is located. Then I fully expanded this
folding space,
and finally found a very inconspicuous place. Entrance to space. It turns out that the Earth is really inconspicuous in this space intersection. From the perspective of a cultivator, this is a low-level plane with poor resources and an overpopulated population. Basically, it is a plane that no cultivator wants to go to. No wonder people on Earth are trying their best to develop various technologies and use external resources to improve their lives and work efficiency. It seems there is a reason. For the sake of safety, Zhu Xiaobao tried to go to several different planes and chose different distances. He was able to reach them smoothly, safely and accurately. This makes Zhu Xiaobao full of confidence in successfully traveling back. But there is also a problem in the middle. That is, the more times he
space folds,
the more energy he consumes to travel through the past. However, considering that he still has a large number of top-quality spiritual stones as a supplement, and thousands of them, the reserves of various levels of elixirs are enough for him to recover quickly and consume them for a long time.
Well, I'm almost ready. It's time to return. Just after I go back, I can also figure out what triggered my time travel in the first place. It seems to be an unusual and sudden fire, but I can't remember the cause. And it has something to do with a kitchen knife. You will understand it after you go back this time.
Zhu Xiaobao once again traveled back from another dimension and said confidently, I once again checked the equipment on my body and the beast control bag on my waist. Except for the sleeping little demon and the white lion. There was nothing else. There were all his treasures in the
time stone.
Because ordinary storage bags couldn't hold so many things, they had to be placed in the
time stone.
The kitchen knife is still stuck in his waist. Anyway,
this kitchen knife automatically recognizes its owner and will not be lost no matter how much it is tossed. Zhu Xiaobao is very relieved about this. Everything is ready. Zhu Xiaobao calculated it again. There shouldn't be any mistakes. He began to use the positioning plate, and then began to slowly turn the vertical wheel. He had given it a precise scale, and there would be absolutely no mistakes. He carefully found the space intersection, where the solar system is located, and carefully turned the vertical wheel. He wanted to go back to the day when he first crossed over. This was all calculated by him accurately. As long as he positioned accurately, then there won't be any mistakes.
Dear friends, I'm finally back. The top student is coming back. Let's go!
Zhu Xiaobao shouted excitedly. and then stepped into the folded space of the space intersection. At the beginning, everything was the same as the previous times. Very smooth, although it was a huge consumption. With Zhu Xiaobao's current cultivation level and his abundant supplies, Zhu Xiaobao had no worries about his consciousness and physical strength. That is, his energy, God's consumption. But in the process of traveling through the folded space, Zhu Xiaobao still noticed something was wrong. What's going on? Why is my cultivation declining rapidly? Hey. I want to go back to before the time travel. But I didn't say that I will also return to the time before the time travel. Help. It's not right. I don't want to go back. Stop. Stop now. But Zhu Xiaobao suddenly felt that he was powerless. He was already unable to extricate himself from the torrent of time travel, and his consciousness was getting more and more blurred. This was different from the previous time travels. Although Zhu Xiaobao was extremely anxious, it was of no avail. His consciousness gradually became blurred, and in the end, he lost consciousness at all. I don't know how long it took before Zhu Xiaobao slowly woke up. Suddenly, I found that my body seemed to become very heavy, and there were many more memories in my mind. All from the time when I could remember when I was young to when I graduated from college. It is also interspersed with a lot of information about his advancement to the endless realm, after his time in Daxia and his ascension. For a while, his brain was a little exhausted. The amount of information was too huge.
Thank God! Xiaobao, you finally woke up! Those people said you wouldn't wake up! Whoa. Sister's persistence finally paid off.
Zhu Xiaobao heard this again at this time. The voice of a woman crying with joy. It sounded familiar. And Zhu Xiaobao immediately remembered that this was the voice of his sister Zhu Qinqin.
Sister? Where am I? Why can't I move my hands and feet?
Zhu Xiaobao asked with difficulty. As soon as the voice came out, even he felt strange, as if it was the first time he spoke in his life. Same. Very stiff and weak. Moreover, it was very difficult for him to open his eyes. When he wanted to raise his hand, he felt that his arm weighed more than 1,000 pounds.
You have become a vegetative state, and have been lying in bed for more than a year. Of course you have to recover slowly. Just wait a few days, and slowly adapt to it. It's great. You don't need me to help you at last. It's time to feed. Whatever you want to eat. Sister will cook it for you. You must have a good celebration today. I'm so happy.
Zhu Qinqin was very excited, and couldn't bear to hold Zhu Xiaobao, who was still unable to move for the time being. I started crying again. Zhu Xiaobao reluctantly opened his eyes, and looked at the slightly blurry figure in front of him, and then slowly closed them again. However, a turmoil arose in his heart. Oh my God. How come we are all back to the initial stage when we travel back through time? Is there no cultivation at all? Doesn't that mean that there are only 60 years of life left? How can we get back to Zuanbao Island? How can we go back to the
Great Xia Kingdom?
After a week of adaptation and recovery, Zhu Xiaobao was able to walk slowly to the door of his house, while holding on to the wall. This was caused by him being bedridden for a long time, and he still needed time to recover slowly. Looking in the mirror, he is fatter than before, weighing almost 200 kilograms, and the height is still so tall, less than 1.7 meters. There is also a very sad reality. That is, he has really become the top student Zhu Qigong he was before. An ordinary mortal who could not be more ordinary. A vegetative, who regained consciousness. A book-chasing app recommended to me by an old book friend I have known for 10 years. It's so easy to use. I use it to pass the time while driving, or before going to bed by reading and listening to books. You can download it here. Zhu Xiaobao has been silent these past few days. He is a little confused whether it was a dream, or whether he has really traveled through time. One thing he was sure of was that he had no cultivation at all.
Have I traveled through time? Is it really just a dream? But why is it so real?